I'm feeling it.
No, I can assure you of that.
Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. What if members can leave the chamber as quickly, as quietly as possible? I present report number 6 of the Selection Committee relating to the consideration of committee and delegation business and private members' business on Monday, 9 February 2026. The report will be printed in the Hansard for today, and the committee's determination will appear on tomorrow's notice paper. Copies of the report have been placed on the table. I present the report of the Australian Parliamentary Delegation to the 151st Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union held in Geneva, Switzerland, and the bilateral visits to Romania and Switzerland from 12 to 23 October 2025. I'm pleased to present this report of the Australian Parliamentary Delegation to the 151st Interparliamentary Union, or IPU, held in Geneva, and the bilateral visits to Romania and Switzerland in October 2025. It was an honour to lead a high-level delegation comprising of the Deputy Speaker, Ms Sharon Clayton MP, Senator Andrew McLaughlin, CSC, Senator the Honourable Carol Brown and Senator Deborah O'Neill. And I thank the delegates for their commitment, diligence and hard work. The IPU was founded in 1889 as the first permanent political forum for international negotiation, providing the origins for multilateral cooperation. Australia officially joined the IPU as a member parliament at the first IPU Assembly held in Asia in Bangkok in November 1956. This year, we celebrate 70 years of membership of the IPU. The Australian delegation continues to have representation across important IPU bodies, advancing a proposed resolution on tax avoidance and engagement in key debates. As chairperson of the IPU Executive Subcommittee on Finance, I reported on the IPU's financial situation to the IPU's geopolitical groups and answered questions from the floor. As a co-rapporteur to the Standing Committee on Sustainable Development, Senator O'Neill participated in a debate on a resolution on tax avoidance, which will be endorsed at the next Assembly in April this year. The Deputy Speaker, Ms Clayton, was endorsed by the Asia Pacific Group to serve on the IPU's Bureau of Women's Parliamentarians for the next 2 years. I'm pleased to advise the House I successfully advocated for inclusion of the Australian-led Declaration for the Protection of Human, humanitarian personnel in the IPU's Geneva Declaration of the 151st Assembly, upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in times of crises. Senator O'Neill had also served as the President of the Bureau of the Standing Committee on Democracy and Human Rights, and I recognise her long-standing commitments to those issues. The delegation concluded a record 22 bilateral meetings with other parliamentary delegations, strengthening interparliamentary relations to discuss matters of mutual interest. On behalf of the Australian delegation, I wish to thank those who supported our delegates at the 151st IPU Assembly, including the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade in Canberra, the Parliamentary Library, the International Parliamentary Relations Office, Dr James Thompson and the Department of the Senate, who served as Delegation Secretary, Her Excellency Ms Claire Walsh, Australian Ambassador and Permanent Representative to the United Nations, and the Conference on Disarmament and her team in Geneva. From 12 to 15 October, the delegation undertook a historic bilateral visit to Romania. It's been 7 years since the parliamentary delegation travelled to the country, with the last visiting in October 2018. The key themes of the visits were acknowledging the significant contribution made by Romania in assisting Australians to flee Ukraine following the invasion by the Russian Federation in February 2022. Also for their support to Ukraine and the current threat to democracy of misinformation and disinformation. The delegation was fortunate to meet with high-ranking officials, including the President of Romania, the Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Defence. We also had the privilege of meeting with presiding officers and toured the Romanian Parliament. I thank Her Excellency Ms Alison Duncan, the Australian Ambassador to Romania, Bulgaria and Greece, and her team for their tireless efforts to organise what was an extensive and very successful bilateral program. We also thank His Excellency Mr Radu Gabriel Safta, the Romanian Ambassador to Australia, who accompanied the delegation. During our bilateral visit to Switzerland, the delegation met with His Excellency Mr Andre Page, the first Vice President of the National Council of Switzerland in Bern. We discussed democracy and civil engagement to trade and investment between our two countries. The delegation also visited the transport company Kerosene Hess, which is providing electric buses to the Brisbane Metro system in my home state of Queensland, and travelled to Foundation Opal, where delegates toured the Australian Indigenous Art Gallery. On behalf of the delegation, I also thank our Ambassador to Switzerland and Head of Mission, Her Excellency Ms Elizabeth Day and Mr Dylan Walsh, for providing the delegation with a snapshot of Swiss politics, business and culture. I commend the report to the House. For the information of honourable members, I present a copy of statements of thanks and appreciation by former members of the 47th Parliament. I'll give the call to the clerk.
Government business, notice number 1, Law and Justice Legislation Amendment, New South Wales Local Court Bill 2026.
Give the call to the Attorney-General.
Mr Speaker, I present the Law and Justice Legislation Amendment, New South Wales Local Court Bill 2026 and the explanatory memorandum.
I'll call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to deal with consequential and transitional matters arising from the enactment of the Local Court and Bail Legislation Amendment Act 2025 of New South Wales and for other purposes.
Call to the Attorney-General.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. The Law and Justice Legislation Amendment, New South Wales Local Court Bill, will make consequential amendments to Commonwealth legislation arising from the passage of the Local Court and Bail Legislation Amendment Act 2025 of New South Wales. On commencement, the New South Wales Act will replace the Office of New South Wales Magistrate with the Office of Judge of the Local Court of New South Wales. Commonwealth law confers jurisdiction and powers on state and territory courts and judicial officers, reflecting the important role of these courts in the federal justice system. Some federal jurisdiction and powers are conferred explicitly on magistrates, while others are excluded from magistrates and it's instead conferred on judges. The amendments in this bill will make are necessary to ensure that, on commencement of the New South Wales Act, jurisdiction and powers conferred on state magistrates by Commonwealth law can continue to be validly exercised by judges of the New South Wales Local Court. Conversely, the amendments will ensure that judges of the New South Wales Local Court will not be able to exercise federal jurisdiction and powers beyond the intended scope of their office. The amendments will do this by providing that judges of the New South Wales Local Court are considered magistrates under Commonwealth law. The bill will commence at the same time as the New South Wales Act commences. The New South Wales Act will commence by proclamation. The concurrent commencement will ensure that there is no disruption to the intended operation of Commonwealth legislation. The bill will have positive implications for residents of New South Wales, along with Commonwealth and New South Wales entities involved in matters arising under Commonwealth law, which rely on the New South Wales Local Court. Given the central role that the New South Wales Local Court plays in the prosecution of offences against Commonwealth law, the bill is of critical importance to stakeholders involved in law enforcement and prosecution. This bill will ensure that the New South Wales Local Court can continue to perform its important role in the federal justice system, dealing with a range of matters under Commonwealth law, including both civil and criminal proceedings. I commend the bill to the Chamber.
The debate must now be adjourned. Call to the member for Lindsay.
I move that the debate now be adjourned.
The question is the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I have to report that the Copyright Amendment Bill 2025 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber and has been agreed to with amendments. I present a certified copy of the bill together with a schedule of the amendments made by the Federation Chamber. I understand it is the wish of the House to consider the bill immediately. The question is the amendments made by the Federation Chamber be agreed to. I put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill, as amended, has been agreed to. Give the call to the Attorney-General.
I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted? The member for Lindsay.
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. The Attorney-General.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an Act to amend the Copyright Act 1968 and for related purposes.
I call the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. I declare that unless otherwise ordered, the Translating and Interpreting Services Bill 2025 stands referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration at the adjournment of the debate on the motion for the second reading of the bill.
I shall move to order of the day number 1. I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Excise Tariff Amendment, Draft Beer Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for New England to the amendment moved by the member for Warringah.
Before the debate is resumed on the bill, I remind the House that it has been agreed that a general debate to be allowed covering the bill and the Customs Tariff Amendment Draft Bill 2025. The question is that the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for New England to the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Warringah be agreed to, and I give the call to the Honourable the Prime Minister.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I'm very proud to speak on this legislation because this is one of the most popular commitments that we took to the election on the 3rd of May. A 2-year freeze to the draft beer excise, the first time this has happened in 40 years. And I note the amendments moved by some on the other side. I'm not quite sure what side the member for New England's on these days. But he was Deputy Prime Minister not once, but believe it or not, in the sequel that no one asked for, twice. Twice. Did anything happen on his watch? No. It took a Labor government to freeze the beer excise, making sure that this was just part of our cost of living measures that we implemented. Not just talking about cost of living pressures, but doing something about it. 40 years is a long time between drinks, Mr Speaker, but it is just one of the rounds of cost of living measures that our government has taken. As local MPs, of course, we're all a bit biased, but I happen to think that the best small breweries in Australia are in my electorate in Grainley in the Inner West. And there is a fair bit of evidence, Mr Speaker, because we have the Inner West Ale Trail. We not only have breweries, 16 at last count, in a small area that you can walk from brewery to brewery in the inner west. There's also another industry has grown up of the food trucks and food small businesses establishing themselves outside those breweries. But there's another one as well, which is a tourism trail as well. You can actually book, and they go in a bus from brewery to brewery, sampling the wonderful produce that is produced there in my electorate of the Inner West. Importantly as well, I am not aware of a single social issue that has arisen at any of those breweries. People engage collectively, they engage in a really positive way. Can I also say that for the many pubs, the sporting clubs and RSLs around all of our electorates, they're the heart of our communities. They're the organisations that will sponsor the local rugby league or netball or cricket clubs. They are as well. Importantly, at a time where more and more we see social isolation being a feature of our society as people, families are smaller, communities are less connected, and more interaction is online rather than in person. The capacity of people to gather at their local pub or at their local club or RSL, the local leagues club, is so important because there's that sense of belonging. I know that in many of the pubs in my electorate, from time to time, there's a particular seat at the Courthouse Hotel at Newtown, at many of the pubs around the Vic on the park, the Henson Park, where you know that there's a seat that you don't sit on because that's Daryl's seat or that's Ben's seat, because that's the way that it's always been. And that is the case right around Australia. I remember being on a visit with the member for Kennedy up at Hewenden, and I made what he tells me was almost a fatal error of sitting in the wrong seat at a pub at Hewenden, and the 7-foot giant who walked in and declared that that was indeed his seat meant that that was good advice on this occasion from the member for Kennedy. So this is a place that is so important, and that's why these measures, a small measure but an important one as well, about respect for the work that our publicans and our club executives do on a day-to-day basis as well. Quite often when you're there, particularly on a Friday afternoon or over a weekend, they're running raffles to raise money for surf life saving, or running raffles for the people who are suffering during hard times of natural disasters, for example, as well. They are the places that really kick in. As well as that, I'm reminded by the presence in the chamber of the Minister for Emergency Management. Before she was in this place, of course, she was a local mayor during those extraordinary disasters that happened throughout Australia, but particularly on the south coast of New South Wales in her electorate of Eden Monaro. And I well remember going to clubs there where people were staying, literally, in emergency accommodation on the floor, looking after people at times of need. And that's why these are social organisations that are deserving of support, because we rely upon them at times of need. And they don't have to be asked to do it. It's just what they are. Overwhelmingly as well, they're family businesses. They're run by putting in long hours every day. They also employ locals. And for so many people, whether they be full-time, but importantly as well, part-time workers as well, it's a way of people getting through their university days or just working part-time for people when they're raising a family as well. So good for our economy, good for our jobs, good for our local community as well. And that's why from the front bar to the beer garden, when you raise a glass, you can do so knowing that our government won't be raising the price over that 2 years. This is an important measure. As I said, when we looked at the pressures that people are under, we've understood that, and whether it was the commitment to raising wages or cutting taxes or cheaper childcare or cheaper medicines or urgent care clinics or the energy bill relief or the home batteries to reduce permanently people's bills or cutting student debt, my government has focused each and every day from the big measures down to the small ones, such as this one, but they all make a difference, Mr Speaker, because they also make it clear that my government will continue to be focused on cost of living measures as our first, second and third priorities as we go forward, as we have done, given the bin fire that we inherited in 2022, when inflation had a 6 in front of it and the deficits were huge. We have turned that around. We know that there's more work to do and we'll continue to work each and every day. But this legislation, implemented by Labor, nothing ever done over the previous 40 years, is an important step forward, and I commend the bill to the House.
Yeah. The question is the amendment moved by the honourable member for New England to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Warringah be agreed to. And I give the call to the honourable member for Mallee.
Thank you, Speaker. And I do note the Prime Minister's comments that as people around Australia raise a glass in a pub, the price won't go up for the next 2 years. Well, if it was only dependent on this excise freezing, that would be one thing. But we know that wages have gone up. We know that electricity has gone up. We know that the cost of living continues to rise under this government. So beer will go up. It's just the excise that will be frozen for the next 2 years. We commend this bill. We support this bill. But we think it should go further. We think it should actually include, and I endorse the member for Cowper's amendments that will be asking for or recommending that we also freeze the excise on spirits in pubs and hotels and clubs. Our pubs and our clubs do an incredible work in our community. They've really become the beehive, if you like, of social connection for so many people, whether it's sporting clubs, whether it's families wanting to go out for a cheap meal. It's no longer cheap. I'm just stating the facts. And when I take my family out, I can assure you, Speaker, it costs me well over $100 and something, sometimes $200, just to go to a pub meal. So to pretend that this excise freeze for the next 2 years is going to solve all the problems is complete and utter rubbish, and every Australian knows it. You know, when I think about the cost of coffee, when Labor came to government in 2022, the cost of a cup of coffee or a latte at your favourite cafe, which we all enjoy, was around $4. Well, now we're paying $6 for a cup of coffee. Nothing to see here, says the Labor government. Nothing to see here, says the Prime Minister. Let's just talk about freezing the excise on pouring beer in pubs. Now, don't get me wrong, I support absolutely that our pubs and clubs need this support. They need more support than that, though. And this government is absolutely not supplying it. Now, I don't want to talk about every pub in my electorate because, believe you me, there are far too many. I'm bound to leave out about, I don't know, 250 or 300. So I'm not going to name any, but I certainly have my own favourite places to go, our family's favourite places to go. And they are very, very valuable small businesses. Largely, they are small businesses who are doing it so tough, whether it's red tape, whether it is the cost of producing anything thanks to energy price rises, whether it's wage increases, regulation more generally, it is tougher to run a small business now. And who do we thank for that? Well, the government of the day. I support this bill. and I support the amendments that the member for Cowper is going to make, and I'm going to leave it there. Thank you.
Thank the member for Mallee. The question is the amendments moved by the honourable member for New England to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Warringah be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Speaker. I rise enthusiastically following our Prime Minister to speak in strong support of the Excise Tariff Amendment Draft Bill 25 and Customs Tariff Amendment Bill Draft Bill 25. As the Prime Minister said, pubs pouring draft beer are made up of communities of people where everyone has a seat. My local, the Buff Club in Stewart Park, is a good example, and I want to pay tribute to a member of our community there that we lost recently, Harry. I've spoken about Harry in this place in the past, but he passed week before last, and we raised a glass of draft beer to him. But also the Railway Club is another one close to home, and has long been a place for true believers to get together and to have a schooner of draft beer. There's many other great establishments and breweries that I'll mention in my electorate, but it is true that Northern Territorians and across Northern Australia, I would say, this is a welcome measure and a great measure. This measure applies to great brewers such as Darwin's 1 Mile Brewing Company, their 421 Kolsch, their RDO Bright Ale, Beaver Brewery's Buffhead Lager, which, Deputy Speaker, reminds me of a humorous interchange across the dispatch boxes here in the past. But I highly recommend all the 1 Mile beers, as well as the Beaver beers. Visitors to Darwin can also head down to Mitchell Street, where Darwin's Six Tanks Brew Pub makes a fantastic range of beers, draft beers, and you can have a paddle of those craft beers. They'll also apply, as I said, when you're enjoying a multicultural event such as the fantastic Territory Oktoberfest that was held by Beaver Brewery last year. The Purple Mango Brewery at Maracay in your electorate, Deputy Speaker, is fantastic, as is the Alice Springs Brewing Company, smack bang in Central Australia, where responsible drinking is the order of the day and delicious draft beers are plenty. With my special envoy for the North hat on, it behoves me to mention the Spinifex Brewery in Broome, Western Australia, and in particular their F88 Premium Lager, which is named after the Australian Army Service Rifle, so another veteran-owned business. That label and that draft beer honours military personnel and first responders and is aligned with a sponsorship agreement with Soldiers and Sirens, which supports those personnel. And in far north Queensland, this excise freeze will also benefit you as you're having a draft beer at Hemingway's Brewery in Cairns. Some of those big bold flavours of their draft beers, grapefruit, citrus, pine, the Wharf Street IPA, which incidentally won a gold medal at the 2025 Melbourne Royal Australian International Beer Awards. So I congratulate Hemingway's on that win. My point, Deputy Speaker, is that like all points of our great southern land, Northern Australia and Territorians love a beer, and it's a great place to enjoy it in a pub, and as the Prime Minister said, contributing to that social cohesion and promoting responsible drinking. In the Northern Territory, beer contributes about 167 million to gross territory product and 1,273 full-time equivalent jobs. Nationwide, Australia's beer industry, from growing the barley to pouring pints in venues like those I've mentioned, generates around $16 billion a year. According to the Brewers Association of Australia, on average, every Australian-made beer contributes $4.36 to Australia's economy, and it's a very decent return on investment. A 2018 study also indicated that local craft breweries play positive roles in engendering social, symbolic and financial capital in their hometowns and regions. This bill is good for the Australian economy, including the north, but also our regions, as I'm sure there's agreement across this place. This is practical, targeted and responsible measure that supports small businesses, protects jobs and keeps the price of a pint stable for everyday Australians. According to the Independent Brewers Association report from February 25, independent brewers, most of which are small businesses, contribute $3.53 billion to the Australian economy. 56% of them are located in regional and rural Australia, but 48% of the industry reports being unprofitable or just breaking even. So this bill is an assistance to this sector being sustainable and having those conditions for competition over time. The independent brewers describe how the excise index to CPI is increasing twice per year, with small independent brewers are forced to absorb those increases. And they write that polling indicated Australians wanted government to stop increasing the excise tax, and this is exactly what this bill does. And this is what small businesses ask for, and it's very good for independent brewers. As I used to say when I was in the Army, Deputy Speaker, dehydration is a soldier's worst enemy. And the Labor government is taking the fight to that fiercest, most unrelenting of foes. So, with this bill, there'll be less of Slim Dusty's pub with no beer and more pubs from Men at Work's Land Down Under, where the beer does flow, with hopefully less of the rest of that song. The bill is good for small business, pubs and clubs, brewers, good for the hip pocket of Australians who do like to have a pint, a scooey, or one of those smaller versions. I think it's called a pot. And it's good for Northern Australia and the regions, and for all those reasons, Deputy Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Thank you. The question is that the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for New England to the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Warringah be agreed to, and I call the member for Wright.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise to offer my support behind the freezing of excise taxes on draft beer, an election commitment that we made during the last election, and now it's time to action it. I want to acknowledge the amazing work done by the Australian Hoteliers Association in lobbying and advocating for this outcome. The work conducted by Steve Ferguson, the amount of kilometres he walks these corridors to get these outcomes on behalf of his membership, coupled with my Queensland AHA President Richard Deary from the Storybridge Hotel, an amazing Australian who runs some significant events there at the hotel, tucked underneath the Story Bridge in Brisbane, along with the CEO of Queensland, Bernie Hogan, for their tireless advocacy. And interestingly enough, the way this excise is calculated is that there's no cap on it. It would have just kept on going up and up and up and up. In fact, the only way, without government intervention, that the excise would have stopped is if there was no pub left in Australia for the excise to be applied to. It was done originally to keep it up in line with inflation, but unfortunately the cost of doing business in Australia under this government outstrips the inflationary pressures. The cost of increases in insurance, the cost of increasing in labour, energy. Food's up 16% for those pubs with for those pubs with kitchens. This alcohol tax will raise around $8 million per year. The cost to freeze the excise altogether is going to be about $90 billion over the forward estimates, but that's only less than 2% of what the actual receipts are. But more importantly to what this industry does for Australia. I mean, when you just broaden out your mind for a moment and think about the jobs and the economic benefit and the multiplier that goes around the economy, the alcohol industry directly supports the employment of around 176,000 full-time equivalent jobs. The alcohol manufacturing industry employs about 22,500. Now, that alcohol manufacturing, in my great state of Queensland, we've got two big brewers up there, Forex and CUB through their branch or their manufacturing location on the Gold Coast. So those jobs are mostly Queensland jobs. Alcohol-related jobs in the retail sector, a further 21,000, and alcohol-related jobs in the hospitality sector, the restaurants and pubs, etc., a whopping 126,300. And I want to offer my support to freeze the excise, because I think pubs need a fair go. You know, the amount of pubs I have in my electorate, I think I've been to every one of them, just out of a sense of civic duty and Australian patriotism to get into my local pubs. My favourite little local is a place, it's called Dugandan. No one can pronounce it, so we all just call it the Doogie. The way it's written, they'll call it the Dugandan or something. So Wednesday night is quiz night. We're always looking for new quiz members to come down, but that pub provides that sense of community, that social hub. I get onto the quizzes with the school teachers who come down. There's a group from the hospital, there's a couple of retirees, there's even a group that we let into the pub who call themselves the Greenies. But they play and conduct themselves at the quiz night as well. I actually ran a pub for a very short amount of time after I finished with my time in the bank. It was the Imeo Hotel up in Mackay. And do not kid yourself that it is not hard work. You're up early, you go to bed late, big volumes, small margins. You have to have your eye on every bottle because the margins are so low that if you take your eye off, you can be broke in a very short amount of time. So the Coalition welcomes the relief for pubs and clubs and beer drinkers and will not stand between a cut on the beer tax and the government. But let's be clear, the freeze delivers less than 1% of relief per point. That's enough to give Labor the headline to cut the beer tax, but it's just a headline. We welcome this, and on behalf of all of my people and all my publicans in the electorate of Wright, I look forward to having a beer with you when I get home.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time, to which the honourable member for Warringah moved as an amendment. Oh, sorry, Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. Firstly, I would like to thank those members who have contributed to this debate. Together, these bills will pause biannual indexation applying to excise and excise equivalent customs duty rates on draft beer for 2 years, starting from 1 August 2025. These changes deliver on the government's commitment to take pressure off the price of a beer poured in pubs, clubs and other venues supporting businesses, regional tourism and customers across Australia. I want to acknowledge the amendments from the members for Warringah, New England, Cowper, Kooyong and Bradfield. While these amendments are well-intentioned, they would significantly broaden the measure beyond its intended scope. They're uncosted and would create substantial fiscal impacts. As Assistant Treasurer, I know too well the importance of responsible government spending. When we came to government, inflation had a 6 in front of it. Today, it has a 3. That is not an accident. It is a result of the disciplined economic management of the government. we've delivered 2 surpluses, spending restraint and savings that our predecessors could not. Our cost of living measures have been responsible and targeted, just like this one. What we're proposing here is a round of beers for our pubs and clubs on the government, a gesture of goodwill to acknowledge the hard work of our hospitality industry, but a measure within our means. Some members are asking us to reach instead to the top shelf for that round, and some are going further and asking us to put our card behind the bar indefinitely. We all love a celebration, but we're a responsible government, one that is focused on the cost of living, but in a targeted and responsible way. The bill, as drafted, strikes the right balance between supporting our pubs and clubs while maintaining budget sustainability. The members may, however, be interested to know that the government has announced separate support for all beer brewers and spirit manufacturers in the 2025-26 budget, and I trust they will bring this to their constituents' attention. From 1 July 2026, the excise remission scheme cap will increase from $350,000 to $400,000 per year. These changes provide the greatest benefit to small craft brewers and distillers. Lastly, in response to the member for Cowper's proposal to review the alcohol excise and custom tariff system, the government continues to closely monitor and assess the effectiveness of the tax system. So for these reasons, we will not be supporting the amendments. This bill delivers targeted, responsible relief while complementing broader support for the economy. I commend these bills to the House.
The original question was that the bill be now read a second time, to which the honourable member for Warringah moved as an amendment that all the words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for New England has moved as an amendment to the amendment that all words after house be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for New England be agreed to. So all those the opinion say aye, contrary no, the ayes have it. Noes? No, noes have it. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Warringah be agreed to. All those the opinion say aye, contrary no, noes have it. Is a division called? Ring the bells.
Thanks to you. Lock the doors. The question before the House is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Warringah be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Warringah and Bradfield as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 9, no 64. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Excise Tariff Act 1921 and for related purposes.
The House will now consider the bill in detail, and I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question before the House is the bill be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Bradfield.
I move the amendment as circulated in my name. Mr Speaker, everyone knows that households and small businesses around the country have been doing it tough. The cost of living has been hurting Australians for some time now. To address that, one of the Labor Party's election promises was to pause indexation on draft bill excise and excise equivalent customs duties rates for 2 years from August 2025. The idea, of course, is to ensure that the price of a cold one down at the pub stays the same price for a little while longer. Now, the legislation, the Excise Tariff Amendment Draft Beer Bill 2025, implements that promise. The Labor Party has a clear mandate for it, and so I will be supporting the legislation. However, in my view, the underlying election promise was flawed. By pausing the excise on draft beer only, the policy mostly benefits large multinational companies and does nothing to assist the small independent craft brewers that Australians have come to love so much. Excise on those craft beers will not be paused under the legislation, which means the price of them will keep rising even as draft beer stays the same. My amendment addresses that by extending the 2-year excise pause to independent craft beer. If government revenue, taxpayers' dollars are going to be spent to alleviate the cost of doing business, I want to make sure that it's helping local businesses. Take Buckle Cafe and Distillery in Artarmon, in my electorate of Bradfield, as an example. After this legislation was introduced, I got in touch with Ben, the owner, to see whether he thought extending the excise pause would help the distillery and other similar local craft breweries. Ben said, "It's getting harder and harder. I've been in the industry for 15 years now, and the day-to-day has certainly not gotten easier. The freeze on draft beer excise was a great vote winner from Labor. Unfortunately, it sounds great. The Joe public goes, oh, that sounds good. My schooner's not going to go up in price at the pub for a little while." But it actually disproportionately favours the big multinational brewers because they dominate and control a lot of the taps in the market. He goes on to say, multinational big brewers go out there, they'll secure taps and lock from there. And so us fighting to get our beers on tap is a constant battle. There are already so many walls that you hit as a craft brewer, and this is just another one. It's all about a fair go. The Independent Brewers Association, whose members are overwhelmingly small to medium businesses in big cities and small communities throughout Australia, agree with Ben from Buckle. The IBA points out that independent brewers employ locals, give back to their communities, strengthen Australia's manufacturing capability, provide tourism destinations and work directly with the agricultural sector. Critically, their profits stay in Australia. So I repeat, if the government is going to be spending taxpayer money pausing an excise on beer, surely independent Australian businesses should be the priority. Spending that taxpayer money for the benefit of multinational companies just doesn't pass the pub test. So let's see if the government's listening, and I commend the amendment to the House.
I call the member. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Does the opinion say aye? No. Oh, member. Sorry, the member for Indi.
Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I rise to support the member for Bradfield's amendments. These are good and sensible amendments. In my electorate of Indi and North East Victoria, we are lucky enough to have locally owned and locally loved and nationally renowned breweries no matter where you turn. In Beechworth, Bridge Road Brewers are celebrated for their Beechworth Pale Ale, a craft staple in pubs across the country. They're also a leader in the zero alcohol market with their popular Freetime Pale Ale, now accompanied by a full range of alcohol-free stouts and hazy ales. Their Raspberry Sour was recently crowned Australia's best non-alcoholic beer. Bright Brewing, a little further into the mountains, certainly know how to put on a family-friendly party. This terrific venue beside the Ovens River is the place to be, no matter whether it's the Bright Rod Run or the Brighter Days Festival. Back in the high country, we have Mountain Monk and Crankhandle in the Upper Kiewa Valley in Mount Beauty, both popular destinations after a big day on the slopes in snow season. Mitta Mitta Brewing Company is a great stopover on your way to the high country, while King River Brewing have an impressive range and hold their own against the famous wineries of the King Valley. In Wangaratta, Pedal Slowly are demonstrating that a regional microbrewery can achieve in a small place, while On Point Brewing in Alexandra is a must-visit for those travelling through Murrindindi Shire as it recovers from devastating bushfires. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, breweries aren't just a nice place to visit, they're vital supporters of local industries. When a local brewery thrives, it creates jobs, engages local agriculture and helps sustain the visitor economy. Local, independently owned breweries are strong contributors to the social and economic fabric of many regional communities, with the sector being worth more than $3.5 billion per year. Independent breweries reinvest profits in local wages, local suppliers and local infrastructure rather than overseas shareholders and multi-billion-dollar corporations that often pay little tax. If we want locally owned breweries to sustain this contribution to local employment, tourism and community life in rural and regional Australia, then policy settings must reflect the outsized benefits they deliver back into their communities. Because while I overall support this bill, I express the same frustrations as my colleagues and the independent brewing sector that this measure will only apply to draft beer. I've spoken with the Independent Brewers Association and small brewers right across the electorate of Indi, and they tell me clearly that while any change to excise to ease cost pressures is welcome, the government's decision is still only a drop in their proverbial ocean, because they mostly sell packaged beer, not draft tap beer. The simple fact is this bill will take 10 cents off the cost of a beer, or $36 if you had a pint every single day for the next year. While the benefits to consumers are small, the benefits of this $95 million tax break will mostly benefit big international beer conglomerates, because the draft beer market is overwhelmingly dominated by 3 major brewers who control around 90% of the market. They buy up local Australian brands, market them as Australian and then ship their profits offshore. While I try to avoid colloquialisations in this place, this is the appropriate time as ever to say, as my colleague has just said, this one absolutely does not pass the pub test. When foreign entities have had such a stronghold on the sector, it's hard to understand why the government is passing a measure that will disproportionately benefit their bottom line, when it could have designed this tax break benefit for Australian companies. I believe that a targeted pause in excise for independent Australian producers is a fair and sensible way to back local jobs, local investment and local ownership. They argue, and I agree, that such a pause would not only help stabilise a sector under real strain, it would also support greater investment in domestic production and in the independent retail market, where small brewers have more opportunity to get their products on shelves and on tap. Because if we want a vibrant, competitive beer industry in Australia with strong local producers and retailers in regional communities like those in Indi, then we must be prepared to rethink the excise settings in a serious way and not just tinker at the edges to benefit big business.
So no further speakers. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. Ayes have it. Division? Division's called.
a couple of times. I'm like busy, making sure of it.
Lock the doors. The question before the House is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Bradfield be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Clark and Bradfield as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 11, noes 65. The matter was resolved in the negative. Members can return to their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. We shall move to the next item in the consideration in detail stage of this bill. If members can leave the chamber quickly and quietly. Shall move to the next amendments and give the call to the honourable member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 to 3 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted? The Assistant Treasurer. Leave is granted. The member for Kooyong may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. I propose an amendment to the Excise Tariff Amendment and Custom Amendment draft beer bills. Speaker, the rising cost of living has challenged millions of Australian families
I'll just ask
for
the
years
member
now.
for Kooyong to formally move the amendments, just for the correct language.
I move the amendments as 1 to 3 as circulated in my name together.
May proceed.
Speaker, I propose amendment to the Excise Tariff Amendment and Customs Amendment draft beer bills. The rising cost of living has challenged millions of Australian families for several years now, with inflation rising sharply since our economy bounced back after COVID. The government has a price in setting relatively few grocery items, but one of them is the cost of beer. The average price of draft beer has gone up by over 30% in the last 3 years, an increase which is considerably higher than the rate of inflation. And this has, at least in part, been driven by the automatic indexation of the beer excise every 6 months, which has forced price increases above the annual CPI. Now, this indexation is yet another typical anomaly in our unnecessarily complex tax system. It's pleasing to see the government's commitment to freezing indexation on draft beer for 2 years. But indexation of the excise over recent years has left those draft beer prices already too high. Indexation of the beer excise needs to stop, and that's why I'm moving that this freeze should be permanent. A permanent cap on the draft beer excise would help millions of Australians with cost of living pressures. It would also help support Australia's emerging craft beer industry. Despite rapid recent growth of small independent brewers, 85% of Australia's beer market is controlled by 2 foreign-owned multinationals. Our craft beer industry supports local workers and economies. The independent beer sector employs over 8,000 people directly, with many brewers also contributing to local hospitality and to tourism. Independent brewers face challenges with rising cost of ingredients and energy, softening consumer demand, and stiff competition from large retailers like Coles, which are increasingly selling home brand beers and mimicking craft styles. Many small brewers deferred excise increases during COVID and are now struggling with that debt in a persistently tough economic climate. Alcohol taxation in Australia does not make a whole lot of sense. The wine equalisation tax taxes wine and other fruit-based alcohol products based on their wholesale price, not their alcohol content. That has led to an oversupply of cheap wine products in Australia. It's decreased tax income, but has also increased consumption of fruit-based alcoholic products, flavoured ciders and clean skins. The wet should be abolished. We should tax all alcohol products consistently, with a volumetric tax based upon their alcohol content. That has been recommended by several independent reviews. Speaker, there is a lot more that we could and should do to responsibly tax the alcohol industry. In fact, there's plenty that we could do and should do to reform our tax system overall. We could derive more fair income from fossil fuel and mineral exports by more effectively taxing resources which are owned by all Australians. We could get reasonable income from our digital services. We could stop subsidising fossil fuels by means of the diesel fuel rebate for mining companies. We could tax labour less and income from passive sources such as rent, interest, super and capital gains more. We could take a good hard look at every part of our tax system, and we could have the courage to tackle housing affordability as well as the significant challenges associated with the funding of health, education and aged care. But to do that, we'd need to have a government which had both courage and vision. So, for the moment, those of us who do care about tax reform in this country have to push this government bit by bit, issue by issue, to make things more fair and equitable, and to restore some sense to a system which really does not make a whole lot of sense. And so, Speaker, I move this amendment to permanently freeze indexation of the draft beer excise to help thousands of Australian craft brew workers and to offer some cost of living relief to the millions of Australians who simply want to be able to afford one of the simpler pleasures of life.
The question is the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no? I think the noes have it. The noes have it. Give the call to the honourable member for Calais.
Thank you, Speaker. I move the amendment as circulated in my name. Mr. Speaker, I'm moving this amendment because while just freezing the beer excise for a couple of years is better than nothing, the reality is that it just locks in sky-high schooner prices. After that, we're just going to be back in this place arguing about it all over again. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that it is time to axe the tax, and that's what this amendment does. We need to implement a fairer system of alcohol taxation which helps ensure the long-term viability of our hospitality sector and doesn't keep stinging consumers year in, year out. That's what this amendment does. Now, I've heard opposition members complain that this bill only freezes excise for 2 years, notwithstanding that it was the policy they took to the last election. So, Mr. Speaker, the crossbench is here to help. We know things are very chaotic on the opposition benches at the moment. We know that every day brings a new episode of the soap opera. It's like Days of Our Lives. They seem very distracted and things just aren't very happy in the happy kingdom anymore. But we are here to help. So we've drafted this amendment to give all members of this House, but in particular National and Liberal Party members, the chance to vote to axe the tax. Now, they could have drafted this amendment themselves, but I'm very happy to assist them and do the heavy lifting for them, because in our electorate of Calais, there are over 400 licensed venues which employ around 1,300 people and service countless residents and visitors each year. And these venues are often key employers in our smaller towns and villages, and our larger ones as well. Our country pubs and hospitality venues don't just serve drinks. They support our local farmers, entertainers, local community groups. They keep people connected. Our country pubs and clubs want the tax axed. The Hotel Orange is one of our iconic heritage pubs. VJ is the publican and says that the hospitality industry is one of the hardest hit when it comes to taxes. Coupled with high operating costs, it's not an easy gig. And he says that freezing the tax would be good, but if it was completely scrapped, that would be better. It would make business more sustainable and be good for the hip pocket of his customers. Peter Sargent, the Chief Executive Officer of Bathurst RSL Club, says the cost of living crisis is about managing the basics and being able to go out and have a beer. But as the excise creeps up, this simple activity becomes unaffordable. Bathurst RSL tries to keep their prices as low as possible, but with each and every excise increase, it becomes harder and harder to do that. Peter's concerned that if they keep being taxed like this, being able to go to the pub for a beer and a schnitty, that small enjoyment, that simple pleasure that a lot of everyday Australians like to experience, I love it too, it will become out of reach. And while the freeze on excise for 2 years means that the club will be able to keep prices of products lower for longer, Peter says a permanent fix would go a long way to help. And that's why we need to axe the tax. This amendment is our opportunity to not only axe the tax, but update, overhaul and reform the whole tax regime around beer, wine and spirits. We all know it's long overdue. The current system is no longer fit for purpose to support our local hospitality and tourism sectors. Now, at the last election, Mr Speaker, I stood at polling booths and I heard National Party members and their Plymouth Brethren proxies constantly tell voters they were for cheaper beer. Well, this is their chance to prove it. Come in and vote for this amendment. Show us that you actually support cheaper beer. Don't just lock in sky-high schooner prices. Put aside the daily drama, the daily soap opera with multiple episodes going live in Parliament House every day. Come in here and actually do something for your constituents instead of talking about yourselves. Come into this chamber and axe the tax, and I commend this amendment to the House.
The question is the amendment be agreed to. Give the call to the Assistant Treasurer.
Thank you, Speaker. Since I didn't refer to the Member for Calaire's amendment explicitly in my summing up, I thought I would just briefly acknowledge the amendment and, as with the other amendments, acknowledge the intentions behind it. But I will just again say that the government believes that the bill, as drafted, strikes the right balance between supporting our pubs and clubs while maintaining budget sustainability. And for that reason, we won't be supporting this amendment.
The question is the amendment be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
It's okay. They haven't gone through any process of reading applications. But I think, to be
Well, Barnaby says we're going to close into a pub and do it. Yeah.
I know. When I started
What's Lock the doors. No, the doors are locked. I ask members to recuse themselves from the chamber who were not here. But just... As there are fewer than 7 members on the side of the ayes in this division, I declare the question negated in accordance with Standing Order 127. The names of those members who are in the minority will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. To their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. I give the call to the honourable member for Cowper.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. I move the amendment as circulated in my name.
The member for Cowper may proceed.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to speak to the amendment circulated in my name. This is a straightforward amendment that would extend the government's pause on indexation of draft beer excise so that it also applies to on-tap spirits from the 1st of August 2026. We welcome the pause on the draft beer indexation, and in fact it was National's policy going back some time. And we've said very clearly that pubs, clubs and hospitality venues deserve support, especially in our regions where our locals play an important role in our communities. But what this particular amendment goes to is something more important, and that is fairness. Because under the government's approach, if you order a draft beer at a bar, you get relief. But if you order a gin and tonic, a vodka soda or a spirit served on tap, you keep paying the inflation tax. I want to ask a very simple question. How is that fair? Why should Australians who prefer spirits be singled out to keep paying automatic tax increases while beer drinkers get a break? And I'd genuinely like to hear someone from the government benches explain that logic. In many venues, spirits on tap are becoming more popular. They're served the same way, over the same bar, by the same staff, in the same venues as draft beer. Yet the government has decided that one drink deserves relief from inflation-linked tax hikes and the other doesn't. And that unfairness matters more than when we look at who is being affected. Spirits, particularly lighter mixed drinks, are more commonly consumed by women and young people. This government likes to pretend it's a friend to women and younger Australians, but clearly not if you don't prefer beer. What the government has effectively done is say, if you drink beer, we'll give you a break, but if you drink spirits, well, you're on your own. At a time when the cost of living is already at a crisis, that distinction is hard to justify. And then it becomes even harder to justify when inflation is running hotter than expected. Annual inflation to December is now at 3.8%, and yesterday we had a rate hike. So when Labor provides relief from inflationary tax rises to some drinkers and not others, and inflation is out of control, the impact of that unfairness only grows. By pausing indexation for draft beer but not for on-tap spirits, the government is deliberately locking in unequal treatment and letting it compound over time. Why is the government picking winners and losers here?
That's what they do.
This amendment will ensure that every Australian's tastes are treated the same. And it's the decision that makes even less sense when you consider the practical reality for venues. Pubs and clubs don't see beer and spirit drinkers as separate classes of customer. They're all patrons. They're all supporting the venue. They all keep local hospitality alive. But under this government's approach, venues will face distorted incentives, pushing some products over others purely because of a tax treatment, not consumer choice. That's bad for customers, that's bad for venues, and that is bad policy. This amendment doesn't reduce the relief beer drinkers are getting. They deserve a drink. All it does is say, if we're pausing the inflation tax on alcohol served on tap, we should do it fairly. Beer on tap and spirits on tap should be treated the same. This isn't a radical position, and it's not likely to break the government coffers. It's just basic fairness. At a time when Australians are struggling with the cost of living, the least we can do is make sure relief measures don't arbitrarily favour one group over another. I urge the House to back this sensible, fair and modest change and ensure that when relief is provided, it's provided equally. Thank you.
Thank the member for Cowper. The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Hinkler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak to this amendment. The National Party is backing the amendment presented by the member for Cowper. It's about a fair go for spirit drinkers. It's about a proper, albeit well overdue, review into Australia's ancient alcohol tax system. As I've proudly stated and metaphorically raised a glass in this place before, my electorate of Hinkler is famous not only across Australia but indeed the world for producing some of the finest tipples you'll ever try. The iconic Bundy Rum, Kalki Moon Distillery, the Spirit Collective and Campfire Distillery in Hervey Bay, the legendary Bundaberg Ginger Beer, and of course many craft breweries, including 384 North Brewing in Bundaberg and Cauldron Brewing in Hervey Bay. The makers, distributors, the pubs on the corners of the main streets in our country towns, the sports clubs that bring families together for each of these. Changes to our alcohol taxation system couldn't come fast enough. It's a mess. That's why the Nationals are putting forward amendments to legislate a review of the alcohol tax system, excise system, to be finalised by Treasury before the 2nd of November, and extend the indexation pause on draft beer to include on-tap spirits. These amendments strengthen what is already being served up. It puts the bubbles in the beer and delivers a better deal for the makers, the supply chain, and ultimately those who enjoy a cold one at the pub, the bowls club, or watching the local footy on a Saturday afternoon. Industry has briefed us and made it clear that tap spirits are a growing part of the product mix for pubs, clubs and small bars and appeal to a wider variety of customers. Extending the freeze to tap spirits served in hospitality venues will strengthen the flow-on benefits and provide cost-of-living relief beyond customers who choose to drink beer. The alcohol excise framework is more than 100 years old. The 2010 Henry Review was the last comprehensive look at the excise system and recommended a single volumetric tax system based on alcohol content and criticised the patchwork system of rates. Freezing the tax only for draft beer is arbitrary and unfair. It provides welcome support for pubs, beer producers and beer drinkers, but ignores distillers and people who prefer spirits over beer, including many women and young adults. These amendments back up what I called for last year, soon after meeting with the chair of Diageo, Sir John Manzoni, and his Australasian team while they visited here in Canberra. Diageo is a global leader in premium drinks, and they look after the Bundaberg Rum brand and many others. In my home state of Queensland, the Queensland Hotels Association has thanked us for backing the freeze on draft beer excise. Yes, it's a win for local pubs, hard-working hospitality workers and every Aussie who enjoys a cold one without needing a small loan. But these amendments will go further. Hard-working Aussies deserve to be able to afford a cold beer or a glass of their favourite spirit mix. In a cost-of-living crisis, Net Zero is adding to power bills and sending Australian jobs overseas. So let's reduce the cost associated with keeping your beer cold. Let's cut the energy expense so the makers of your favourite drop don't have to pass it on. Pubs and clubs, they're the meeting places for our regional communities. Let's make it more affordable. The Nationals are pushing for the comprehensive Treasury review of the alcohol tax system and to extend indexation relief onto tap spirits. Nationals support tax relief on beer, but want to see the whole alcohol tax system improved. In regional Australia, in the cities and towns I represent in Hinkler, pubs and clubs aren't a luxury. They are the social and economic lifeblood of our communities. They sponsor local sport, host fundraisers and keep towns connected. That's the real Aussie spirit. My electorate of Hinkler's array of award-winning makers, brewers and distillers serve up more than amber ales. When it comes to a top-shelf drop, Hinkler leads the pack. I ask the government to agree to these amendments and back a fair go for spirit drinkers and take this opportunity for a broader review of Australia's alcohol tax system. Do it now while we can, because it's well overdue. When will the government consider long-term relief for the hospitality sector and deliver consistent and evidence-based measures that matter? Relief that makes a real difference. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank the member for Hinkler. The question is the amendment be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. No. The noes have it. Division required. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. The question is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Cowper be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Capricornia and Hinkler as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 23, noes 81. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is, this bill be agreed to? I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye, against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to, and I give the call to the Assistant Treasurer.
I move this bill be read a third time.
You're asking leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Yep.
Is leave granted? The Manager of Opposition Business.
Leave's granted.
I thank the Manager of Opposition Business. I give the call to the Assistant Treasurer.
I move that this bill now be read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye, against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Excise Tariff Act 1921 and for related purposes.
I call the clerk to bring on the next order.
Order of the day, Government Business, Order of the Day number 2, Customs Tariff Amendment, Draft Beer Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. I'm going to give the call. There being no speakers, I'll put the question that the bill be read a second time. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Customs Tariff Act 1995 and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave is granted.
No. There is. Just getting a bit ahead of myself there. Thank you, Manager, for your assistance. The House will now consider the bill in detail, and I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. I have a series of amendments to deal with, and I'll begin now with the member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the amendment on sheet 1 circulated in my name.
The member for Cowper may proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak to the amendment circulated in my name. The amendment on sheet 1 would require the Treasury to conduct a comprehensive review of Australia's alcohol tax system by the 2nd of November 2026. This amendment is about one simple truth. On our current course, the Australian way of life is being taxed and inflated away by the government's prioritising ideology and spin over the lives with everyday Aussies. While inflation is easing overseas, Australia's inflation again rose in December. When the cost of living crisis is being added to by a further 3.8%, it's becoming an emergency. Australians are doing it tough. Young families can't afford homes, people are struggling to put food on the table, and now, thanks to a government that has lost control of inflation and that is obsessed with taxing you, many Australians can't even afford a drink. Having a drink with your mates is part of who we are, especially as Australians. It's how people stay connected, especially in regional Australia. Yet today, Australia has some of the highest alcohol taxes in the world, and one of them, the most irrational systems for collecting the taxes. Alcohol taxes are automatically indexed to inflation twice a year, every February and August, regardless of what's happening in the economy, regardless of the cost of living pressures, and regardless of whether pubs, clubs or consumers can afford it. This means Australians are getting hit twice. They're hit once by inflation pushing up the price of everything, and then second, by these automatic tax increases. You pay more and they collect even more tax. Australians are already paying over $100 in tax on a litre of some spirits, compared with around $15 in the United States and about $60 in New Zealand. And we know exactly what this kind of policy leads to. We've seen it with tobacco excise. The government kept jacking up tobacco taxes year after year and ignored warnings and told Australians it was all about health outcomes. But what actually happened? Smoking rates went up, criminal gangs moved in, the illicit trade exploded, and tax revenue collapsed. More smokers, less revenue, and less revenue to fund health services, the exact opposite of what the tax was intended to achieve. That's one of the biggest public policy failures in Australian history, and I fear the same will happen with the tax on alcohol unless the government starts taking this problem seriously. That is what this amendment is about, Deputy Speaker. Now, to its credit, the government, under pressure from the National Party, has agreed to pause indexation on draft beer for 2 years. And it's not surprised that we just supported it. But it's really nothing more than crumbs from the Treasurer's table. It will deliver less than a cent per pint, and it's not good enough. It doesn't fix the system, it doesn't deal with the fundamentals. Only a thorough review of our alcohol tax settings can do that. For years now, on both sides of politics, there has been a broad acceptance that Australia's alcohol tax system is broken. It is overly complex. It taxes similar products in wildly different ways. Beer, wine, spirits, cider and ready-to-drink products are all taxed under a completely different regime, often with no clear policy rationale. It is not based on health objectives or modern consumption patterns. Labor's Henry tax review, all the way back in 2010, acknowledged it was a mess, but nothing was done, and it's only gotten worse. This amendment takes the sensible, responsible step to start fixing that mess. It requires Treasury to review the current alcohol tax system and report back to Parliament with options for reform. This is a system we have had for over 100 years without a major review, and it's long past due. A review will create the evidence-based policy that is needed to restore common sense to our alcohol tax settings. And I commend the amendment to that.
Thank you, Member for Cowper. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Lyon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support this important amendment, a sensible amendment to ensure that Australia has an alcohol tax system that is modern, it's consistent and delivers the sort of reform that Australians deserve. I support the bill that is before the House. I spoke on the bill when it was last year, and I agree that let's not let perfection get in the way of good. But the reality is that the bill will deliver only a very small change, a very small, 1 cent a pint, which, you know, for a lot of the pubs and clubs in my electorate, when I spoke to many of them, particularly last year about this bill and during the election about the policy commitment, many of them said to me, well, look, it's really not going to make that much difference because we've actually been subsidising the excise increase for years. They simply have not been able to afford to put up the price of beer because they won't get the patrons in the pub. They are, as many speakers on all sides of the parliament have said, we value the work that our pubs and clubs do. They support the local footy teams. You know, they do amazing fundraisers. I was at a fantastic one only on Saturday night where we raised $16,000 to build a permanent cenotaph for the Old Bar and the Old Bar RSL sub-branch. And that was supported by Club Old Bar. So I appreciate that this bill intends to make a small change, but the fact of the matter is we have a significant issue with our alcohol excise system, one that has not been properly reviewed really since it was first implemented. I know the Henry tax review some 10 years ago acknowledged that the system was broken and in need of reform. Well, we need to do that work now. It's time to do a full review and have it report back to Treasury with recommendations. I might just say something a little bit controversial here, and whilst I appreciate and support the proposed, and not going to be about Taree and the urgent care clinic, I'm sorry to disappoint, but look, I'm not a big beer drinker. I'm not a big beer drinker, and frankly a lot of women are not big beer drinkers. So whilst this is something that speaks to the tradies and to many people across the electorates, to be quite frank, women tend to drink more tap spirits. And certainly there are some local producers in my electorate looking at tap spirits and low carb as well, for those of us very conscious of our diet. So, so I think what we need to do is do something that's far more comprehensive, far more far-reaching, far more inclusive of all Australians and their preferences when it comes to having a drink at a pub or a club. So I thank the member for Cowper. We share a border and we share people. Many of my people enjoy the pubs and clubs in the member for Cowper's electorate. So I'm pleased to be able to speak in favour of this amendment. Thank you.
Thank the member for Lyne. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. And I call the Minister.
I just briefly, Deputy Speaker, refer to my summing up speech for the excise tariff amendment draft bill. And I won't repeat all of that, but I will simply reiterate that the government believes that this bill also is drafted in a way that strikes the right balance between supporting our pubs and clubs while maintaining budget sustainability, and for that reason we won't be supporting this amendment.
I thank the Minister. The question is the amendment be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. No. I think the noes have it. Aye. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. The ayes to move to the right of the chamber, the noes to the left.
Reaction will be swift and violent, much like the ladies themselves.
Almost. Oh, okay. Sorry. Lock the doors. The question is the amendment be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werra and Bean as tellers for the noes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Hinkler as tellers for the ayes. Give him a rise. Order. The result of the division is ayes 27, noes 76. The question is therefore resolved in the negative. And if members could leave quietly, that would be good. There's another one now. Yeah. If members could leave as quietly and as quickly as possible. And I call the member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the amendment on sheet 2 circulated in my name. For the benefit of members, this relates to having spirits on tap. I've already spoken at length about that, and I commend it to the House. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment on sheet 2 be agreed to. And does the member for Cowper seek to speak again?
No, I don't seek to speak again. Thank you.
Thanks. All right. The question, therefore, is that the amendment on sheet 2 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. No. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. lock the doors. The question is the amendment on sheet 2, moved by the member for Cowper, be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the members for Bean and Werra as tellers for the noes, and the members for Hinkler and Capricornia as tellers for the ayes. Okay. Okay. Order. The result of the division is ayes 21, noes 83. The question is therefore resolved in the negative. Thank you. Now, if members could leave the chamber as quickly and quietly as possible, would be appreciated. Okay. Now, the question now is that this bill be agreed to. Therefore, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to. I call the Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted?
Yeah, leave is
Leave
granted.
is granted. I call the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
The question is the bill be now read a third time. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. I therefore call the clerk.
Third reading, the bill for an act to amend the Customs Tariff Act 1995 and for related purposes.
We now move on. Call the clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 3, Translating and Interpreting Services Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is, this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Opposition supports the Translating and Interpreting Services Bill 2025. This legislation is technical and administrative. The legislation provides a statutory basis for the provision of important translating and interpreting services. It addresses an issue with respect to authorisation for the charging of fees raised in the Auditor-General's Report number 28 of 2014-15. Deputy Speaker, translating and interpreting services in Australia has a long history. The first Commonwealth translating service was established in 1947, and the idea of a national telephone interpreter service was developed and announced under the government of William McMahon. Subsequent governments have continued to invest in and expand language services. In 1977, the Fraser government provided an additional $200,000 to expand interpreting services, extending the telephone interpreter service beyond capital cities to regional centres, starting with Wollongong, and introduced measures such as identifying bilingual public service staff and displaying multilingual signage. And in 1977 in Wollongong, I was also born, Deputy Speaker. I just note that while this interpreting service was rolled out in that same town.
Thank you.
Yeah, two important events, this translating service and my birth. More recently, in 2015, TIS National launched a self-service interpreter booking tool, TIS Online, which dramatically reduced the time it took to allocate interpreters. In 2020, a video remote interpreting service was introduced to support healthcare providers during the pandemic. In 2022, pre-booked phone and video services were integrated into the TIS Online system, allowing agencies and interpreters to manage bookings directly. The Liberal Party has consistently driven innovation and expansion in this field, and we're proud of our record in this space. This bill seeks to provide legal clarity for TIS National by defining the functions of the Secretary of the Department of Home Affairs, validating existing contracts, and authorising cost recovery from government and corporate clients. It responds to an Auditor-General finding that the department lacks an explicit statutory basis for its fee charging arrangements. It does not alter eligibility for free services. Programs such as the free interpreting service and the free translating service will continue to be available to individuals. This bill regularises an existing program and reflects a bipartisan commitment to ensuring that people with limited English can communicate effectively with government, business and community services. The Opposition's support for this bill is consistent with our long-standing record, from initiating the world's first national telephone interpreter service to expanding and modernising TIS National. For these reasons, the Opposition, these reasons and the personal reasons that my own family, my yaya who migrated from Greece into Wollongong in 1977 when the TIS was being rolled out, had no English either. For these reasons and my own personal reasons, the Opposition supports the Translating and Interpreting Services Bill 2025 and commends it to the House.
I thank the Manager of Opposition Business, and I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the debate be adjourned and that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day.
Thank the Minister. The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 4, Health Legislation Amendment, Prescribing of Pharmaceutical Benefits Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
I thank the clerk. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Dixon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the Health Legislation Amendment Bill 2025. The Albanese Labor government is committed to strengthening Medicare and building a stronger, fairer healthcare system so that all Australians can access the care that they need. Australians rightly expect that Medicare will be there for them when they need it, no matter where they live or how much they earn. Yet an ageing population, rising rates of chronic and complex disease and workforce shortages, particularly in regional and rural and remote areas, are making it harder for people to get the right care at the right time. 50% of Australians have at least one chronic health condition, such as diabetes, cancer, heart disease, Alzheimer's, endometriosis, motor neurone disease, Crohn's disease, dementia, just to name a few. And they're more likely to be women. For people living with a chronic illness, access to affordable healthcare is life or death. Managing that illness is never-ending, often exhausting, expensive, frustrating, and all-consuming. It often means the loss of work, sometimes poverty, a breakdown in relationships. It's a huge struggle. Part of that struggle can be delays in accessing GPs and specialists. Some simply can't afford the appointment and others are on a wait list. We know this is a direct result of a decade of underinvestment in Medicare by those two unhappy groups opposite, formerly known as the Coalition. A decade of turning a blind eye to the rising costs of healthcare and health inequality. Since 2022, Labor has been squarely focused on fixing Medicare. In the 25-26 budget, we made the single biggest investment in Medicare since it was established over 40 years ago, an $8.5 billion investment to expand bulk billing, for more urgent care clinics, to undertake the biggest GP training program ever, for hundreds of nurse scholarships, for cheaper medicines, for our women's health package. This investment is why I got involved in politics. It is why I wanted to represent the people of Dixon. Labor's record investment restores the $8.3 billion that the Australian Medical Association, the AMA, says was cut from Medicare under those opposite. A decade-long effort to dismantle Medicare by the Liberal and National parties of Australia, a calculated and sustained attack on bulk billing. That decade cost us all, and we are now rebuilding. This bill is a part of that rebuild. This bill will make life a little bit easier for all Aussies, but in particular for those with chronic health conditions. These changes will empower nurses to work to their full scope of practice and improve access to medicines across the country. It enables suitably qualified, endorsed registered nurses to prescribe specified PBS medicines under a carefully designed, nationally consistent framework. Nurses will be able to provide safe, high-quality care, reducing the need for GP appointments, for routine, repeat scripts or a trip to A&E. We want to remove the barriers to regular and follow-up prescriptions. Registered nurses make up approximately half of the country's health workforce and are the most geographically distributed health profession. This is particularly true in my state of Queensland. More than half of our population live outside Greater Brisbane. In many communities, the kilometres to the nearest GP and then the nearest chemist is the barrier. In many Queensland communities, nurses are the first point of contact and the most consistent presence in a person's health journey. This is the case across aged care facilities, community clinics, Indigenous health services and outreach programs. This bill acknowledges that reality and provides a safe pathway for designated registered nurse prescribers to keep people well closer to home. For a relative in an aged care home, this might mean a timely dose adjustment can be made and dispensed under the PBS by the authorised nurse practitioner working in partnership with their GP. For a family in central Queensland, it might mean not having to take a day off work or drive hundreds of kilometres for a simple, routine, repeat prescription. This is how we make Medicare work for real people, by removing barriers and supporting the teams already caring for people in our communities. Harnessing the strength of our wonderful nurses will improve access to essential medicines, support continuity of care, and take pressure off our healthcare system. These new laws come after extensive research, development and consultation led by the Nursing and Midwifery Board of Australia and the Australian Chief Nursing and Midwifery Officer. These changes include safeguards to ensure the best level of care. Only registered nurses who meet the registration standard for designated registered nurse prescribers through specific education, competency and professional requirements will be eligible to apply for PBS approval. This bill outlines a framework that is collaborative, that is safe and accountable, delivering access without compromising standards. Deputy Speaker, this bill is part of the Albanese Labor government's commitment to strengthen Medicare. We have delivered more bulk billing GPs by significantly increasing the bulk billing incentive, supporting more practices to bulk bill and making it cheaper to see a doctor. We are opening more Medicare urgent care clinics so families can get urgent, non-life-threatening care without having to go to the emergency department and without a bill. The Marumba Downs Urgent Care Clinic in my electorate has treated over 27,000 people. The staff are incredible and the community absolutely love this service. We've made PBS medicines cheaper by reducing the maximum cost of PBS medicines from $31.60 to just $25. The last time they were this low was in 2004. We introduced 60-day scripts, halving the number of pharmacy and GP visits needed for repeat scripts. We are modernising digital health, strengthening e-prescribing, enhancing My Health Record and improving secure messaging so the right to information is available to the right clinician at the right time. We are investing in our health workforce. We're hiring more doctors and nurses, expanding training pathways, and as I mentioned before, we're undertaking the biggest GP training program across the country that has ever been undertaken. We want to grow our next generation of GPs. We want to see more GPs in our communities and particularly in regional, rural and remote communities. We are investing more than $790 million in women's health, something I'm incredibly passionate about and, as I'm in my menopause era, am actually taking advantage of. We're making contraceptives cheaper. We're expanding access to treatments for menopause. We're making access to endometriosis specialists and getting specialist support for complex gynecological conditions right across the country. This is long overdue, but we're delivering it. We're opening endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics right across the country so that women can get earlier diagnosis and better treatment. We are delivering more free mental health services with walk-in Medicare mental health clinics popping up right across the country. We opened one in my electorate in Strathpine last year, and the feedback from that service has been incredible, particularly from local families who now say, instead of having to go to the A&E if their relative or loved one is having a mental health crisis, they can now pop down to the Strathpine Medical Mental Health Centre. No appointment necessary. Walk in. We will continue to listen to patients, nurses, doctors, pharmacists and community leaders, because good policy is co-designed with the people who use it and deliver it. Mr. Speaker, Medicare is Labor's heart. It is the very best of this country, and it is dearly loved by all Australians. That is why we are working to strengthen and protect it, and why this bill matters so much. The Health Legislation Amendment Prescribing of Pharmaceutical Benefits Bill 2025 is a practical, safety-first measure to improve access, strengthen teams and modernise care. It recognises the central role nurses play in communities across Australia, and I stand here in absolute awe of the nurses that I have been in contact in my health journey. They are an incredible support to so many people across our community, and I have always had the most amazing care from our nurses in Queensland and New South Wales. Together with our wider Medicare reforms, this bill helps deliver a stronger Medicare and a more resilient, equitable health system for every Australian, and I commend the bill to the House.
Question is that the bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister has been at pains to tell us repeatedly that the only card that we need to take to a medical appointment is the Medicare card. He's told us that the Labor government's changes to incentivise bulk billing would make primary health care free to all those who need it. But across Mallee, my constituents are lucky if they can get an appointment with a GP at all, let alone not paying a gap fee. The average GP gap fee or out-of-pocket cost is now over $50. The national out-of-pocket GP costs have more than doubled from $780 million in 2021-22 to $1.66 billion in 23-24. Out-of-pocket costs have risen steadily across all socioeconomic areas, according to the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, and bulk billing under the Coalition was at 88.9% in 2021. Despite Labor rhetoric, it has fallen. In 2024-25, the latest figures, 77.6%. That's an 11% drop in bulk billing. The fact is, remote, outer-regional and inner-regional areas have lower bulk billing rates than in major cities. So your Medicare card is not all that you need, Prime Minister. That is another fabrication from this arrogant and secretive Labor government. This is a government that is all about the headline or the catchy 3-second hook on social media to halt the doom scroll, but not so much about doing the hard yards and policy grunt work to make lasting change. The Nationals' perspective on healthcare, the Mallee experience. When I asked my electorate of Mallee late last year about their biggest concerns, I received more than 5,300 responses, with Mallee residents telling me their number one priority was better hospitals and access to healthcare. When asked about primary healthcare, the top concern of my constituents was wait times to see a doctor, followed by out-of-pocket costs, and then wait times to see allied health professionals. Healthcare access and affordability is front of mind for my constituents and regional Australians more broadly. But this Labor government is forever letting them down and putting their needs out of sight and out of mind. The Nationals want to rectify the poorer health status of regional Australians, a status driven in large part by poorer access to health services. Rural and remote Australians have higher morbidity and mortality rates than those in major cities. This is a known fact. In very remote areas, potentially avoidable deaths are 2.8 times higher than in major cities. Rural Australians receive less service delivery per capita despite higher need and worse outcomes. How is this okay with this Labor government that promised to govern for all Australians? Clearly not for rural Australians. The National Rural Health Alliance published a study in August last year which showed less money is being spent per person in rural and remote regions than in the city. In 2021, the spend was $848 less per person than for city people. But it's worse, Deputy Speaker. The latest available data suggests this underspend has blown out to over $1,000 per person in regional and remote areas. Poorer health access is driven in large part by the lack of health workforce in the regions. Here are the facts, Deputy Speaker. In 2023, small rural towns had the lowest number of GPs and specialists per capita. But it's not just GPs and specialists. It's also small rural towns have less than half the allied health workforce per capita of major cities. The Nationals are committed to supporting regional communities and driving policies and programs that will improve the health status of regional Australians. In this bill, the Labor government says it is trying to address healthcare accessibility issues due to workforce challenges by expanding the scope of practice of registered nurses. Nurses are the largest component of the health workforce in Australia. There were 329,000 registered nurses in 2024 compared to 122,000 doctors, making up just over 44% of the total health workforce. There are more nurses in small rural towns, remote areas and very remote areas than any other kind of practitioner. It is great to focus on and support nurses. I have a daughter who is one. We know they do wonderful work and they are the bedrock of our health system. The problem is that this bill to provide PBS, pharmaceutical benefits schedule for a new category of nurse prescribers, is not evidence-based. It's not evidence-based policy making, nor is it addressing the core issues driving poor access to healthcare and poor health outcomes, particularly in regional Australia. This is lazy policy making, driven by this government's blind allegiance to Labor state governments with abysmal fiscal restraint and failing health systems, who no doubt want to employ authorised nurse prescribers in urgent care clinics in cities and larger regional centres. Labor are seeking quick wins with little effort to address policy complexity. So what will this bill seek to do? It seeks to grant eligibility for pharmaceutical benefits scheme rebates on medications prescribed by a new category of prescribers, authorised nurse prescribers. The government's proposed authorised nurse prescriber will be registered nurses with additional training who work in a collaborative arrangement with an autonomous prescriber, a professional who can already prescribe independently. That means GPs and nurse practitioners. Our position on this bill as the Nationals is cautious. We are cautious about the legislation due to the lack of real-world testing of this model in Australia and therefore the lack of robust evidence base. Applications for registered nurses to become endorsed for prescribing were only declared open last month. via the Nurse and Midwifery Board of Australia under national law. The first prescribers are anticipated under this new arrangement from mid-2026, so we're talking July onwards, but require additional changes to state and territory laws. I want to point out, though, that the usual process is that states or territories run a trial or a pilot first on a new prescribing model without PBS eligibility to ensure the model is tested and safe. A state or territory trial has not happened. Therefore, the clinical governance, safety and responsibility framework of this new system is untested. It needs to be tested before it is supported by Commonwealth taxpayer funds. I also want to highlight that the time difference between endorsement for prescribing and PBS rebate access has generally been lengthy for other prescriber groups. So who knows when nurse prescribers will be able to prescribe with PBS rebates. A pilot program should occur within a state or territory without PBS rebates before national rollout of PBS rebates. That is a responsible approach that this government just has not looked at. Secondly, there is currently no funding mechanism to adequately remunerate these authorised nurse prescribers in primary care settings, which is where they are actually needed. Medicare does not currently fund this approach, and the Workforce Incentive Program, commonly known as WIPs, and Practice Incentive Program, PIPs, are not adequate nor appropriate to fund this model of care. If registered nurses who have engaged in additional study to gain endorsement for prescribing cannot be appropriately remunerated, they will not work in primary health settings. If the services of authorised nurse prescribers are not affordable, in other words, people will have to pay out of pocket, patients simply won't seek them out. Funding mechanisms for this proposed model need to be determined and tested before PBS eligibility is rolled out. This bill is putting the horse before the cart. Who would have thought? Thirdly, the Nationals are sceptical because this bill does not address key drivers of poor access to healthcare and health status in the regions, including the lack of primary care health workforce with ability to prescribe autonomously, that is GPs and nurse practitioners who will oversee the work of authorised nurse prescribers. If you don't have enough GPs and you don't have enough nurse practitioners out in the regions, how is this program actually going to benefit the regions? I would argue it won't. The funding models that do not adequately meet the financial pressures of primary health care in the regions nor facilitate the provision of multidisciplinary care. So we're talking about block funding. ACCHOs and NACCHOs have block funding. The only way that this government can ensure that this rollout will work is under a state-funded basis, under public health. I don't think Australians want to have their choice removed, and so the funding mechanism itself must be sorted out, along with the governance of this program. Fourthly, this legislation risks adding to the workload of the limited primary health care workforce in regional Australia, adding strain rather than bringing in and training up workforce who can autonomously assess, diagnose and treat with medications on their own. This negative unintended consequence has not been considered. The Albanese Labor government has made repeated decisions that disadvantage regional Australians when it comes to healthcare, especially primary healthcare, including changing the distribution priority area rules that govern where overseas doctors have to work when they come to Australia, making it possible for them to choose to work in metropolitan areas and large regional centres at the expense of rural and remote areas. This was the very first decision that the Minister for Health made. funneling excessive amounts of money into inefficient and costly urgent care centres in metropolitan areas and large regional centres, but being unwilling to address the specific needs of rural towns and remote areas who are rarely served by these clinics. It is a metrocentric approach, make no mistake. The Labor government has also failed to tackle the desperate need for complex funding change in primary health care in regional Australia that would incentivise the provision of multidisciplinary health care in small rural towns and remote areas and appropriately address the higher cost of providing care in these regions. Failing to address the need and evidence base for end-to-end training of medical and other health professionals in the regions to grow our own workforce. In conclusion, the Nationals are all for positive changes in our health system that will improve access to high-quality care when and where people need it. I acknowledge the essential role nurses play in our health system, especially in our regions, and the very, very important work that they do. But I will always advocate for evidence-based policy that is set up to succeed and to address the core issues that my constituents are concerned about. This bill is lazy. It is politically driven policy that does not address the root causes of the problems in our health system. It has not been tested and is being set up to fail.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call a member for Barton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the health legislation amendment prescribing of pharmaceutical benefits Bill 2025. This is a bill that goes to the heart of how we deliver healthcare in this country, who we trust, how we use our workforce, and whether Australians can access the medicines they need when they need them without unnecessary delay or cost. And this bill is more than a legislative amendment. It is absolutely about modernising our health system in a way that reflects reality on the ground. It is about recognising the skill, training and professionalism of nurses. And it is also about ensuring Medicare continues to serve Australians, not just for today, but into the future. Now, this reform matters because Australia's health system is facing pressures that are both known and deeply felt by communities across the country. We have an ageing population. We are seeing higher rates of chronic and complex disease. Demand for primary and acute care continues to rise while workforce shortages, particularly in general practice, aged care and rural and remote services, place real strain on patients and providers alike. For too many Australians, accessing healthcare has become more difficult than it should be. We know people are waiting longer for appointments, emergency departments are under pressure, and in some communities people are travelling long distances or delaying care altogether. If we are serious about strengthening Medicare, then we must look honestly at how our health system operates and how it can operate better. That means using the skills we already have in our workforce more effectively. Now, before coming into this place, I worked closely with the New South Wales Nurses and Midwives Association. And in that role, I had the privilege of listening to nurses from every corner of our health system, whether it's public, private, the metro hospitals to regional clinics, from aged care facilities to community health services. And I heard their pride in their professionalism, their commitment to patient care, their willingness to step up, often in incredibly challenging times. But I also heard their frustration. I heard from nurses who knew exactly what their patients needed, but who were constantly constrained by systems that no longer made sense. Nurses who were trusted to manage complex clinical situations, but who could not take the final step of prescribing a medicine, even when it was safe, appropriate, and well within their competence. I had the opportunity to listen to the member of Indi last night to her contribution on this piece of legislation. And very similar, I heard that nurses who spent hours chasing signatures, making phone calls, sending patients elsewhere for tasks that they could have easily resolved quickly and safely in that same consultation. And I heard from patients, particularly older Australians and people living with chronic illnesses, who bore the cost of that inefficiency in delays, inconvenience, and sometimes worsening of health conditions. This bill responds directly to those experiences. It reflects what nurses have been saying for many years, that with the right training, safeguards, and collaboration, they can do more, and patients would be better for it. Registered nurses make up about half of the Australian health workforce. They are the pillar of our health system, delivering care across hospitals, general practice, aged care, disability services, community health and beyond. And they are also the most geographically dispersed health professionals in the country. In many rural, regional and remote communities, nurses are not just part of the health system, they are literally the health system. Nurses are highly educated, highly regulated, but also deeply trusted by the public of Australia. Yet despite this, their scope of practice has not always kept pace with their training or the needs of patients. This bill takes a sensible step towards addressing that imbalance. The Health Legislation Amendment Prescribing of Pharmaceutical Benefits Bill 2025 makes targeted amendments to two key pieces of legislation. First, it amends the National Health Act 1953 to allow registered nurses who are endorsed under the relevant registration standard to become authorised prescribers of certain medicines under the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme. This means that when those nurses prescribe approved medicines, patients can access them at PBS subsidised prices, ensuring affordability and equity. Second, the bill amends the Health Insurance Act 1973 to ensure that prescribing services provided by designated registered nurse prescribers are subject to the Professional Services Review Scheme. This ensures that strong oversight, accountability and safeguards remain in place, protecting patients, taxpayers and the integrity of Medicare. This is not a radical change, it is a carefully designed reform that modernises our legislation to reflect contemporary healthcare practice. It is also important to be clear about what this reform is and what it is not. This bill does not create unsupervised prescribing. It does not lower standards, and it does not compromise patient safety. Now, I had the opportunity to also listen to the contributions from the member for Mallee, saying rather bold assertions about this particular policy, referring to it being lazy, that it doesn't have enough evidence. Assigned registered nurse prescribing is the result of years of extensive research, consultation and policy development led by the Nursing and Midwifery Board of Australia and in collaboration with the Australian Chief Nursing and Midwifery Officers. In December 2024, all Commonwealth, State and Territory Health Ministers approved a new national registration standard, Endorsement for Scheduled Medicines, Designated Registered Nurse Prescriber. That standard came into effect in September 2025. Under the standard, registered nurses must meet strict education, experience and competency requirements to gain and maintain endorsement. Prescribing must occur within an agreed scope and under a formal prescribing agreement with another authorised health practitioner. This is collaboration, team-based care, the gold standard of modern health delivery. The first cohort of designated registered nurse prescribers is expected to complete their education, receive endorsement and commence prescribing from July 2026. This phased approach ensures the workforce is well prepared, systems are ready and patient safety remains paramount. For patients, the benefits of this reform are real and immediate. It means quicker access to medicines for common and ongoing conditions. It means fewer unnecessary appointments simply to obtain a prescription. It means less pressure on overstretched general practices and emergency departments. It also means care that is delivered closer to home. For the people living in rural, regional and remote areas, this reform is very important. In many communities, access to a GP can involve long travel times and extended waits. Enabling appropriately endorsed nurses to prescribe certain medicines allows people to receive care locally safely and affordably. This is about fairness. Where you live should not determine how easily you can access essential medicines. This reform aligns directly with the work of strengthening Medicare Task Force and the unleashing of the potential of our health workforce scope of practice review. It recognises that workforce reform is essential to the long-term sustainability of Medicare. By allowing nurses to work to their full scope of practice, we improve efficiency across the system, reduce duplication, and ensure that all health professionals can focus on the areas where they add most value. This is not about replacing doctors or diminishing any other profession. It is about using the full health system, the health team efficiently, effectively, so patients receive the right care from the right professional at the right time. The bill ensures that medicines prescribed by designated registered nurse prescribers under the PBS remain subject to the same rigorous processes that apply to other prescribers. The Pharmaceutical Benefits Advisory Committee will continue to assess which medicines are appropriate for prescribing under this model, ensuring decisions remain evidence-based and cost-effective. This protects the integrity of the PBS while expanding access for patients. For nurses, this bill recognises recognition of their education, recognition of their clinical judgment, recognition of the role they play in our society by delivering high care to all Australians every day. Having worked alongside nurses through the New South Wales Nurses and Midwives Association, I know how deeply this recognition means. It's not about status, it is about being trusted to do the job they are trained to do in a partnership with others and in the best interest of the Australian people. This bill delivers on the Albanese government's commitment to strengthen Medicare, support our health workforce and improve access to affordable medicines. It empowers nurses, it supports patients, and it builds a health system that is more responsive, more equitable and more sustainable. This is sensible reform. It is patient-focused reform, and it is a reform that reflects the realities of modern healthcare in Australia. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Riverina.
We should thank our nurses each and every day. Not only our nurses, but our pharmacists, our doctors, anyone who puts on scrubs and goes into a theatre ward, anyone who serves our hospital system, our medical system, needs the applause and the gratitude of this place and Australians right across the nation. I'm one who listens very carefully in question time, and this government is now nearly 4 years old. And for 4 years, the Labor government has been blaming particularly the Morrison-McCormack government, but blaming the previous coalition governments per se for the financial stresses it claims it's under. They exaggerate the figure, and yes, we did have a debt. That debt born out of a global pandemic, the likes of which we had not seen since just after World War I, which of course ended in 1918. And we did what we could, and we spent the money that was needed to keep people in jobs and, more importantly, to keep Australians alive. And not just Australians, but our Pacific neighbours, friends as well. And through those Morrison years, there were more than 94 million telehealth consultations through Medicare to 16 million patients. And that was a significant achievement. And as one who comes from rural and regional Australia, we don't ever want to see telehealth replace hands-on medical professional care. But it was necessary during the COVID years. And it's necessary at any time, but particularly in remote Australia, particularly in Indigenous communities, we don't want to see telehealth replace a person who can give a consult. During the Morrison years, 857 new medicines were listed on the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme in that time from 2019. Another significant achievement. 1,400 additional nurse placements for the regions. And that is something that we should also be very proud of as a former coalition government. The Health Legislation Amendment prescribing of Pharmaceutical Benefits Bill 2025 is about empowering nurses. The bill worries me, and as one who comes from the regions and as one who wants to see nurses being the best they can be, just like pharmacists were, and we empowered those during the COVID crisis when it seemed that the AMA, Australian Medical Association, wanted only doctors to issue vaccinations, when we knew that in some rural communities the only health professional in town was a chemist, that chemist needed to be able to issue vaccines as well. It just made good sense. And the member for Barton in her contribution talked about the fact that in some regional communities a nurse is the only health professional in town. And she's right. Sadly, she's very, very accurate. But as the member for Mallee quite correctly pointed out in her earlier speech, the first order of business of this federal Labor government in the medical field was to change the distribution priority areas, and what that saw was doctors operating in some regional communities take their shingle from the wall and move to Newcastle or Wollongong or the Gold Coast or anywhere but regional and remote Australia. And this was wrong. They were making money, they were providing a level of healthcare second to none, but they saw the opportunity to move to the coast and they did so, and good luck to them. But as the National Rural Health reporter Stephen Schubert of the ABC wrote in an article headlined "Rural Doctors Say They Are Losing Staff to Big Cities Due to Policy Change," 15 December 2022, and it begins this way. Annette Pham thought she had recruited 2 doctors to work in her GP clinics, but a policy change in Canberra resulted in both of them pulling out almost overnight. Mrs Pham and her husband own 4 GP clinics on the New South Wales south coast, all within a few hours' drive from Sydney and on some of Australia's best beaches. No question there. And she said we had 2 that pulled out officially after signing contracts. Then we've had probably a further 3 that looked at our practice, they looked at other practices, and they inevitably decided in the end that they would stay in the city. And that is a problem. And Rural Doctors Association of Australia Chief Executive Rita Rutherford said the organisation was getting reports. The policy, this is the distribution priority areas policy, moving the boundaries such that it takes in those areas I mentioned before, Newcastle and Wollongong and the Gold Coast, etc. Rita Rutherford, getting reports the policy was going to have an impact on rural communities before it had even been implemented. Well, if that was the fear before, it certainly ended up being a reality afterwards. And it is true that doctors took their practices and took themselves and moved to other areas of Australia, more populated areas of Australia where there are more doctors. And unfortunately, and I don't blame them, I blame the government, but what this policy meant was that regional areas and some particularly remote areas then got left high and dry as far as doctors were concerned. Now, I also will recall the Health Minister, when talking about bulk billing rates, which we know, because it was quoted so many times in the House of Representatives last year, dropped by 11% under Labor from the previous 77% under the previous 88% under the coalition, dropped to 77%, was that he said if you, and he was talking about rural people, if they can't get a doctor's appointment, well, pick the phone up and try another doctor. Well, that might all well be well and good in Adelaide, but it doesn't cut the mustard out in country towns, because you're lucky to get a doctor, bulk billing or otherwise. You're certainly lucky if you can get a bulk billing doctor, but I know there's, Labor will pat themselves on the back and say bulk billing rates are something that is a priority. The GP aftercares clinic, the urgent care clinics, we're rolling them out across the country. And yes, they are, but in Labor electorates, in electorates that they want to win. I mean, we hear the member for Lyne talking about Taree, and I do hope Taree gets one of those care clinics, because it's needed. Not just Taree, it's many, many other regional communities as well, and they are needed, and they are good. I will acknowledge that they do fill the gaps of the state public health system and the overall medical system, where people do need, particularly after hours, to take often babies, children, where there is no other doctor available, and that is saving lives. I acknowledge that. But what we are talking about here is nurses being given more scope to provide medicines, to do what sometimes ordinarily would be the job of the local general practitioner. I do wonder what the AMA thinks of this. I know that in a lot of the legislation that Labor is bringing to this place, and has done since May 2022, is often rushed. There's often not the stakeholder engagement that you would expect in important nation-changing legislation, and that is something that truly troubles me. And I know that the member for Mallee, who happens to be married to a doctor, said that that the Nationals, and indeed the Liberals too, want to rectify the poorer health status of regional Australians. And I know that would be a goal as well of Labor members, surely. I mean, that's something that would be across the board. It's a status driven in large part by poorer access to health services in the bush, and sadly people in country Australia don't live as long as those who live in metropolitan Australia, who have closer and better and more diverse access to health services than somebody who lives a long way from the city lights. And we, as a party, and I will say as parties of coalition, are committed to supporting regional communities and driving policies and programs to improve the health status of regional Australians. Again, I say, I know that would be a goal of Labor too. I mean, it would be silly to say it's not. But health has to come above politics. It truly does. And I know when I entered this place in 2010, I was told by more than one person that if you get the health of your community right, it provides that happiness factor, that satisfaction factor, and everything else will seem to take care of itself. And indeed, that is the truth. Now, this bill seeks to grant eligibility for pharmaceutical benefit scheme rebates on medications prescribed by a new category of prescribers, and they're called authorised nurse prescribers. Now, as I understand, there will be training for those authorised nurse prescribers. Whether the training for 6 months is sufficient, I'm certainly not in any way, shape or form denigrating those nurses, the work that those nurses have performed, whether they are young, freshly out of the system and straight into the hospitals or the practices or the clinics, or whether they have been there for decades. I certainly do not in any way put criticism on what they do, because the care of their patients is first and foremost. The government's proposed authorised nurse prescribers will be registered nurses with additional training who work in a collaborative arrangement with an autonomous prescriber, a professional who can already prescribe independently, an expanded scope of practice for a registered nurse. Now, Labor is proposing this new model of prescribing in Australia. Nurses who meet this criteria are not expected to be qualified to prescribe until the middle of 2026, but that's only less than 6 months away. That's not far away in the scheme of things. And so I do wonder, I do question, as with much of what Labor introduces, whether it's policy on the run, whether it masks a more serious situation, and that is the lack of doctors practising in Australia. And I would like to think that Labor would not be using this as a Trojan horse to not then provide the necessary funding for such things, ongoing support for such things as the medical schools. And I will say that the Murray-Darling Medical School network is going tremendously well. And I know that in Wagga Wagga, in Bendigo, in Mildura, in Shepparton, in Dubbo, in Orange, it is actually answering and fulfilling a need that was there. And I'm so glad that I was able to, with former Health Minister Greg Hunt, fund that vital network of services which are providing in just about every town and city. And the Education Minister is now taking the credit, and he played a part too. So I do thank the member for Wadden, and it was a coalition initiative, and indeed every one of those facilities in every one of those centres I mentioned are producing 20 to 30 new doctors. Well, they will be when the doctors graduate. And of course, we know that takes some years, but it certainly started under the coalition government. And I know that Mike Freelander came and opened, the member for Macarthur came and opened the one at Wagga Wagga there late last year, and gave some generous words, as he knows, that we need to be more bipartisan when it comes to health, because health is everything. And so there are some conditions and there are some parts of this legislation which do worry me. I know the member for Mallee has set out her concerns, and I know that each and every regional member would also understandably share some of those issues that this legislation has in it.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Griffith is home to one of the busiest health precincts in the country, and our workforce numbers reflect that, with more than 16,500 healthcare and social assistance workers across my electorate, the fourth highest in the country by percentage. Griffith is also home to some of Queensland and our country's most important hospitals. The Princess Alexandra Hospital is a major teaching and research hospital, leading in major trauma care and home to Queensland's Specialist Adult Spinal Injuries Rehabilitation Unit. The Mater Hospital is a leader in obstetrics and provides specialist neonatal intensive care and for some of our tiniest and sickest babies. And Deputy Speaker, I would like to shout out to the Mater Foundation and also the work of the Mater Little Miracles. The Queensland Children's Hospital delivers specialist health services care for kids and young people from right across the country, and our community also relies on the high-quality care and treatment provided by Greenslopes Private Hospital and St Vincent's Private Hospital. So when we talk about strengthening Medicare and improving access to care and pursuing better health outcomes, Griffith is not watching from the sidelines. We are living it, we are staffing it, and we are relying on it. But we also see the strain. We see it in how hard it can be to get a timely appointment in primary care. We see it in the pressure on emergency departments when people cannot get the right care early. We see it in aged care where clinicians are working to keep residents stable, comfortable and safe, but the system can still create delays for matters that should be straightforward. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government made an election commitment to prioritise scope of practice reforms for health professionals because we know these reforms deliver real benefits to Australian patients through improved access to health care. This bill is an important step in delivering on that commitment. It will help ensure Australians have better access to the affordable medicines they need when they need them. And it backs our registered nurses to deliver safe, high-quality care, particularly in primary care and aged care. Deputy Speaker, this bill does two things. First, it amends the National Health Act to allow registered nurses endorsed against the relevant registration standard to be an authorised prescriber. This enables them to prescribe certain medicines that can be supplied under the Pharmaceuticals Benefits Scheme and attract Commonwealth subsidy. That matters because the PBS is what makes medicines affordable for millions of Australians. If someone can receive the right prescription but cannot access it affordably, we are not improving health outcomes. Second, it strengthens integrity by amending the Health Insurance Act so that registered nurses providing these prescribing services are included under the Professional Services Review Scheme. As a result, designated registered nurse prescribing under the PBS will be subject to the same peer review safeguards that protect Medicare and protect the PBS, reinforcing public confidence in a system that must always put safety first. Designated registered nurse prescribing enables safe, timely and effective prescribing by registered nurses, extending their scope of practice, particularly in primary care and aged care settings. This reform builds on careful design and consultation already taken right across the sector. In December 2024, Health Ministers approved new registration standard that allows suitably qualified registered nurses to become designated registered nurse prescribers. That standard took effect on the 30th of September last year. And importantly, the first cohort of designated registered nurse prescribers are expected to complete their education, receive endorsement and begin prescribing from July this year. Deputy Speaker, our communities know when our health system is not keeping up. They experience it when a script needs renewal and the next available appointment is too far away. They experience it when an older person in aged care needs a timely medicines review. They experience it when someone is discharged from hospital and needs coordinated follow-up to stay well, rather than ending right back up in emergency once again. In those settings, registered nurses are already doing extraordinary work, assessing, monitoring, educating, coordinating care and keeping people safe. But too often, the system still forces extra steps, extra appointments and extra delays just to obtain a prescription, even where the care is already structured and the clinical pathway is clear. Designated registered nurse prescribing helps close that gap. It supports earlier, more seamless care, reduces avoidable waits and helps patients receive the right care in the right setting. And it supports affordability. By enabling PBS prescribing by authorised, appropriately endorsed registered nurses, this bill ensures the medicines they prescribe can attract Commonwealth subsidy and remain affordable for patients. Expanding access must never mean compromising safety. This reform is designed around education, endorsement and governance. It is grounded in a registration standard approved by health ministers, and it operates within a defined scope with safeguards around which medicines can be prescribed. The bill provides that the minister will determine which pharmaceutical benefits can be prescribed by authorised nurse prescribers and requires the minister to have regard to advice from the Independent Pharmaceuticals Benefit Advisory Committee. And by bringing these prescribing services within the Professional Services Review Scheme, the bill strengthens accountability and protects the PBS. Deputy Speaker, this bill is also part of a broader, consistent agenda from this Labor government to strengthen Medicare, improve health outcomes and deliver real cost of living relief. That includes more free and cheaper medicines, sooner with a 25% reduction in the number of scripts an concessional patient must fill before the PBS safety net kicks in. The largest cut to the cost of medicines in the history of the PBS, now just $25 as of this year. 60-day prescriptions, saving time and money for millions of Australians with an ongoing health condition, now covering more than 300 medicines. Freezing the cost of PBS medicines, with co-payments not rising with inflation for all Australians for the first time in 25 years. And with 1800 Medicare, the Albanese government is making it easier for Australians to access healthcare when and where they need it. I'm also proud that the new Medicare Urgent Care Clinic in Coorparoo that I have secured for our community will open in the coming weeks. This is in addition to the new urgent care clinic that we opened in Carina and just 43 days ago, and that joins the existing network of 16 urgent care clinics right across Queensland, including the South Brisbane Urgent Care Clinic in Woolloongabba that has been servicing our community for some time now. 90 Medicare urgent care clinics are in operation across Australia, which have already seen more than 2.4 million presentations since the sites first opened in June 2023, including over just under 500,000 presentations in Queensland alone. Deputy Speaker, it was a Labor government that built Medicare, and it is only a Labor government who will continue to protect and strengthen Medicare. When medicines are cheaper, families feel that relief immediately. And when the system enables the health workforce to operate effectively, patients receive care sooner and avoidable hospital presentations reduce. Deputy Speaker, I also want to acknowledge the contribution of my good friend, the Queensland State Member for Greenslopes, Joe Kelly MP. Joe and I have known each other for many years now, and it's a joy to work closely together with him to support the constituents that we jointly represent in that part of my electorate. Joe brings decades of nursing experience into public life, and he speaks about healthcare with the credibility that comes from having been there, on the ward, with patients, alongside colleagues who carry the load day after day. And I'm so honoured that I have colleagues here in the House who also bring such rich experience into this place. Like some in elected positions, including in this place, Joe has stayed close to the front line, so his perspective stays grounded in the realities of care and the pressures our workforce is facing. And when he talks about why scope of practice reform matters, he puts it very simply. Every time I do a shift, I work with caring, passionate, highly qualified and skilled nurses with decades of experience. Supporting nurses to use their skills to the fullest extent will be fantastic for patients. And I have to say that is just typical Joe Kelly. His focus is always on patients, on the community and on constituents. Deputy Speaker, I could not agree more. This bill is about backing that skill, backing that experience and making it easier for Australians to get the care and medicines they need sooner, safely, affordably and closer to home. It reflects the direction identified through the Strengthening Medicare Task Force and the work to unleash the potential of our health workforce with patients at the very centre. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Curtin.
I rise to speak on the Health Legislation Amendment Prescribing of Pharmaceutical Benefits Bill 25. At its heart, this bill aims to improve access to health care and reduce costs by extending prescribing rights under the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme to authorised nurse practitioners. These changes recognise the essential role nurse practitioners already play across our health system, and I support the objective of improving accessible, affordable care. In a country as vast and decentralised as Australia, geography too often dictates health outcomes. In rural, regional and remote areas, the closest GP may be hours away. For older Australians, people living with disability, First Nations communities and vulnerable people, the barriers to safe, timely and affordable care can be even higher. When a nurse practitioner is already providing frontline care, it's both logical and safe to allow them to prescribe medicines within a clearly defined scope. While I support the intention of this bill, the success of these reforms will depend entirely on how the detail is implemented. Several stakeholders have highlighted that key elements, including approval conditions and scope of prescribing, are being left for future ministerial determinations. This means we're being asked to legislate a framework without yet seeing the guardrails that will govern it. And we're doing so before the Senate committee has delivered its report. Now, this is not an ideal position for the Parliament to be in and risks leaving questions unanswered for practitioners, patients and the broader health system. There are two areas in particular that I want to highlight. First,
the scope of medicines available for prescribing must be sensible and safe. This reform should focus on routine, low-risk and clinically appropriate medicines, not those that carry higher risks of dependency or misuse. Schedule 8 medicines, in particular, should fall outside this expanded authority. Our goal here is to improve access, not to create unintended consequences for patients or the health system. Doctors are best placed to make decisions about these Schedule 8 medicines, which are used for severe pain or conditions like ADHD, and include opioids such as morphine, stimulants such as dexamphetamine, cannabis and certain benzodiazepines. Our goal here is to appropriately improve access. Second, the definition of authorised health practitioner must be precise. Nurse practitioners play an invaluable role, but it should be absolutely clear that they will continue to practice within a collaborative, medically supported model of primary care. This is how high-quality care already functions, and the regulations should reflect this reality. Ambiguity helps no one, not practitioners, not regulators, and not patients. These are not objections to the reform. They are a request for safeguards to ensure it delivers what it promises: better access without compromising safety or fragmenting care. This bill has the potential to move us meaningfully towards a more equitable health system, but only if the detail is done well. I urge the government to engage openly with the findings of the Senate committee once available, and to ensure the regulations are transparent, evidence-based and clear. Australians deserve a health system that's accessible, safe and equitable. This bill can contribute to that goal if we get the implementation of it right. And I'll continue to engage constructively with the government to ensure that that happens. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. Call the member for Bullwinkle.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to speak in strong support of the health legislation amendment, the Prescribing of Pharmaceutical Benefits Bill 2025. The Albanese Labor government is committed to supporting and empowering our health workforce. We are not just talking about strengthening Medicare, we are also doing the hard legislative work and structural reform to make healthcare more accessible for every Australian. And this bill is one piece of the structural reform puzzle in the healthcare sector. This bill addresses the scope of practice reforms for nurses and midwives. It is legislation that is catching up with healthcare demand and practice and is backed by evidence and consultation. Since 2017, the Nursing and Midwifery Board of Australia and the Australian Chief Nursing and Midwifery Officer have undertaken extensive research and consultation about the potential for registered nurses to contribute to improving health outcomes for the Australian community by supporting nurses and midwives to work at the full scope of their practice. The Unleashing the Potential of Our Health Workforce Scope of Practice review was delivered to the government 30th of October 2024, after 12 months of consultation and research led by independent researcher Professor Mark McCormack. And the review was clear. When health professionals work at the top of their scope, the entire system breathes easier. It reduces the bottleneck at the GP's door, and it allows our doctors to focus on the most complex, high-needs cases, while endorsed nurses can manage stable chronic conditions within a clear framework. In December 2024, Commonwealth, State and Territory Health Ministers approved a new registration standard. It was called Endorsement for Scheduled Medicines, Designated Registered Nurse Prescriber. And of course, it is under the law which governs nurses and midwives, the Health Practitioner Regulation National Law of 2009. The first cohort of registered nurses is expected to complete their education, receive endorsement and start prescribing medicines from July this year, 2026. And this bill aligns with that new registration standard. The Nurses and Midwifery Board registration standard, of course, also has a standard for endorsement for scheduled medications. And this, the designated registered nurse prescriber, came into effect September 2025. The standard describes the necessary qualifications that a registered nurse must demonstrate when applying to the Nurses and Midwifery Board to attain and retain the endorsement for scheduled medications. I note the Nationals' view earlier today regarding opposition to this bill due to the system being untested, and sadly this is an uninformed view of the real world, and it dismisses the extensive consultation that was done with stakeholders, including the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners, the Australian Medical Association, Palliative Care Nurses, Congress of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Nurses and Midwives, and the Australian Primary Healthcare Nurses Association. So this bill is backed by extensive consultation and real-world experience. It meets the desperate need for better access to care, particularly in primary care and aged care services. So this bill makes two critical amendments to the legislation. So one is the National Health Act 1953. We are amending this to allow registered nurses endorsed against a strict registration standard to be authorised prescribers. This means that they can prescribe certain medications under the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme, ensuring that patients get their Commonwealth subsidy regardless of whether a doctor or an endorsed nurse writes the script. And the second piece of legislation is the Health Insurance Act 1973. We are ensuring integrity and safety by including nurses in the Professional Services Review. It's a scheme that ensures that prescribing habits are reviewed and held to the highest professional standards, just as we do with medical doctors. This bill isn't just a technical amendment, it is a structural renovation of Medicare, and it is fit for 21st century. But noting that this reform doesn't exist in a vacuum. For too long, Australia has had a siloed approach to healthcare. We have highly trained professional nurses, pharmacists and allied healthcare workers who are restricted by legacy regulations that no longer match their modern education. My own experience, of course, before I entered this place was as a remote area nurse. Yeah. My office wasn't a suite in Parliament. It was the corridors of hospitals, it was bush clinics, and in fact, at times, it was in the bush itself. I stand here not just as the member for Bullwinkle, but as a registered nurse and as the 10th nurse to be elected to Parliament. I'm proud to be part of this government that's delivering this reform. I've seen how multidisciplinary teams work best when the hierarchy is replaced by a circle of care. Anyone who has worn the nursing uniform knows that nursing is the backbone of the Australian healthcare system. We are the ones who stay and provide ongoing support to patients long after the medical consultation has finished. We are the ones who monitor the vitals in the quiet hours of the night and notice the subtle changes. And, of course, we are the ones in primary healthcare and rural and remote areas where we are at times the only clinician for hundreds of kilometres. And we are the ones who see with heartbreaking clarity the gaps in the patient's journey, the moments where a delay in the signature or a script leads to an increase in pain or a decline of their health. This bill is about closing those gaps. I want to share a little bit of my history to illustrate why this bill is so vital. Earlier in my career as a remote area nurse, I didn't have the luxury of 24-hour imaging departments or a local pharmacy just at the end of the road. And many of those communities, of course, exist, and some regional and remote communities, even in my seat of Bullwinkle. To serve those communities, I underwent intensive and additional training to expand my scope of practice. I wasn't just monitoring vitals and taking clinical assessment. assessments. I was actually taking x-rays. I was in the dark room developing those x-rays. I was taking bloods and making referrals and, at times, prescribing essential medications that were needed to stabilise patients before they could see a doctor or be evacuated. I know what it's like to carry the weight of that responsibility and work within your scope of practice, but still give the care that only you can give in a situation like that. I also know the incredible efficiency and safety that comes when a highly trained nurse is empowered to use the full extent of their skills. When I was in these remote area clinics, I wasn't acting as a doctor, I was acting as a highly specialised nurse, delivering the right care at the right time because someone needed it. This bill takes the spirit of flexibility and clinical excellence and brings it into the 21st century for all Australians. It recognises that the skills that I used in the desert and the bush are skills that should be harnessed across our entire health system to make it more resilient. By allowing designated registered nurse prescribers to operate within their scope after having extra additional education, we are removing the middleman delay. We are saying to consumers of the health system, your health is too important to wait for a clerical hurdle, especially when we have trained, experienced nurses who are available to help and present. Excuse me. I want to be clear for those that might have questions about this transition. This reform is about professional evolution, not substitution. This is about recognising the high level of clinical expertise that already exists within our nursing ranks and provides a formal, regulated pathway to use it. The first cohort of these prescribers is expected to finish their specialised education and receive their endorsements by July 2026. These are professional, well-credentialed nurses who have completed rigorous postgraduate level nursing training. As a nurse, I know that my nursing registration is my most valuable asset. I belong to one of the most trusted professions in the country and I adhere to strict clinical guidelines. The endorsement process ensures that only those with the right clinical expertise and education will be writing these scripts. It is a controlled, safe and logical extension of the work that nurses already do every single day to support their patients and their medical colleagues. Speaker, we are delivering on a commitment. This is a fundamental election promise made by the Albanese government to prioritise the scope of practice reforms for nurses and midwives to deliver real, tangible benefits to the Australian patients. This bill is a win for families in Bullwinkle and across Australia, and particularly regional and rural Australia, who deserve every available option to access their healthcare efficiently. It is about adding another layer of support to our primary healthcare network and ensuring that wherever you are, in a suburban clinic or remote area, the system is working for you and you do not have to wait for a doctor to visit on occasions which are sensible and appropriate. It is a win for the nurse who knows their patient's needs intimately and can now provide a more seamless transition of care. And it is a win for a more sustainable, multidisciplinary health system where every professional, doctor, nurse and allied health worker, is empowered to work at the top of their training. The Albanese government is committed to supporting our health workforce, and as I said at the start, it's not just strengthening Medicare, it is doing the hard legislative work to make it accessible for all Australians. When I look back on my time in my career, this legislation would have been very helpful. And today I'm proud to be part of the government that's delivering this reform. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Goldstein.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker, and Member for Wannon for his enthusiastic
opportunity to listen to a speech characteristically to legislation before the House from the member for Goldstein, but of course certainly better than the predecessor member for Goldstein, I'm sure, on the subject matter of which he is humbly agreeing with as well. But the point of this legislation, of course, as was mentioned by the previous speaker, is straightforward. But we need to acknowledge, Deputy Speaker, it sits in a much broader context around the healthcare of this nation. We all have a natural interest in having a sustainable health system for our country. Doing so is one that supports the workers to be able to go on and deliver the primary care they need in community, and that's of critical importance. One of the things that COVID demonstrated to all of us, Deputy Speaker, or revealed, I think, is probably a better way to put it, Deputy Speaker, is the health inequity that exists across our country around access to services. And not just, of course, between rural and regional areas, but affluent and less affluent parts of capital cities. And in a moment of crisis when people need care, it's explicitly revealed to the whole of the nation. The question is how you seek to address that and make sure that the system is sustainable and gives people the support they need. Now, what we've heard from this government to date around healthcare has been principally that you can, and they hold up their Medicare cards and say, see, everybody can go to the doctor, and I notice, allegedly free, and I now see the television propaganda that is being pushed out by this government to try and reinforce their political messaging. The problem, Deputy Speaker, is anybody who has actually gone and visited a doctor, and let's start with the ACT, which is not my constituency, and I can assure you probably never will be, but is not my constituency. As people said to me only the other day, who live in the ACT, there are no bulk bill doctors in the ACT. The heart of this nation politically, and surely if the government is going to achieve its objective anywhere, it is here. Yet there are no bulk bill doctors in this capital city for people. So if you're low income, you're not getting support, you're a pensioner who doesn't have the financial means and resources to be able to pay. So despite the bluster and the rhetoric and the holding up of the Medicare card and waving it around and all of the other rubbish that the Prime Minister goes on about, it is not being lived by Australians. Medicare card comes with a credit card if you want to be able to access a doctor in large parts of this country. And no matter what they say, and no matter what they do, they are not delivering on the word they promise. And you think about the distrust that breeds within the community, where they see the so-called political leader of this nation waving their card around and saying, we're the answer and we're giving that pathway, and then they go and live a very different reality of a co-payment. Let's be honest, Deputy Speaker, about healthcare. Let's be honest about how people are living and what happens with healthcare. You can ration healthcare by one of two ways: price or lists. And the answer of this current government is to do both of those things, which is a completely irrational conclusion. You have to wait longer for higher and more expensive healthcare, and principally so they can feed the interests of the select few they seek to represent through the trade union movement, rather than what we should actually be doing in healthcare. Call me radical, Deputy Speaker, is focusing on patient outcomes. That's my radical proposition. I think we should run a healthcare system focused on patient outcomes that actually empowers Australians to be able to get the health and support in community through primary care, to minimise long-term dependency on tertiary care, and more importantly, to make sure that people can live their best full lives, healthy, engaged participants in the community and the workforce, so that they can be happy. Not a system designed to keep people ill, to feed the benefits of the unions and the people that they are paid to represent, and to maintain the political control by the Australian Labor Party. So that's the situation we currently face in healthcare. But that doesn't mean that occasionally we get pieces of legislation that come along that at least can do some good to try and change that, because even the Labor Party knows the gig is up and they're not going to be able to sustain the health system that they rhetorically promote through their words and their propaganda on television, because Australians know the gig is up because they're living the opposite reality. So when you now empower registered nurses to be able to prescribe things off the PBS in certain circumstances and when they're authorised to do so, you help empower nurses, reduce costs, and hopefully get better care pathways through to achieve what I believe the central objective of health systems to be, which is improve patient outcomes. And so that is a worthwhile objective. And frankly, I'm very open to many measures that seek to achieve this in many realms, particularly in the healthcare system, to make it more sustainable, to reduce costs and to improve best outcomes for Australians and best healthcare outcomes for Australians. You know, having served on the Nursing and Midwifery Board of AHPRA and seeing the consequences or seeing what happens within the sector, which I did, I think, from 2010 till about 2013, you see, of course, the enormous work and pride that nurses rightly take in their profession. But you also, tragically, as often is the case with disciplinary and registration boards, see the consequences of when trust is abused. We even see that tragically in this place with certain committees as well. But trust is abused, and of course when there is improper and rigid guidelines around access to certain healthcare and certain medicines, there are unfortunately the select few who abuse that trust for their own gain and their own benefit. So getting the balance in law is right because it's such an important part of it. So what we have is legislation that addresses a pathway for registered nurses who are qualified, who have capacity and have the regulatory framework to be able to do their jobs better, to improve better outcomes for patient care. So on that basis, I'm very supportive of the principle of the legislation, because doing so will improve patient outcomes, it will improve healthcare services and actually free up capital and, of course, time for nurses and doctors to be able to support, and clinicians and, of course, specialists to be able to support patients where is needed, and that's going to continue to be a big challenge for our country into the future, because we know what happens if we don't do that. We're not just going to have higher costs and unsustainability in the system, but it will come through lower quality care in communities, particularly in lower socioeconomic communities in rural and regional areas. We know that it will make it harder to be able to build a robust and resilient health system that this nation needs. And you only need to look at what is happening in the British and Canadian system, where because of the rigidity of a system geared towards the interests of union members and not patients, the consequences that then flow, where increasingly people have to wait, they're denied care, and because they can't buy things on the basis of price, they're forced to ration on the basis of lists, and the lists are getting longer and longer and longer and longer and longer. And it feeds distrust and resentment within the Australian community, because those who need services are not able to access them, and we're not getting the health outcomes that Australians desperately need. So I implore the government, in the context of putting forward a practical, modest measure, that finally they might start to work towards a healthcare system that works for the Australian people, based on honesty, based on patient outcomes, and based on improving the health and well-being of this nation. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Moore has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the health legislation amendment prescribing of Pharmaceutical Benefits Bill 2025. This bill represents a careful and deliberate reform to Australia's health system. It strengthens Medicare, improves access to affordable medicines, and ensures that our health workforce is better supported to meet rising demand by enabling professionals to work to their full and appropriate scope of practice. It is a reform grounded in evidence, consultation, and an understanding of how healthcare is delivered on the ground in communities across Australia. At its core, this legislation amends the National Health Act 1953 and the National Insurance Act 1973 to allow appropriately qualified and endorsed registered nurses to prescribe certain pharmaceutical benefits under the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme. Importantly, it does so within a clearly defined regulatory framework that includes professional oversight, prescribing agreements, and established accountability mechanisms. This legislative change reflects a broader shift in how healthcare is delivered in Australia. Contemporary care increasingly relies on multidisciplinary teams, continuity across settings, and the effective coordination of skills. Yet our legislative and funding frameworks have not always kept pace with these changes. In many parts of the health system, professionals are trained to undertake responsibilities that existing settings prevent them from exercising fully. This creates inefficiency, duplication, and frustration for both patients and providers. Addressing these barriers is essential if Medicare is to remain responsive and sustainable. This bill takes a targeted approach to reform. Rather than restructuring the system wholesale, it removes a specific constraint that has been well identified through policy review and professional consultation. It enables appropriately qualified registered nurses to contribute more fully within defined clinical and governance arrangements. By doing so, it supports a health system that is better aligned with how healthcare is delivered in practice, particularly in primary and community settings where demand continues to grow. Australia's health system is under sustained and increasing strain. In my electorate, the Joondalup Health Campus serves a large growing population across Perth's northern corridor and highlights the importance of strong primary and community care in supporting timely treatment and safe transitions for patients. Nurses at the Joondalup Health Campus already play a critical role in assessment, care coordination, chronic disease management and discharge planning. What this bill recognises is that in appropriate circumstances and within defined governance arrangements, those nurses should be able to complete an episode of care rather than fragment it, enabling appropriately endorsed registered nurses to prescribe under the pharmaceutical benefit scheme because it supports safer transitions from hospital to community care, reduces unnecessary delays in treatment and helps prevent avoidable readmissions. For a health campus operating at scale and for a community that relies on it every day, these efficiencies matter. They improve patient flow, reduce pressure on emergency departments and support better continuity of care once a patient leaves hospital. Demand for care continues to grow as our population ages and as more Australians live with chronic and complex conditions. These pressures are compounded by workforce shortages, particularly in primary care and general practice. Too often, these challenges manifest as long wait times, fragmented care pathways, and avoidable escalation of care that could have been better managed earlier in community settings. Enabling appropriately endorsed nurses to prescribe under the PBS allows care to be delivered more seamlessly within existing service models. It reduces the need for multiple appointments and supports continuity, particularly for patients with ongoing care needs. For constituents, this can translate into more timely access for treatment, fewer delays, and a better experience for the health system. For providers, it supports more efficient use of clinical time and skills. This reform recognises how care is delivered on the ground in growing outer metropolitan communities and ensures Medicare settings better reflect those realities. Enabling registered nurses to prescribe under the PBS within defined parameters directly supports that goal. It allows care to be delivered more efficiently and reduces unnecessary duplication while preserving clinical governance and patient safety. For patients, this can mean faster access to treatment and fewer barriers to care. This bill responds to those realities by making better use of the skilled health workforce already embedded in our communities. Registered nurses comprise of approximately half of Australia's health workforce and play a central role across the health system. Yet despite their expertise, regulatory and funding arrangements have often limited their ability to operate at the top of their scope, particularly in the primary and community-based care areas. The reforms in this bill allow endorsed registered nurses who meet rigorous education, experience and accreditation requirements to prescribe specified medicines under the PBS. This enables patients to receive timely and affordable treatment from the health professional who is already providing their care without unnecessary duplication, delay or additional appointments. It is important to be clear that this reform is not about replacing doctors or diminishing the role of general practitioners. Rather, it is about strengthening multidisciplinary, team-based care. Modern health systems function best when each professional is supported to contribute their skills within a coordinated and collaborative framework. The policy foundations for this reform are well established. The Strengthening Medicare Task Force identified scope of practice reform as essential to improving access, affordability and sustainability in primary care. That work was reinforced by the scope of practice review, which found that unnecessary regulatory barriers were preventing health professionals from contributing fully to patient care and system efficiency. Alongside this work, the Nursing and Midwifery Board of Australia, working with the Australian Chief Nursing and Midwifery Officers, undertook extensive research and consultation on nurse prescribing. This process commenced several years ago and involved engagement with governments, nursing and medical organisations, clinicians and consumers. It culminated in the endorsement of a new registration standard for designated registered nurse prescribers by all health ministers, which came into effect in 2025. This bill provides the necessary Commonwealth legislative framework to support that standard by enabling access to the pharmaceutical benefit scheme. It is worth setting out how this legislation operates in practice because its safeguards are central to its integrity. The safeguards contained in this bill are comprehensive and deliberate. Eligibility, approval and prescribing arrangements operate together to ensure that nurse prescribing under the PBS occurs within a framework that prioritises safety, accountability and professional standards. Approval as an authorised nurse prescriber is not automatic. Applications must be assessed by the Secretary and approvals may be subject to conditions. Chief among these requirements for prescribing agreements with other authorised PBS prescribers. These arrangements embed nurse prescribing within collaborative, team-based models of care. The inclusion of authorised nurse prescribers within the Professional Services Review Scheme further strengthens accountability. It ensures consistency and oversight across the PBS and provides mechanisms for peer review and sanction where appropriate. These measures collectively demonstrate that the reform balances improved access with strong governance and public confidence. The bill also makes clear that authorised nurse prescribers may only prescribe pharmaceutical benefits determined by the Minister for the purposes of the PBS. In making those determinations, the Minister must have regard to the advice of the Pharmaceutical Benefits Advisory Committee. This preserves the independence, rigour and evidence-based nature of PBS decision-making. Further, authorised nurse prescribers will be subject to the Professional Services Review Scheme under the Health Insurance Act. This ensures that their PBS prescribing is subject to the same peer review and accountability mechanisms that apply to other PBS prescribers, maintaining the integrity of the system. This bill includes provisions allowing the Secretary to suspend or revoke approvals where conditions are breached, along with clear notification and review rights. These measures ensure that participation in nurse prescribing is contingent on ongoing compliance with professional and legislative requirements. From the perspective of the electorate I represent, the benefits of this reform are practical and tangible. Across more, nurses already play a central role in managing chronic disease, supporting older Australians, delivering preventative care and coordinating services for people with complex needs. Allowing appropriately endorsed nurses to prescribe under the PBS enables more complete and efficient episodes of care. For older residents managing multiple medications, this can mean fewer appointments and better continuity. For families balancing work and care responsibilities, it can mean less time navigating fragmented services. For people living with chronic illness, it can mean earlier intervention and reduced risk of avoidable deterioration. This reform is also significant for equity of access. Workforce shortages are not evenly distributed. Regional and remote communities and some outer metropolitan areas have greater difficulty attracting and retaining health professionals compared with metropolitan centres. By expanding the capacity of nurses to deliver care within their scope, this bill helps ensure that access to affordable medicines is not constrained by geography or workforce bottlenecks. It also supports the sustainability of general practice. By enabling nurses to manage appropriate prescribing within collaborative arrangements, general practitioners are better able to focus on patients with complex diagnostic needs, multimorbidity and care coordination requirements. This strengthens rather than undermines the role of general practice. International experience supports this approach. Nurse prescribing models operate safely and effectively in countries such as the United Kingdom, Norway, Ireland and the Netherlands. Evidence from those systems demonstrate that non-medical prescribing, when governed properly, improves access to care, supports workforce retention and maintains high standards of patient safety. The bill makes clear that prescribing by authorised nurse prescribers will commence only after the relevant delegated legislation is in place. The use of legislative instruments to determine prescribing scope ensures flexibility while maintaining parliamentary scrutiny. It allows adjustments to be made in response to evidence and experience without undermining the integrity of the framework. It recognises that modernising health regulation requires both ambition and caution, particularly where patient safety and public confidence are concerned. By embedding oversight, review and accountability mechanisms, the bill ensures that implementation proceeds in a way that is transparent and adaptable. This reform is focused on improving how care is delivered within the existing health system. Rather than changing infrastructure or hospital planning settings. The financial impact for this bill indicates there is no expected additional cost to the PBS. That reflects the fact that this reform changes who can prescribe, not who is eligible to receive the subsidised medicines. It improves access and efficiency without expanding entitlement. Taken together, the measures in this bill modernise Australia's health legislation to reflect contemporary practice and patient needs. They strengthen Medicare's capacity to respond to demand and support a workforce that is better equipped to deliver timely, high-quality care. For the people I represent in Moore, this matters. It means a health system that works more effectively in practice, recognises the professionalism of nurses and delivers care when and where it is needed. For those reasons, I support the bill and commend it to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to support this bill. This bill amends the National Health Act and the Health Insurance Act to allow authorised nurse prescribers who meet strict criteria to prescribe certain pharmaceutical benefits under the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme. The types of medicines that can be prescribed will be clearly specified by the Minister, and there will be appropriate safeguards in place. This includes oversight by the Professional Services Review, which will now extend to PBS prescribing by authorised nurse practitioners. These changes are not radical. They are sensible, evidence-based reforms that flow directly from the recommendations of the Strengthening Medicare Task Force and the Scope of Practice Review, both commissioned by the government following the 2022 election. At its core, this bill recognises that something that many Australians already know to be true. Our nurses are highly skilled professionals, and they are more than capable of working to the full extent of their training and expertise, and we want them to. Empowering healthcare practitioners, particularly nurses, is essential for our healthcare system to remain resilient in the face of an ageing population, rising rates of chronic illness, a growing mental health crisis, increasing demand in regional and rural communities. These pressures are not going away. If any, they are intensifying. And we cannot meet these challenges by relying on outdated modes of care. We must be innovative in the ways that we deliver healthcare, and we must make better use of the resources and talent we already have. Even if our healthcare system didn't have these constraints, I would still support this work, because what it does is it allows nurses to work to the full extent of their capacity. does that in a safe way for patients, but also in a way that gives professional satisfaction for nurses. And I think these highly trained individuals, these important members of our community, should have the satisfaction of being able to work to the full extent of their training and their capability. And I think that this is, from that reason alone is enough to support the bill. But at the same time, this will provide important support for our healthcare system. This will mean that patients and members of our community can more easily access the healthcare that they need when they need it. And that is another incredibly important reason to support this bill. We know there is international evidence that these models of care can work safely and effectively around the world, and I've seen some of this faced personally in my own experience in working in the UK healthcare system. And I do believe that this bill strikes the right balance. It expands the scope of practice while maintaining strong safeguards, because that's what I think Australians want from us. They want to feel safe, they want to feel in good hands when they go to a GP service, to any of our hospital or healthcare services. But they also want to make sure that our nurses, who we respect and whose care we really value, get to work to the full extent of their practice as well. And let's be honest, this reform, I think, and a couple of things, just for those people who might be nervous about this bill, it expands the scope of practice, but it does have strong safeguards. Only appropriately qualified nurse prescribers will be authorised, and there will continue to be oversight to ensure prescribing is safe, appropriate and accountable. This reform will not solve every challenge facing our healthcare system, but it is a practical and necessary step in the right direction. It reflects the trust that we have in our healthcare workforce, supports better patient outcomes, and helps build a more flexible and sustainable healthcare system for the future. And so for these reasons, I support the bill.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Boothby has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Before I came to this place, for many years I worked in the health sector in South Australia. I ran a large number of services across northern and central Adelaide and some statewide services. Another of my roles included recruitment of overseas doctors to rural and remote South Australia. And this was partly because we don't have enough doctors in Australia, and partly because many of them don't want to work in rural and remote areas. So many of these basic services, general practitioners, who often also cover the local hospital, were reliant on being able to recruit doctors and nurses and pharmacists and allied health workers from overseas, who were required to spend at least a few years in rural and remote areas. Health services are reliant on qualified staff to run, and unfortunately, as a country, we have not been training up enough of them for decades. We also have an ageing population, and often with ageing comes an increased reliance on the health system. Bodies wear out, chronic diseases develop, trips and falls become more catastrophic. So we actually need more of these health professionals, and we need them yesterday. There are ethical issues about recruiting precious health worker resources from other countries. They need them as well. But the alternative is that we train them up here in Australia, and we absolutely need to be doing that. But it takes time, and we need this extra workforce yesterday. Our health system is under pressure today from increased demand and from workforce shortages. A doctor takes 6 years of university study, then an internship. A GP takes a further 5 years on top of that. A nurse takes an undergraduate degree of 3 years, and a nurse practitioner takes at least 3 years' experience and then a master's degree on top of that. A pharmacist takes a minimum 4 years study plus 1 year intern training program. We are not going to be solving our health workforce shortage here in the next year or two through training up additional workers here, although we absolutely need to be doing that. So when I spoke to the Health Minister a couple of years ago, I was really pleased to hear about the work that was being done on scope of practice across a number of different professions in the health workforce. And today I'm pleased to be able to support the Health Legislation Amendment Prescribing of Pharmaceutical Benefits Bill 2025, a practical, forward-looking reform that strengthens Medicare, supports our health workforce and improves timely access to affordable medicines for Australians, no matter where they live. At its core, this bill amends the National Health Act 1953 and the Health Insurance Act 1973 to allow appropriately qualified registered nurses to prescribe certain medicines under the PBS. It's not a radical step. It is a sensible evolution of modern healthcare, one grounded in evidence, informed by expert review and driven by the needs of patients. And importantly, it makes the best possible use of our existing health workforce, which is good for patients, it's good for the health workers themselves, and it's good for our overall health system. The purpose of healthcare reform should always be clear: better outcomes for patients. Today, too many Australians struggle to access timely care. In rural and regional communities, patients often travel long distances simply to obtain a prescription. In our outer suburbs, families can wait days, sometimes weeks, for appointments. This bill addresses those barriers directly. By enabling authorised nurse prescribers to prescribe medicines on the PBS, patients receiving treatment from these clinicians will be able to access subsidised medicines without unnecessary delay. This is about equity. It's about ensuring that where you live does not determine the quality or speed of your health care. And it's about recognising a simple truth. When patients receive treatment earlier, outcomes improve and pressure on the system declines. Deputy Speaker, Australia's nurses are among the most highly trained and respected professionals in our health system. Yet for too long, rigid regulatory settings have prevented many of them from working their full scope of practice, and this bill changes that. It establishes a formal process through which eligible registered nurses may be approved as authorised prescribers, with mechanisms for suspension or revocation if standards are not met. It also ensures that these prescribers are subject to oversight by the Professional Services Review, the same safeguard applied to other PBS prescribers. And to be clear, this reform expands access without compromising safety. Prescribing will remain contingent on appropriate education, competency and registration, requirements already fundamental to safe clinical practice in Australia. In other words, this is reform with guardrails. But this legislation does not emerge in isolation. It implements recommendations from the Strengthening Medicare Task Force and the Scope of Practice Review, reforms designed to empower health professionals and modernise primary care. Those reviews recognise what many clinicians already know. Australia cannot meet growing healthcare demand without using the full capability of our workforce. Designated nurse prescribing will help ease workforce pressures, build long-term system capacity and support sustainability across primary care. And by enabling suitably qualified nurses to expand their scope of practice, it will also support workforce retention issues. At a time when emergency departments are crowded and GP shortages are felt across the country, we cannot afford to leave skilled professionals underutilised. This is smart reform, the kind that improves productivity while enhancing patient care. If there is one place where this reform will make an immediate difference, it's rural and remote Australia. The government has been clear: empowering nurses to practice at full scope will provide more equitable access to treatment for people living outside our major cities. As well as running health services across SA, including some rural and remote services, I also lived in a very small country town for a number of years, providing services into general practices scattered across remote SA. Access to timely healthcare can be a challenge in remote areas and can require considerable planning and travel. Consider the farmer managing a chronic condition hundreds of kilometres from a specialist, or an elderly resident in a small town whose local clinic struggles to recruit doctors. The young family who cannot afford repeated travel just to renew a prescription. For these Australians, this bill is not theoretical, it's transformational. It means fewer delays, fewer avoidable hospital visits and greater continuity of care within their communities. The Minister's second reading remarks captured the reform succinctly. Empowering nurses to provide safe, high-quality care directly in the community reduces the need for GP visits and long waits in overcrowded emergency departments. And Speaker, this is precisely the kind of structural reform our health system needs. Too often patients end up in hospital because primary care was inaccessible. Too often, GPs spend valuable consultation time on straightforward prescribing tasks when their expertise could be better utilised elsewhere. Allowing trained nurses to manage appropriate prescribing frees doctors to focus on complex care, a win for efficiency and a win for the patients. This reform also aligns with Australia's long-standing commitment to affordable medicines. The government has stated that the change promotes equitable, affordable and timely access to high-quality medicines and services consistent with the National Medicines Policy. And let's remember what the PBS represents. For generations, it has been a cornerstone of Australian healthcare, ensuring that life-saving medicines are accessible not only to the wealthy, but to every Australian citizen. By expanding the pool of authorised prescribers, we strengthen that system rather than strain it. Access delayed is access denied, and this bill ensures access delivered sooner. Deputy Speaker, as with any reform, stakeholders have raised questions, particularly about which medicines nurse prescribers may ultimately prescribe. These matters, however, will be determined by the Minister through disallowable legislative instruments, allowing appropriate scrutiny and flexibility as clinical practice evolves. This is good legislative design. It ensures Parliament establishes the framework while allowing expert guidance to shape operational detail. So let's not let hypothetical fears overshadow the very real benefits this reform will deliver. Australia has successfully expanded prescribing roles before to nurse practitioners, dentists, optometrists and midwives, always with patient safety at the forefront. And it isn't unknown overseas either. In the UK, most community health visitors have the V100 or Community Practitioner Nurse Prescriber qualification. In New Zealand, nurse practitioners have been authorised to prescribe within scope of competence since 2001. In South Africa and Canada, and even in the US, all 50 states, nurse practitioners can prescribe. This is not a radical change. It is a well thought through, logical change with strong guardrails. And it continues to put patient safety and patient wellbeing at the centre of healthcare. The National Health Act 1953 has long underpinned the provision of pharmaceutical and medical services in Australia, but a health system built for the 1950s cannot remain frozen in time. Our population is ageing, chronic disease is rising, demand for care is growing faster than workforce supply. If we fail to modernise, we risk bottlenecks that hurt patients and exhaust clinicians. This bill is exactly the kind of targeted legislative update required to meet 21st century challenges. Not sweeping upheaval, but thoughtful adaptation. Speaker, sustainability is not only about funding, it's about structure. A resilient health system distributes responsibility across a skilled, multidisciplinary workforce. It encourages collaboration rather than hierarchy. It removes unnecessary barriers that prevent professionals from delivering care. By building long-term capacity, this reform strengthens the system for decades to come. Future governments, regardless of political persuasion, will benefit from the foundations laid today, because good health policy should never be partisan. It should be pragmatic. And this is part of a broader vision. The Australian healthcare system, despite its challenges, is world-class. If you are sick or injured, you wouldn't want to be anywhere else in the world. But it is a system under pressure, where demand is rising, and so we need to continue to ensure it works to its maximum ability with all the resources, including workforce, that we can provide. So this change enacts the vision: a health system where nurses practice to their full capability, patients receive timely treatment, rural communities enjoy genuine healthcare equity, and hospitals are reserved for those who truly need them. This is not an abstract aspiration. It is exactly what this legislation advances. Deputy Speaker, the Health Legislation Amendment Prescribing of Pharmaceutical Benefits Bill 2025 is measured, responsible and necessary reform. It empowers trusted professionals. It improves access to medicines. It supports rural Australians. It reduces system pressure and it strengthens Medicare. And most importantly, It places patients, not bureaucracy, at the centre of care. Parliament is often at its best when it embraces practical reforms that make everyday life easier for Australians, and this is one of those moments. Let us back our nurses and modernise our health system to ensure that every Australian can access the care they need, when they need it, where they need it, no matter where they call home. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This bill will enable qualified registered nurses to prescribe pharmaceutical benefits under the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme. It seeks to implement reforms identified as necessary by the Strengthening Medicare Task Force and the subsequent Scope of Practice review. The amendments will empower nurses to work to their full scope of practice in primary care. And it does make sense that we should do everything possible to ease chronic workforce pressures and provide more equitable access to treatment for people living in rural and remote areas of Australia in particular. Deputy Speaker, the prescribing of medications has generally in the past been limited to authorised health practitioners, primarily doctors, but also some others, including dentists, optometrists, nurse practitioners and midwives, who have been given the ability to prescribe within their defined scope of practice. We have chronic workforce shortages across Australia in a range of healthcare craft groups, and these are generally more pronounced in regional, rural and remote areas. Factors contributing to these workforce shortages include the increasing demand associated with an ageing population, rising levels of chronic disease and barriers to education and training, including the financial barriers associated with the absence of paid practical placements for students undertaking training in all healthcare professionals in this country. Nurses play a critical role in providing essential care for Australians. They manage chronic and complex health conditions that keep people out of hospitals. Nurse prescribing is a cost-effective intervention which will offer continuity of care, can reduce the workload for other healthcare team members and improve patient satisfaction. Nurses are highly trusted. Australians trust them and consistently rank them as the most trusted profession in health, which I have a small problem with personally, but which I get. And they are the single largest health profession in Australia, accounting for more than half of the Australian health workforce and registered nurses working in Australia. In particular, remote area nurses and rural and isolated practice registered nurses are commonly particularly experienced and skilled. Without access to the PBS, nurse-prescribed medications would only be available to those patients who can pay for them privately. And that raises significant questions of equity as well as best practice health care. The Strengthening Medicare Task Force report from December 2022 was supportive of altering regulatory arrangements to enable all parts of our primary care workforce to work to their full scope of practice. The subsequent review undertaken by the Albanese government proposed recommendations aimed at enabling healthcare professionals, including pharmacists, dental hygienists, nurse practitioners and allied health workers, to work at their full scope of practice. But it's important to note that we're not actually doing that with the legislation in front of the House. Key recommendations of the Scope of Practice review included the establishment of a national skills and capability framework, for consistent legislation across jurisdictions, and for new funding models to support multidisciplinary and patient-centred care. A major finding of that review is the fact that we have ridiculous but ongoing legislative inconsistencies across Australian states and territories, which limit the scope of practice for professionals such as pharmacists and Aboriginal health practitioners. For example, while pharmacists in some regions can administer vaccines, in others they are prohibited by law from doing so. Similarly, Aboriginal health practitioners in Queensland are banned from undertaking immunisations, even though they've had the necessary training. These sorts of discrepancies contribute to inequities in healthcare access. They increase strain on our workforce, particularly in rural and Indigenous communities, and they really make no sense. Basically, we need a commitment from the federal, state and territory governments to removing barriers to streamline care across all Australian jurisdictions. I do note that this legislation expands the ability of registered nurses to prescribe Schedule 2, 3, 4 and 8 medications under supervision. Under the new standards which came into effect in September 2025 for nurse prescribing, designated RNs who are prescribers will have to have 5,000 hours of post-registration clinical experience and to have completed specific training. They have to prescribe in partnership with an authorised health practitioner and complete a 6-month period of clinical membership after accreditation. A model in which a suitably qualified RN works closely with a doctor to titrate a medication to meet patients' needs does seem reasonable, but it would be appropriate to limit authorisations for that sort of oversight to professionals who are free of commercial conflicts of interest. And it makes sense that nurses are given access to prescribable medications which have been carefully selected, such as to secure that they're safe and appropriate. It is disappointing, Deputy Speaker, that this legislation extends prescribing capacity only to registered nurses. I note that the podiatry endorsement for scheduled medicines registration standard has been in place for years, but we still haven't given podiatrists the ability to be authorised prescribers under the PBS. There's no rationale for this anomaly. In order to optimise scope of practice for health professionals, we could today act to expand authorised prescribers under the PBS to include all professions which are currently endorsed to prescribe. And it would be reasonable to expect that if we did so, in addition to immediately enabling podiatrists to act independently, we could, in short order, allow optometrists to prescribe oral medications and potentially increase access to prescribing for physiotherapists and for other craft groups. There are some potential pitfalls to expanding the ability to prescribe to healthcare professionals who have not traditionally been given that remit. These include the danger of fragmented care, duplication of services, increased complexity, role confusion and poorer health outcomes. If the professionals who are prescribing don't have adequate diagnostic and clinical experience, of course there's a risk of inappropriate prescribing, such as unnecessary antibiotic use, and a greater chance of drug side effects in the context of multi-morbidities and of polypharmacy. This is particularly relevant for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who often experience multiple health conditions earlier in life, and for older Australians who are often on multiple medications. Other recent concerns include the increasing use of telehealth and emerging online business models, often focused on prescribing specific substances like medicinal cannabis or weight loss drugs like Wegovy and Ozempic. In that context, prescribing is often based on a single phone or video consultation, and it carries much greater risks than that associated with typical face-to-face consultations with a GP who knows their patient. Concerns have also been raised by stakeholders regarding the types of medications that can be prescribed by RNs. Specifically, the AMA and RACGP have expressed concerns, appropriate concerns, around the prescribing of Schedule 8 medications such as morphine and other opiates. Schedule 8 medications carry a significant risk of abuse, dependency and harm. It's my belief that prescribing of these should remain the role of the clinician ultimately responsible for patient care and management. There are real concerns for patients but also for prescribers with allowing nurses to prescribe Schedule 8 medications without putting in place the appropriate legislative guardrails. For example, such designated RN practitioner prescribers will not necessarily have access to real-time monitoring programs, which is a real concern given the significant risk of misuse by some individuals of Schedule 8 opiates. Deputy Speaker, the expansion of scope of practice should empower our healthcare professionals. It should improve accessibility and efficiency in healthcare. Our first priority, though, should always be patient safety and the protection of patient care. Given the increasing complexity of medical care in this country, particularly for older Australians and for those with multiple medical problems, the best model of care is that provided in a multidisciplinary team. I support this bill, as I support increasing the scope of practice of all competent healthcare professionals in Australia. But I call on the government to ensure that these changes are appropriately scrutinised and monitored, and then not instituted in a kind of band-aid solution in response to the, at this point, unaddressed issue in many respects of our chronic healthcare workforce deficiencies. Having said that, I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Brisbane, in the short time that's available.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of the Health Legislation Amendment Bill 2025. It's about prescribing pharmaceutical benefits. Access to universal free healthcare is one of Labor's greatest legacies to Australia, and this bill is just another part of that. You know, I'm one of 8 kids. I have no idea how my parents would have possibly managed had we not had access to free healthcare via Medicare and subsidised medicines through the PBS. My pensioner grandparents who lived next door, they absolutely relied heavily on Medicare and the PBS in their later years. This bill builds on Labor's commitment to make healthcare more accessible and more affordable for all Australians. This bill increases access and availability of medicines for all Australians. Importantly, it will allow registered nurses to prescribe certain medicines that can be supplied under the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme and attract a Commonwealth subsidy.
The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour. The member for Brisbane will have leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? The member for Fowler has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On Thursday, the 22nd of January, the sacred Lord Buddha relics arrived in the Fowler community and were venerated at Fukway Temple in Wetherill Park in the heart of southwest Sydney. For many in our community, the arrival of the Buddha relics on that day was profoundly symbolic, as it was the National Day of Mourning as well following the tragic Bondi shootings. Standing alongside Venerable Thich An Thien and other venerables from Buddhist temples in Western and Southwestern Sydney, I was reminded that in the moments of grief and shock, communities instinctively turn toward peace, reflection and compassion. In Fowler, one of the most culturally diverse electorates in the country, it's often our shared humanity, not our differences, that brings us together in times of sorrow. The Buddhist message of respect, mindfulness and responsibility resonated deeply within my community that day. I thank the Druk Community Centre of Australia for bringing these sacred relics from France, in collaboration with the Buddhist Union of France under the spiritual guidance of His Eminence Kalu Rinpoche. Their presence in Fowler reflected values that define our community: dignity, harmony and care for everyone. At a time when fear can lead to division or calls for rush responses that risk targeting communities, I will always stand for practical, evidence-based solutions that keep people safe while upholding the dignity of all Australians, no matter where they come from, what language they speak or what they believe in. Thank you.
Member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Aibawan and hello. I rise to wish the Sri Lankan Australian community and everyone back in Sri Lanka a very happy 78th Independence Day. For many, independence marks the beginning of a new chapter, one defined by hope, resilience and ambition. While Sri Lanka has faced challenges along the way, the enduring friendship between our two nations has remained constant. That bond is best reflected in our vibrant diaspora. Today, more than 170,000 people of Sri Lankan heritage call Australia home. We have built our lives here and embraced the opportunities Australia provides, while carrying our culture with us in the languages we speak and the food we share. As I raise my son Ilya, I feel how important it is to pass these traditions on. No matter the distance, we never forget where we come from. As the first Sri Lankan-born woman elected to this parliament and chair of the Parliamentary Friends of Sri Lanka, I remain deeply committed to strengthening the ties between our two nations. Happy Independence Day.
Well done. And member for Herbert.
This government's priorities are all wrong. Your mortgage is going up. People are doing it tough. In sitting around the dinner table, they're talking about what they're going to have to cut back on. Groceries, school supplies, insurance, their mortgage. And when asked about this, the Prime Minister and the Treasurer both laughed it off. Yep. They're not spending your hard-earned tax dollars where they should. For an example, instead of spending your hard-earned money back into supporting Australians, they're sending hundreds of millions of dollars to Afghanistan, to the Taliban. The Taliban are responsible for the 41 deaths of Australian soldiers, more than 200 wounded in combat, including myself. Many ADF veterans have succumbed to their war within, and hundreds, thousands of Australian Afghan veterans have the memories of what that hell on earth actually is. A part of the Taliban government, they have a person by the name of Anas Haqqani, who ran the Haqqani network, who was sentenced to death. That's what he was. He's responsible for terrorist attacks around the world, killing women, children and soldiers. That's who is counting the money now. The Taliban hate us, and they should hate us for free.
Member for Solomon.
Deputy Speaker, later this month I'll attend the state funeral for Ted Egan AO, a man who embodied the spirit, generosity and storytelling at the heart of the Northern Territory. Through music, writing and his public service, particularly as the Administrator of the Northern Territory, he helped Australians to understand the people and the cultures and the history of the Territory in a way that few others could. Ted gifted me his book, Kuli Katama, which means seeking understanding. It begins with the lyrics of his song, This Land, Australia, and the passage that I've always loved, and I quote, "Try to understand this land, Australia. Take her as she is, her moods, her mysteries, mother of us all beneath the Southern Cross, in her frame of peaceful seas." End quote. Ted is urging us to listen, to learn and to respect this remarkable country. And whether he was singing with a beer carton or sharing a yarn or representing the Territory on the national stage, Ted Egan did it with authenticity, with great humour and enormous heart. He lived big, and my thoughts are with Neris and the whole Egan family as they grieve the loss of their partner, father, grandfather, great-grandfather and mate.
Member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today is World Cancer Day and February is Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month. Today, 5 Australian women will be told that they have ovarian cancer, a devastating condition with a survival rate of only 49%. Ovarian Cancer Australia's national awareness campaign is shining a much-needed light onto one of Australia's most challenging forms of cancer. Every year in Australia, 1,900 women are diagnosed with ovarian cancer. In most cases, detection occurs at an advanced stage, rendering treatment much more difficult. Raising awareness is therefore essential to improving early recognition, timely care and survival outcomes. One of Ovarian Cancer Australia's primary priorities this month is to secure more research funding. The Medical Research Future Fund has allocated only $21 million to ovarian cancer since 2015. The NHMRC, $64 million since 2012. It is quite simply not enough. Minister Butler could double that allocation today with the stroke of a pen. So today, I call on the Albanese government to save Australian women's lives by releasing the money put aside for that purpose by funding life-saving research into ovarian cancer in the Medical Research Future Fund.
Member for Banks.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to Lachlan Leong, who sadly passed away at the age of 17 earlier this year. Lachlan was a remarkable young man, caring, wise beyond his years, and a much-loved member of the community in Padstow and Menai High School. Lachlan was also an extraordinary table tennis player, ranked 5th in the country for his age group and 32nd in the country overall. The last 2 years had brought Lachlan much success in the sport, including wins in a number of national tournaments and with wins over players that were several years his senior. He had a special talent that I was able to see briefly at the St George and Sutherland Table Tennis Association last year. It earned him wide recognition, and he will be sorely missed by many in the table tennis community who saw his boundless potential. I was able to attend Lachlan's funeral on the 14th of January, and my thoughts are with his family, particularly his parents, Simon and Connie, his brothers Matthew and Jaden, who I had the privilege of meeting. At the funeral, many spoke about Lachlan's thoughtfulness, his selflessness, whether at school, with his family, or at table tennis. The room was full to a brim with family and friends, including countless members of the Menno High School and table tennis fraternities. Lachlan will be sorely missed. May he rest in peace.
Give the call to member for Canning.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Shame on the Albanese government for their neglect of the Australian Defence Force. Shame on the Albanese government for the way they have stripped out the defence budget. Shame on the Albanese government for the way they have compromised our warfighting capability. Shame on the Albanese government for the way they have destroyed the morale of our fighting men and women. And shame on the Albanese government for the news today that they are selling off our prime defence land and bases across our country. Labor is selling off historic bases like Victoria Barracks in Sydney and Melbourne, central to the ADF's identity and history. Labor is selling off important bases like Irwin Barracks in Perth, home to the 13th Brigade and the heart and soul of our Army Reserve in the West. Labor is selling off key bases like HMAS Penguin, which provide an important presence and capability in Sydney for the Royal Australian Navy. And Labor is selling off land near sensitive bases like Swan Island in Victoria, putting at risk important capabilities. The Albanese government are not stewards, they are wreckers, and they are wrecking our inheritance. They are pushing our fighting men and women and their families further away from the cities that we depend upon for the recruitment of our soldiers, sailors and airmen. Why? For money. It's all about money. That's why I say again, shame on the Albanese government for this short-sighted and foolish decision. These bases belong to the Australian people. Why do you think you have the right to sell them off?
Member for Bennelong.
Deputy Speaker, today I am eager to acknowledge the 50th anniversary of the Hunters Hill Probus Club, the first and oldest Probus club in the country, right in the heart of Bennelong. Their inaugural meeting was held on the 3rd of February 1976, and 50 years later, Hunters Hill Probus Club is thriving as it fosters wellbeing, inclusion and connection right across Australia. Probus remains a non-for-profit institution run by members for its members. Probus Club memberships are open to retirees, semi-retirees and those soon to enter retirement. Through activities, programs and social initiatives that solidify community relationships, Probus ensures that Australians of all walks of life can maintain a healthy, active and stimulating lifestyle as they age. Starting at Hunters Hill, they now have over 1,400 clubs across Australia and New Zealand, and over 500,000 members have been involved since 1976. And I'm so proud, Deputy Speaker, that all of that started right in the heart of Bennelong. So this week, on the 3rd of February, the club celebrated this 50th birthday, and attending was Michael Ramson, Chairman of Probus, Josephine McBride, who is the current President of the Hunters Hill Club, along with the local mayor who attended and former Prime Minister and my predecessor, John Howard. Unfortunately, due to parliamentary commitments, I couldn't be there, but thank you to Hunters Hill Probus Club for all that you do.
Member for Parkes.
Deputy Speaker, I'm just a simple country boy at heart, so it was with great pride that I attended the Parkes Elvis Festival in January. Yes, I wore an Elvis jumpsuit, and yes, I stood alongside a multitude of other Elvi, Priscillas and a couple of hound dogs, and they got all shook up. It's part of the Parkes electorate way of life. It's one of the most successful festivals in our nation, and I was simply taking care of business. But let's move along to a little less conversation and a little bit more action. The Parkes Elvis Festival is a huge hit with Elvis fans around the world. It's estimated that more than 26,000 people can't help falling in love with the celebrations and make their way to parks via a jet plane or a freight train or the good old Elvis Express. The Parks Elvis Festival was the dream of Bob and Ann Steele, and they followed that dream to international success. The show's tribute competition, the parade, the photo exhibition, the busking, the gospel service, it's all part of the carnival time in parks. And this year's theme of Love Me Tender had the thousands of fans there celebrating the wonder of Elvis. Congratulations to the Steeles, to Parks Shire Council, to the tribute artists, the performers, to those who put on their blue suede shoes, and to the many volunteers that made this happen. Thank you very much.
Member for Bonner.
Deputy Speaker, hard act to follow. Today is World Cancer Day and this month is Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month. This morning, myself and many of my colleagues in this place attended an event hosted by Ovarian Cancer Australia, where we heard directly from women and families living with the reality of a disease that is too often overlooked. Their stories are a powerful reminder of why greater awareness and action matters. So today I want to raise awareness of this horrific disease that around 1,900 Australian women are diagnosed with each year. Although it is the 9th most common cancer in females, ovarian cancer is the 5th leading cause of cancer death. Survival remains low. 2 in 3 women are diagnosed at advanced stages and less than half of those diagnosed survive beyond 5 years. This survival rate has barely changed in 50 years. That's why the Albanese government is backing ovarian cancer research through targeted funding and expanded access to affordable medicines on the PBS. This includes $386,000 for the Track Forward project, and the government is also ensuring women are supported with treatments such as Zejula and Lynparza medications, improving options, outcomes and access for women who need it most. More than 300 women each year in Australia will now not be faced with more than $100,000 for the cost of these medications. They are now listed on the PBS at a cost of just $25. Labor is delivering for women today and every day.
And I give the call to the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to speak directly to the people of Reedy Creek, Tallabudgera, Burleigh and surrounding suburbs, and to make sure your voices are heard loud and clear in the federal parliament. Many of you have contacted me sharing deep concerns about a new proposal for a major quarry to be built in Reedy Creek, adjacent to homes, schools and our natural environment. I share your concerns and I stand with you. This is not a new battle. Our community fought this once before and won. A previous quarry proposal was refused by the City of Gold Coast, and that decision was upheld by the Planning and Environment Court in 2017. Now, history is repeating itself. Another quarry application has been lodged with the Council, and right now, your voice matters most. Please join me in making it clear where you stand and make a submission before Monday, 9 February. These submissions matter. They will make your views unmistakably clear and give Council the confidence to do what they did last time and reject this proposal. I share your concerns about heavy truck movements through residential streets, noise, dust, health impacts, environmental damage, and the long-term loss of amenity. A quarry does not belong beside homes, schools, or wildlife corridors. It's quite simply the right project in the wrong location, and we must ensure that Council says no again.
Member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, Xin Yin Kwai La, Gong Hei Fat Choi, Happy New Year. That is what people from across the Brisbane Southside electorate of Moreton are already saying to each other in the lead up to Lunar New Year, and not just in Moreton, but across this country and across the globe. Because for Australians of Chinese heritage, Vietnamese heritage, Korean heritage, indeed for all Australians, we are about to have a very special celebration. And Deputy Speaker, I have such incredibly fond memories of celebrating Lunar New Year. Hearing the clinking and vibration on the table of mahjong tiles as I crouched underneath, saying Happy New Year to every single adult so I could collect my well-earned red packet. And mostly, I remember being around family, around friends, and that everyone was invited. Because, Deputy Speaker, Lunar New Year is more than a celebration of food, although the food is fantastic. It is more than a celebration of colour and movement and vibrancy, although that's fantastic too. It is a celebration of something so very inherently Australian, of bringing people together, of sharing between community, and of standing up when it counts, which is what we need now more than ever. So whether you're celebrating on the Sunnybank rooftop, at the Landmark restaurant, or in your home, happy Year of the Horse.
Member for Barker.
I rise today to honour the life and service of Dr Sue Charlton, a deeply respected South Australian whose passing is being felt strongly in Mount Gambier and across the Limestone Coast. Sue was a committed champion of regional communities. As the inaugural chair of the Stand Like Stone Foundation, Sue helped establish a lasting model of community philanthropy, ensured funds raised locally are directed back into local priorities, strengthening community outcomes across the Limestone Coast. Sue's impact was not confined to the Limestone Coast. Sue played a formative role nationally as a founding member and later chair of what is now Community Foundations Australia. Through that leadership, Sue helped to shape a network of community foundations that continue to deliver for communities right across our nation. Professionally, Sue devoted more than 4 decades to paediatric physiotherapy, improving the lives of children and families. Sue was a mentor, an educator, a researcher. Sue completed her PhD later in life and exemplified a lifelong commitment to learning and evidence-based care. In January 2014, Sue was appointed a member of the Order of Australia for her significant service to the community through philanthropic and charitable organisations and to the profession of physiotherapy. Sue Charlton leaves behind a legacy of service and leadership. Her contribution will endure through the institutions she strengthened and the many lives she touched. Vale, Sue Charlton.
Member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I come from a place of incredible privilege. Like many here, I have been afforded an education, a roof over my head, and a life free from violence. I recently visited Bandiat Women's Prison in West Swan in Hasluck. The majority of women there have suffered family and domestic violence, and sadly those experiences form part of the reason why many of them are there. Prisons are difficult places. I was so pleasantly surprised to see the great, dedicated and caring support by the correctional officers and the rehabilitation practices being implemented that help fill the very gaps that have occurred in their lives, including in education and healthcare. About 50% of the inmates at Bandiat are Indigenous, underscoring the continuing need for us to work to close the gap across this and other measures. The women are supported at the end of their sentences through a carefully staged release process, and this includes receiving a second-hand phone upon release with important numbers for them to engage with the continuing support. The ability to communicate with others is incredibly important for everyone, but for domestic violence survivors who already face isolation, particularly in remote communities, it can be the thing that saves their life. I have already initiated the DV Safe Phone program in my Hasluck office, which is now a busy drop-off point for phones, and I encourage my colleagues across all sides of the Parliament to become that drop-off zone for DV Safe Phone.
Member for Gippsland.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And like all members in this place, I do enjoy the opportunity to speak at my local schools on occasions. And among the key messages that I like to pass on to the students is just a little reminder that you should never sell yourself short and never forget where you came from. And I want young Gippslanders to be able to achieve their full potential in their chosen field and never to think for a second that a kid from a country town can't achieve great things in their life and do something if they just work hard and they put their minds to it. And in saying that, Deputy Speaker, it brings me to a young Australian who has just been named the Australian women's cricket captain across all 3 forms of the game, in Sophie Molyneux from Bensdale. Now, Sophie was born and raised in Bensdale. She played her first cricket as a 10-year-old alongside her father, Mark, and she has been a member of the national team now since 2018. But the journey for Sophie hasn't been that easy, Deputy Speaker. She has sustained serious injuries during her cricket playing career, which have curtailed her opportunities to play at international levels. So I can say with great pride and great authority on behalf of all Gippslanders how excited they are to see Sophie Molyneux selected as the Australian women's cricket captain across all three forms of the game. This is a young lady who has never given up, and she's never forgotten where she came from.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to stand with the workers of Myuna Colliery, their families and the Lake Macquarie community being treated as a throwaway item by Origin Energy. For more than 3 years, I've stood with the Mining Energy Union demanding that Origin do the right thing. For more than 3 years, Origin has stalled and dodged responsibilities. Let's be clear about what's actually happening here. Myuna Colliery was built for one purpose, to supply coal to Araring Power Station. There is no alternative market for them. Origin has locked in Araring's operation until at least 2029. They are generating power. They are selling electricity. They are making huge profits. Yet they refuse to guarantee the local jobs that make the operation possible. Around 300 direct jobs at Myuna are now on the line, along with over 1,000 jobs and more across the supply chain. Not because of a mine has failed, but because Origin is playing corporate games. This is not the energy transition. This is not inevitable. This is a deliberate commercial decision shifting risk onto workers, families and the community. Yesterday's short-term offer was a spin, not a solution. It provides no certainty. If Origin keeps Araring running, it must take responsibility and commit to a genuine long-term coal supply agreement. The Hunter has powered New South Wales for generations. The least Origin can do is power these jobs into the future, sign a deal and do it now.
Yeah. Member for Bradfield.
In scenes all too familiar to Australians, my community watched with dismay the devastating bushfires in Victoria this summer. As blazes tore through the state, I was incredibly proud to learn that our very own North Shore volunteer brigades answered the call for help. And congratulations to Hugh Bradshaw from the North Shore Lorikeet for reporting on their journey. As Hugh reported, several Ku-ring-gai volunteers travelled to places, including Yark in Goulburn Valley, to protect vulnerable communities and their properties. And in the great tradition of Australian firefighting and community service, they put their own lives at risk to help fellow Australians. It's what we do, and it's what we need to keep doing as the devastating impacts of climate change usher in weather events that are more severe and more frequent than ever before. Today is February 4, Extreme Heat Awareness Day. It's critical that we properly plan for what's ahead. But it's also critical that we properly tackle the causes of the problem. We can't protect communities from extreme heat and catastrophic bushfires while we literally pour fuel on the fire. Making climate change worse by approving new fossil fuel projects is not part of our plan. I offer my sincere thanks to our Ku-ring-gai volunteer firefighters for their service, and I call on this place to do everything it can to protect those that answer the call by mitigating the risks, helping build more resilient communities and ending the approval of new fossil fuel projects.
Member for Braddon has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thanks to the Albanese Labor government, residents of Braddon now have access to free mental health care with the opening of a temporary pop-up Medicare mental health centre in Burnie. Located in Cooey along the Bass Highway, this walk-in service provides immediate support for anyone in distress. No appointment, no referral, just help when they need it most. It is staffed by a dedicated team of clinicians and peer workers, ensuring that our locals receive the right care at the right time. This temporary centre will remain in place while a permanent Medicare mental health centre is established at the Burnie Health Hub, due to open in late 2026. This is the second Medicare mental health centre in Braddon, with a national rollout of 92 centres right across the country. Along with this clinic, a new Medicare urgent care clinic will open on the 9th of February, offering bulk billed extended hours care for non-emergency conditions, also in Burnie at the Health Hub. This will be the second urgent care clinic in Braddon, something I campaigned for during the election. This provides my constituents with better access to urgent care and mental health assistance when they need it most, taking pressure off the emergency department at the North West Regional Hospital in Burnie. On this side, all of us on this side, while we are about delivering on our promises, whilst over that side it's all about division.
Member for Barawa.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The Barawa electorate is home to some extraordinary young performing talent, and that talent will be on display at the Sydney Youth Musical Theatre's production of 9 to 5, which is running on the 7th to the 15th of February at the Glen Street Theatre. The SYMT's production will have lots of Dolly Parton's wonderful and famous songs. The SYMT provides not only a place for entertainment for people, it provides a very important training ground for young artists and musicians. People go on to study at NIDA, WAPA, the VCA and become recipients of the Helpman and Rob Guests Awards. Some of the people involved in this production include Director Adam Haynes, Music Director Jono Simpson, Choreographer Caitlin Dennis, Assistant Director Lockie Dunleavy, Assistant Choreographer Bella Spinaza. The incredible president of the SYMT and production manager is Chrissy Stimson. The cast includes Erin Pacholk, Daniela Navakovic, Jessica Bate, Nathaniel Sherlock, Liz Grant, Aidan Hall, Sasha Masuk, Eliza Pascoe, Hayley Matthew, Chloe Gardner, Harry Little, Carl Willison and Alex White. I got the privilege of seeing some of the rehearsals over the summer, and I encourage everyone in the electorate, indeed everyone in the Parliament, to buy a ticket to see this fantastic production by some outstanding young Australian musicians, Australian actors, Australian performers in the Sydney Youth Musical Theatre's production of 9 to 5.
Give the call to the member for Spence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz clicked her heels 3 times and said, "There's no place like home." And she's right, there is no place like home. And a home is exactly what John, Yolanda and Luca Tramontono from Manapara in my electorate of Spence have been able to build with the help of the Albanese government. They graciously hosted us on the weekend for a historic announcement by our government, an announcement that includes a landmark agreement to unlock 17,000 new homes for South Australians, including nearly 7,000 homes for first home buyers. The $800 million investment marked a major milestone in delivering our election commitment to help build 100,000 homes for first home buyers. This is about providing real housing accessibility for South Australians who want the security of their own home, and would not have been possible without the united, cohesive and driven leadership from the Albanese and Malinauskas Labor governments and our unwavering dedication to delivering for Australians. Whilst those opposite continue to be divided, divisive and too busy fighting with themselves, we are driven in our pursuit of helping Australians purchase their first home. We are focused on delivering real progress, real supply and real hope to make sure anyone has access to their own home.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded. Invite the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I inform the House that the Minister for Social Services is representing myself at the state funeral service of Professor the Honourable Dame Marie Bashir, and will be absent from question time today. I know that particularly for people from New South Wales, Marie Bashir was an absolutely extraordinary human being and a great governor of New South Wales, and she will be missed by so many people who had contact with her. She was remarkable. The Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations will answer questions on her behalf. I also inform the House that the Minister for Communications and Sport will be absent from question time today and tomorrow. The Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government will answer questions on her behalf.
We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? And I give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Under Labor, Australians are living with higher prices and increasing interest rates. While the Treasurer blames the private sector, Australia's leading economists say the problem is government spending. Stephen Smith, Deloitte Access Economics partner, said government spending was, quote, historically high and, quote, a genuine driver of inflation. We all know the Treasurer won't. So will the Prime Minister accept responsibility for yesterday's rate rise? Yes or no?
I give the call to the order. Members on my right. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Well, this is what the RBA Governor said yesterday when she was asked very directly about government spending. She said, what's happened in the last 6 months or so private demand has turned out to be much stronger than we have been forecasting. That's what the RBA governor had to say very clearly.
Order. The member for Fisher will cease interjecting.
We know that Australians are still doing it tough, and we know that cost of living pressures are real, but that's why we have measures to actually address cost of living pressures, to take pressure off family budgets in every way that we can. And we'll keep focusing on easing cost of living pressures, on the making medicines cheaper, which we did on the 1st of January, investing in more bulk billing and urgent care clinics, which we are doing, cutting student debt by 20%, opposed by those opposite, paid prac and $10,000 incentives for people to do apprenticeships in construction or in energy, and of course free TAFE that has now had more than 700,000 people participate in it. That's why we support real wage rises. That's why we supported a tax cut last year, and why on July 1 there'll be another tax cut, and next year there'll be another one after that. I note before...
Order. The member for Goldstein. Don't make it 2 from 2. Prime Minister in continuation.
I note we had a debate about a cost of living measure before question time today. Those opposite can't even agree on cheaper beer. Remarkably.
Order. The manager of opposition business will take his point of order, as he's entitled to do so.
Just on relevance, the question wasn't about the debate earlier today, it's about interest rates.
I just invite, the Prime Minister was asked about higher prices and increasing interest rates. He was talking about the price of an individual commodity, but I'll just invite him to return to the question.
I was, Mr Speaker. I was asked about cost of living and the pressure that people are under, and I'm talking about the measures which we are taking, and one of them we're trying to legislate through the Parliament. It passed the House of Representatives earlier today, but the Liberals split from the Nationals, but more than that, 5 of the Liberals went and voted with the Nationals against the government's position. So,
order. The member for Gippsland.
I take the interjection from one of the Nats talking about the bubble. They can't stop talking about themselves, Mr Speaker, each and every day. Sky News doesn't have 30 seconds where there's not one of them sitting in their studio.
Order. The member. Well, just dealing with the member for Gippsland first of all. Far too much interjection from the member for Gippsland. That yelling will not continue. No. The member for Gippsland's now warned, not having a repeat of yesterday with that continual barrage of noise. It's not acceptable and it's not respectful to the chamber. Now the manager of opposition business.
The Prime Minister is defying. You directed him to his remarks to the question. He is not doing that. He's defying
Resume your seat.
Right.
Well, if the member for Gippsland and other members would stop interjecting so loudly, perhaps the Prime Minister wouldn't be provoked. So we can easily deal with this. Order. Well, you know, if you don't want him to not answer a question, or don't interject, because he's taking interjections. It's pretty simple. Order. The House is going to come to order. The member for Gippsland will now is warned, and if he says one more word, it's completely unacceptable. Prime Minister in continuation.
Mr Speaker, I know the manager of opposition business would be somewhat sensitive, given he's now down to 23 members who will follow a decision of the shadow cabinet. 23 out of 150.
Give the call to the honourable member for Ford.
My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government ensuring the future of the defence estate, and what will this mean for defence capability?
The call to the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister for Defence.
I thank the member for his question. Today, the Albanese government has announced the
biggest review of Australia's defence estate in our country's history. As we face the most significant strategic circumstances since the end of the Second World War, the Defence Strategic Review made clear that we need to be investing more in our bases across our north and our west, and we are doing that. There's just one example. We now have exquisite berthing capability at HMAS Coonawarra in Darwin, which we'll see and saw last year an aircraft carrier come alongside for the first time. We're engaged in an $8 billion redevelopment of HMAS Stirling in Rockingham in preparation for the Submarine Rotation Force West. But as we focus on these investments, it's become clear that we need to look at the entirety of our defence estate, because defence is one of the biggest landholders in the country, and it is clear that much of that land is now beyond its useful life for defence. And so we commissioned Jan Mason and Jim Miller, both experts in the field, to engage in an audit of the defence estate, and I want to thank them for their work. It was thorough and exhaustive, but in so many ways it was also damning. To quote their report, defence is holding more property than it needs and is carrying the burden of past indecision to reorientate the estate towards more contemporary and future needs. Attempts to consolidate and rationalise property holdings in the past have been stymied by a lack of political and organisational will to overcome challenges. It is clear that maintaining the status quo is not an option. Well, today we are garnering that political will to make the difficult decisions, and I really want to thank the Assistant Minister for Defence, Peter Khalil, and the former Assistant Minister for Defence, Matt Thistlethwaite, who have led the government's efforts in this area. Today we are announcing that we are agreeing in principle to all 20 recommendations of the defence estate, and that includes the divestiture in full of 64 properties, the divestiture in part of another 3, and every cent of that will be reinvested in defence capability. But most importantly, we will stop wasting money on properties that we don't need. As just one example, in the last 4 years we've spent $4 million securing Spectacle Island in Sydney Harbour when we haven't had a member of the Defence Force on that site since 2023. These reforms will now focus the defence estate to be the foundation that the Defence Force needs in order for it to do its job to defend Australia.
The call to the member for Bradfield.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is for the Manager of Government Business. 2 weeks ago, this parliament passed legislation to respond to the Bondi terror attack. The crossbench was required to vote on legislation mere hours after receiving it. That process disrespected the 1 in 3 Australians who voted for a strong crossbench, and it degrades the democracy that we fought so hard to nurture. What steps will the government take to ensure that lawmaking processes following future crises will not degrade democracy in this way?
Give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Bradfield for the question. I thank all members of the House for the cooperation in those sittings that we had not so long ago. Nothing degrades a democracy more than a terrorist attack. It's as simple as that. And as soon as the horrific anti-Semitic terror attack had happened in Bondi, a number of us assembled in Canberra. The Prime Minister made sure that the National Security Committee was meeting daily. Within the first week, the Prime Minister had stood up in the courtyard to announce that there would be a legislative response with respect to guns and with respect to hate laws. And from that moment, public servants worked every day, including daily briefings to myself and to the Attorney-General through the Christmas New Year period. And the moment we had legislation ready, two things happened. The Prime Minister stood up in the courtyard and announced that Parliament would be recalled, and that day the legislation appeared as an exposure draft to make sure that people had an opportunity to get across the legislation as best they could, and various negotiations started, but also a parliamentary inquiry started immediately as well. I would love to have a situation where all legislation could be dealt with in a staged manner like we do with most legislation in this House, where we don't commence debate in the week that it's introduced. That's what we normally do. But if anyone wanted any piece of evidence about why the timely nature of that going through quickly mattered, it's to think about what happened on the Sunday. After the legislation had been released, but the Sunday before this parliament returned, and the National Socialist Network, the neo-Nazis of Australia, disbanded. It wasn't because we were saying we were going to take our time, it's because they knew it was going to go through that week. That's what happened.
Order.
They made sure that they had disbanded. There are many organisations engaged in anti-Semitism. There are many organisations engaged in a number of forms of bigotry that my intelligence and law enforcement agencies that I'm responsible for as Minister for Home Affairs have to deal with. And the priority that we take, without apology, is if something has to be done quickly to keep people safe, then that's how we do it.
The call to the honourable member for Hasluck.
Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government backing our Defence Forces by making sure that they have access to the investment, assets and infrastructure that they need to keep Australians safe? And what approaches has the government rejected?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Hasluck for both her service and for the question. The government will always support the men and women who proudly wear our uniform to keep Australians safe, investing in our capability and investing in our relationships. And on Friday I will be in Jakarta seeing that through, signing a landmark security agreement with Indonesia. But we also need to support Defence Forces at home, making sure that every single dollar that's spent makes a difference to defending our nation, building on our record defence funding and focusing our capacity where it's needed. Now, we commissioned an independent review into our defence estate to investigate how to do just that. And it's clear that there are significant opportunities to do things a better way. Defence owns a significant estate that is simply not being used at all, or in some cases is just underused. Big buildings on big plots of land are sitting half empty 7 days a week, and Defence has a full-time job maintaining them. From a personnel and also an assets perspective, that simply doesn't make sense, and it's not an efficient use of that land either. Many barracks and buildings sit on land that's gazetted for use well before Federation, and they serve a purpose more fitting for that time, frankly, than they are for today. So we are taking action to maximise our defence capability. The Commonwealth will sell 64 defence estate sites across the nation and invest all proceeds back into defence, supporting our Defence Force personnel, making sure that our defence estate is fit for purpose, but also creating opportunities for urban development, for green spaces and housing in our cities. It is about making sure the men and women who keep us safe can do just that. This is a win-win-win. It is a win for the nation's defence. It is a win for opportunities when it comes to housing, but it's also a win for ensuring that economic efficiency comes through, that we don't have estates just sitting there costing money to be maintained that are serving no purpose in either being used by our Defence Force personnel or in defending our nation. This is a sensible way forward, and I thank the Defence Minister and the Assistant Minister Khalil for the extraordinary amount of work that has gone into this. This is a sensible reform going forward.
We move the next question. I'm pleased to advise the House that present in the gallery today is Meg Brown, Member for Franklin and Shadow Minister in the Tasmanian House of Assembly, and Councillor John Dorr as a guest of the Member for Bullwinkle, the former Shire President of Muttering. I give the call to the Honourable the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. And my question goes to the Treasurer. Shane Oliver, AMP Chief Economist, said, and I quote, "The best thing that Australian governments can do to help bring down inflation would be to cut government spending." When will the Treasurer finally admit he must control his spending to prevent the 14th interest rate rise under Labor?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Once again, leaving out the interest rates started going up on their watch and the 3 interest rate cuts last year. But more broadly, Mr Speaker.
Order. The Deputy Leader has asked his question.
Yeah. So, Mr Speaker, in terms of the points made by Shane Oliver, as I said yesterday in this place and on other occasions as well, that is a view that is not unanimously shared amongst economists. The AMP economists said government spending has peaked and the growth in government spending is going to add less to inflation. Commonwealth Bank economists, the public sector's contribution to growth has eased significantly. Westpac economists, public sector demand growth is slowing and indeed was negative over the first half of 2025. Now, if his question is, will the government be looking to make more savings in its 5th budget in May? The answer to that is yes. And the fact is that we've made savings in all of our budgets and budget updates. That's why we've found $114 billion in savings, including $20 billion in savings in the mid-year budget update less than 2 months ago. And to give the Shadow Treasurer and Shadow Assistant Treasurer a sense of the magnitude of that, it took the previous government 7 budget updates to find anything like $20 billion in savings. So I won't be taking lectures from those opposite when it comes to responsible economic management. Now, this government has helped engineer the biggest nominal improvement in the budget in the history of this country, a $233 billion improvement in the budget. We've paid down $176 billion in Liberal debt, which saves us $60 billion in interest costs. We've delivered 2 surpluses. They promised a surplus every year and went none for 9. So we won't be taking lectures from them, Mr Speaker. Now, I wanted to finish on this important point that was missed yesterday, Mr Speaker, in the back and forth on this question. Now, by the Shadow Treasurer's logic, every extra dollar in government spending puts pressure on inflation. Those opposite took to the election bigger deficits this year and next year. And so the onus is on the Shadow Treasurer to inform the House, if this is his logic about government spending and pressure on inflation, he should tell the House how much higher inflation would be as a consequence of the member for Fairfax and the member for Hume taking to the last election a bigger deficit this year and a bigger deficit next year as well. As always, they've set a little trap for themselves, Mr Speaker, on this question. Now, we know responsible economic management is paramount. We've found savings to date. There'll be more in the May budget, and that's consistent with the approach we've taken to managing the budget and the economy in the most responsible way.
Give the call to the Honourable Member for Banks.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. How has the Albanese Labor government approached the task of budget repair? How does this compare with other approaches?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and to the member for Banks for the big and thoughtful contribution he's already making in his first term in this place. And Mr Speaker, as I was saying, the mid-year update that we handed down in December detailed $20 billion in savings, and it banked every cent of upward revisions to revenue. And what made it the most responsible mid-year update on record is that it was the only one ever to have a better bottom line every year of the forward estimates, less debt every year of the forward estimates, and net policy decisions that improved the budget bottom line. Now, this is entirely consistent with the responsible approach that we've taken since we came to office. We've delivered that biggest nominal turnaround in the budget ever, $233 billion improvement. We found those $114 billion in savings. We've got the gross debt down this year $176 billion lower than when we came to office, and that means we're avoiding that $60 billion in interest costs. But where the progress is most obvious is when you compare our record on the budget to our predecessors. Now, they promised a surplus in their first year, and every year they never delivered one. We've already delivered 2 surpluses, and we got their deficits down. They had real spending growth averaging 4.1%, Mr Speaker. We've got it down to 1.7%. They had spending at almost a third of the economy. We've got it down closer to a quarter. They spent the majority of upward revisions to revenue. We have saved most of them. They had debt peaking at 45% of our economy. We've got that down to 37%. They doubled the debt even before the pandemic, and we've been able to get some of it down. They went to the election promising to jack up income taxes on every taxpayer. We'll cut taxes this year and next year as well. And I know that the Shadow Treasurer has been talking about fiscal rules, Mr Speaker. The Liberal Party's fiscal rules weren't worth the paper that they were printed on. They promised the surpluses, they went none from 9. They didn't limit their spending or bank revenue upgrades like we have. They failed every test that they set for themselves. The highest spending government was Scott Morrison's government. The highest taxing government was John Howard's government, Mr Speaker. And they took to the election a policy for higher income taxes, higher electricity bills, bigger deficits and more debt, Mr Speaker. And that's why nobody takes them seriously on the economy anymore. They might change their leader, Mr Speaker, but they can't change their record. We will not be taking lectures from them. We have delivered the surpluses, the spending restraint and the savings that our predecessors could not. We know that there's more work to do on the budget, and that's our focus as they focus on who sits where over there.
With a call to the National Party Whip.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. The Reserve Bank decision to increase interest rates will place more cost of living pressure on Australian families. When the Reserve Bank cut rates in August last year, the Treasurer put out a long media statement taking credit for the decision. Treasurer, why does the government take credit when interest rates go down but no one takes any responsibility when the rates go up? Why don't you apologise to the Australian people?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thank you to the honourable member for her question. As I said yesterday and again today, I take responsibility for all aspects of my job, including my part in the fight against inflation. And I dispute the characterisation of comments last year. I think I've been saying for the last couple of years that budgets aren't the primary determinant of prices in our economy. I've been saying that really for some time now, and that's because it's true. I know that we've got a job to do to roll out cost of living help in the most responsible way that we can, to make the budget even more sustainable. I take responsibility for that as well, Mr Speaker. Now, when it comes to the points that those opposite have been making about yesterday's decision by the Reserve Bank to increase interest rates, I think it's really important to recognise that the points that I have been making yesterday and today are in lockstep with the points that were made by the Reserve Bank Governor. And this is what the Reserve Bank Governor said in the press release announcing the decision. Growth in private demand has strengthened substantially more than expected. Private demand is growing more quickly than expected. In the Statement of Monetary Policy, they said private demand was much stronger than expected. The near-term upward revision is driven by private demand, Mr Speaker. This is just the economic facts that the Reserve Bank Governor and I have been pointing out. And in the Reserve Bank Governor's press conference, she said private demand has turned out to be much stronger than we had been forecasting. But perhaps most importantly, when it comes to refuting some of the rubbish that has been peddled by those opposite, Mr Speaker, this is in the Statement of Monetary Policy issued yesterday by the Independent Reserve Bank, and I'm quoting here. the contribution of public demand to year-ended GDP has continued to ease in recent quarters. And that's because what's been happening in our economy is an important transition between, over the course of the last year or so, where the public sector, measured by public final demand growth, has been retreating. Last year it was less than a third of what it was the year before, and that slack has been taken up by the private sector, which is a good thing so long as the economy can accommodate it. And that's why the work that we're doing on productivity and lifting the speed limit of the economy is such important work, Mr Speaker. And so we're seeing that transition in our economy. We've seen it over the course of the last year or so. And so the points that I've been making, the points that the RBA Governor have been making. Now, we know that there's more work to do on inflation, on productivity, against the backdrop of global economic uncertainty, and that's the government's focus.
The call to the honourable member for Macarthur.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health, Aged Care, Disability and the NDIS. How is the Albanese Labor Government securing the future of the NDIS and delivering more funding and support to help Australian kids and their families to thrive?
Call to the Minister for Health and Ageing and the Minister for Disability and the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the member who knows just how much the NDIS is a proud legacy of our Labor Party. It's a world-leading program of support for people with significant and permanent, usually lifelong, disabilities. But when we came to government, Mr Speaker, we found a scheme that was running off the rails at a time when the scheme should already have been pretty much fully matured. It was growing at a whopping 22% per year, Mr Speaker. And our government immediately started the hard work to get that growth rate down to a more sustainable level. We set a target of 8% growth this year in 2026, and the mid-year budget update that the Treasurer published only several weeks ago reported that we are on track to meet that target, Mr Speaker. But I've also said that an 8% growth target for a scheme with a relatively stable population base is still not sustainable. And on Friday, state premiers and chief ministers agreed with the Prime Minister and our government to work to get that growth rate down even further to 5 to 6% or lower, Mr Speaker. Of course, we will do that work in close partnership with the disability community itself, but I make the point that sustainable growth in this scheme is not just important for the budget, although it is also a critical way to ensure the long-term future of this critical scheme, absolutely critical scheme. The other concern that we encountered, Mr Speaker, though, was the huge number of young children enrolled onto the NDIS, particularly young boys. 1 in 6 junior primary school boys now are on the NDIS, and in some parts of the country it's as high as 1 in 4. This is simply not what the scheme was set up to do, and it's not the best way to support young children with low to moderate needs, Mr Speaker. And that's why I was also delighted on Friday that state premiers also agreed to our plan to introduce the Thriving Kids program. I want to thank the member for Macarthur, the member for Kooyong, a number of other members in this place for their really quick but comprehensive inquiry into this program that they delivered very recently. I also want to thank the Thriving Kids Advisory Group that I co-chaired with Professor Frank Oberclade for their work to set up this model of a program. It's a program that will be rolled out over the coming couple of years. It will help children with support needs be identified as early as possible, and importantly, Mr Speaker, it won't need a formal diagnosis, which we know can take ages and ages to receive and cost thousands and thousands of dollars. Instead, support will be easy and quick to access, and it will be available where young people and their parents live, learn and play, Mr Speaker. In short, giving every child in this country the best opportunity to thrive.
Call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Under Labor, families have seen their mortgage repayments rise, their savings stretched and their cost of living worsen 13 times. This did not happen by accident. HSBC Chief Economist Paul Bloxham says government spending has, quote, contributed to the upside surprise to inflation. After 13 rate hikes, will the Prime Minister finally accept responsibility, end his reckless spending and stop making life harder for Australian families?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I'm asked about government spending. We're the first government in almost 2 decades to deliver back-to-back budget surpluses. We've returned over 70% of all tax receipt upgrades to the bottom line, compared with our predecessors who returned around about 40%. Debt in 2024-25 was $188 billion lower than what was forecast in their budget in 2022, handed down by Josh Frydenberg. This has saved the nation around $60 billion in interest costs. Under this government, average real annual spending growth is 1.7% over the 7 years to 2028-29. This is around half of the 30-year average of 3.2%, and it's less than half of what it was under the former coalition government of 4.1%. Now, the ratings agencies have all reaffirmed Australia's AAA credit rating. S&P said last September, sound fiscal metrics support our AAA long-term sovereign credit rating on Australia. Australia's fiscal performance is sound. Fitch said Fitch affirms Australia at AAA, outlook stable. The Parliamentary Budget Office found that at the election time in 2025, less than a year ago, that our platform would improve the budget over the medium term, and they concluded that those opposite had a platform that equalled higher taxes, bigger deficits and more debt. Just a fact. All up, the coalition would have increased deficits by $135 billion over the coming decade, added $147 billion to government debt, and that is after they were going to slash essential services, get rid of more than 40,000 public servants, and not just not have the income taxes that we are going to reduce. They were going to legislate to increase income taxes for every single taxpayer. That is what they had to say. That is what they're the facts, Mr Speaker, and they don't like it, but they are the facts as we go forward, and we're happy to have a debate with them about the facts, because those opposite are just focused on their disagreeing with each other.
Concluded. The House comes to order. We shall hear from the member for Gorton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. As students across the country head back to school, what is the Albanese Labor government doing to ensure Australian kids get the best start possible? What is so important to deliver rather than divide on school education?
The call to the Minister for Education.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and can I thank my friend, the glorious member for Gorton, for her question. Mr Speaker, school is back now across the country, and that means a lot of relieved mums and dads and a few nervous kids, not as nervous as a few people over there. There's a lot of kids, I'll tell you a story, there's a lot of kids changing schools, changing classes, changing teachers, changing seats. There's a bit of that going on over there as well. There's kids in classrooms right now that are learning how to read and are learning how to count. There's a bit of that going on over there as well. And no doubt there's a few kids that are yet to get back to school. They might be still on a European holiday. They'll get back late and no doubt expect to get elected school captain. But, Mr Speaker, this is a big year for school education. Last year we signed agreements with every state and every territory to fix the funding of our public schools. That funding starts to roll out this year and the reform that's tied to it. And a big part of that is reading. The reading wars are over. We know what works. A big part of that is phonics. A big part of that is explicit teaching. And a big part of that is identifying children early who are falling behind and giving them extra support. And part of that is a phonics check for kids when they're 6, when they're in year 1. And that rolls out right across the country in every state and every territory this year. Now, to give you an idea how important this is, South Australia has been doing this now for almost a decade. When they started doing it in 2018, 43% of 6-year-olds met the expected standard. When they did that test last year, it was 66% of 6-year-olds that met that standard. That's why it's important. That's why we're rolling this out now in every state and every territory. And that's why now we're going to do the same thing in maths. A year 1 numeracy check that starts to roll out this year. Mr. Speaker, can I also use this opportunity to give a quick shout out to our teachers, people who do the most important jobs in the world. And this year there's going to be big changes to teacher training to better prepare students to teach children to read and write and count and manage classroom behaviour. And some good news, I can advise the House that this year the number of applications from students to start a teaching degree at university is up 6.5%, and university offers are up 6.3%. So that is all good news. More funding for our schools, more teachers for our schools, and more focus on the basics to make sure more of our children get a great start in life.
Before I call the honourable member for Flynn, I'm pleased to advise the House that Councillor Yolanda Kenyai from the City of Palmerston, as a guest of the member for Solomon, has also joined us in the gallery today. Give the call to the honourable member for Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. The Prime Minister promised that Labor Energy Plan would reduce household electricity bills by $275 per year by 2025. Minister, why has this not happened, and will you apologise?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change. Order. Members on my right will cease interjecting immediately. The Treasurer, until you cease interjecting, we won't hear the answer. Minister for Climate Change and Energy has the call.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question, and I note that in his electorate, 1,128 Flynn households have introduced a cheaper home battery under our policy and have reduced their energy bill by 90% or more, and in many cases have reduced their bill to nothing and now get a rebate. And that's a common story across rural and regional Australia, Mr. Speaker, which I'm sure all honourable members welcome, whether they're rural and regional members from the Labor Party, the National Party, One Nation or aren't sure. They all welcome this great news. Now, Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that in Queensland, wholesale prices of electricity in May 2022 were $347 a megawatt hour. They are now $58 a megawatt hour. Some of the biggest reductions we saw in the last quarter were in Queensland, and that's a good thing.
Order.
It's a direct result of the increase in renewables across our grid. So we know there's much more work to do to ensure that every Australian benefits from the increase in renewables and solar. That's why we're doing things like solar sharer, which those opposite oppose. I mean, one thing that unites them is that they're opposed to free electricity in the middle of the day, apparently, Mr. Speaker. They're the sorts of policies that this government will keep implementing and that those opposites simply don't understand.
Order. Members on my left. The Leader of the Nationals is getting close to not being here in the chamber. The call to the member for Cornwall.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. How is the Albanese Labor government's record investments in bulk billing helping to strengthen Medicare after a decade of cuts and neglect?
Call to the Minister for Health and Ageing, the Minister for Disability and the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. The member for Cornwall is such a terrific advocate for Medicare in his community and in this place, because he knows that Medicare is Australia's most important program, Mr. Speaker, and he also knows that the beating heart of Medicare is bulk billing. The promise that every Australian should feel that they can go to the GP whenever they need to, rather than when they feel they can afford to. The promise that all they should need to take to the GP is that little green and gold Medicare card, Mr Speaker. But we know that when we came to government 3 and a bit years ago, bulk billing was in freefall. That was the description given to it by the College of GPs, and we also know that the reason why it was in freefall was no mystery at all. It was because the Liberal Party government had frozen the Medicare rebate and frozen the income of doctors for year after year after year, most of those years as a result of a budget decision overseen by the Leader of the Opposition, of course, when she was the Health Minister, Mr Speaker. And because of that freezing of their income, GP leaders had started to advise their members to walk away from bulk billing. Well, when we came to government, Mr Speaker, we were utterly determined to turn that around. In our first full budget delivered by the Treasurer in 2023, we tripled the incentive that GPs get paid for bulk billing pensioners, concession card holders and kids. It was a request from the College of GPs, and when we delivered on it, they called it a game changer, Mr Speaker. And bulk billing rates for those Australians are now comfortably back up over 90%, Mr Speaker. We also delivered the 3 biggest general increases to the Medicare rebate in 30 years, the biggest, the second biggest and the third biggest since Paul Keating was Prime Minister, Mr Speaker. But also, only 3 months ago, for the first time ever, we delivered bulk billing support to every single Australian, not just those with a concession card, Mr Speaker. And I'm happy to report that already that is making a huge difference out in our community. The member for Calwell and I visited the Craigieburn Medical and Dental Centre late last year, Mr Speaker, and before the 1st of November, that centre charged gap fees. But after our incentives were announced, the GPs sat down, they crunched the numbers and they realised that taking up that offer was better for the practice, it was better for GPs individually, and obviously it was better for patients. And today, that practice bulk bills all of their patients all of the time, Mr Speaker. Indeed, before the 1st of November, only about half of the GP practices in Calwell bulk billed all of their patients. Today, that figure is 90%, Mr Speaker, 90%, which is great for GPs, great for household budgets and great for the health of that community, Mr Speaker. And that is why we work so hard to strengthen Medicare.
Give the call to the Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question goes to the Treasurer. Scores of economists, including those referenced already in question time today from Deloitte to AMP to HSBC, are all saying that the Treasurer's reckless spending is contributing to inflation, despite the Treasurer desperately attempting to deny all responsibility. So does the Treasurer truly expect Australians to believe that all of these economists are wrong, but he is right?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Again, by his logic, the bigger deficits that they've taken to the last election for this year and next year would make the inflation challenge in our economy worse, not better, by his own logic. And you can't take to an election a policy to spend much more and to have bigger deficits and more debt and then make the argument that the Shadow Treasurer is making. He's got to choose one argument or the other,
Order.
Mr Speaker. Now, when it comes to the views of economists, as I said on a number of occasions now, there are a range of views about this. AMP, government spending has peaked. The growth in government spending is going to add less to inflation. The Commonwealth Bank, the public sector's contribution to growth has eased significantly. Westpac, public sector demand growth is slowing and indeed was negative over the first half of 2025. Even this morning, Mr Speaker, Access Economics made the point that public spending is not the driver of the uptick in inflation that we saw towards the end of last year and represented in last week's inflation numbers. Now, Mr Speaker, if the Shadow Treasurer doesn't want to take the word of those economists, then I refer him again to the comments of the Reserve Bank Governor yesterday in the media release, in the Statement on Monetary Policy, in the press conference itself. And the Governor made the point, and I'm quoting, "Growth in private demand has strengthened substantially more than expected." Quoting again, "Private demand is growing more quickly than expected." In the statement on monetary policy, quoting, "Private demand was much stronger than expected." In the statement of monetary policy, "The near-term upward revision is driven by private demand." In the press conference, "Private demand has turned out to be much stronger than we have been forecasting." And so this is the reality that the Governor of the Reserve Bank and I have been pointing to. And in the statement on monetary policy, once again, the contribution of public demand to year-ended GDP growth has continued to ease in recent quarters, Mr Speaker. And so those opposite continue to ignore the very clear statements made by the Independent Reserve Bank when explaining the decision that they took yesterday. And we understand that as a government we need to continue to manage the budget responsibly. We need to roll out this cost of living help in the best way that we can, and there's more work to do on the budget in May. That's obviously the case. Now, Mr Speaker, when we talk about cost of living help, we should remember that just this morning the opposition leader said, and I'm quoting, "All the relief that the government has provided to struggling Australians, that's not the answer." So they don't support the cost of living relief that's rolling out. We do, and we're doing it while we're making the budget more responsible as well.
Concluded. Call to the honourable member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering the infrastructure and transport regional Queensland needs? What approaches has the government rejected?
The call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the member for Leichhardt for the question. It was an absolute pleasure to stand with him, with the member for Braddon and Minister McBain this morning to announce up to $5 million to support regional and remote airports that supported REX. Many local councils and their regional airports were left shortchanged when REX went into administration, but they continue to support regional travellers across the country, ensuring that REX could continue to fly in. That funding will go some way to covering the shortfall for regional airports across country Australia, including in Cairns, and I encourage local councils and members to encourage their local councils to apply for that funding. As the member for Leichhardt knows well, though, we are not just investing in his electorate's airports, but we're also making record investments in Queensland's, in particular in Queensland's longest highway, the Bruce Highway. It was just over a year ago now that I joined the Prime Minister in Gympie to announce an additional $7.2 billion into the Bruce Highway to improve the highway north of Gympie up to Cairns. That takes our government's total investment in the Bruce up to $17 billion. I'm really pleased to be able to see the progress that is happening. So imagine my surprise, and I can see him interjecting, when I read comments from the member for Dawson, who at the time was an occupant of the opposition benches, is now over there, that our investment being jointly delivered with the LNP government and my good friend Brent Mickelberg, we work well together, that this money was just a stunt. With him saying, let's be honest, this $7.2 billion was made purely for politics. So seeing as the member for Dawson thinks investing in Queensland is just a stunt, I thought I'll tell you about some of the delivery.
The member for
What we finished so far: strengthening the road service at Tamala intersection, Spider Creek Road, Goodbye Creek Road and Handcamp Road, completing road repairs and strengthening between Ingham and Innisvale, between Ayr and Townsville, widening and delivering safety upgrades for Bootaloo Road.
Fisher.
And now we've started pre-construction and design work to improve safety between Mackay and Proserpine, from Ayr through to Townsville, right across the Dawson electorate. Around Mackay, we've kicked off road strengthening works at the southern entry and continuing down to Proserpine South. Procurement is underway so that we can soon start road surface strengthening at the northern and southern entrances of Serena, and we're widening the road surface between Eldridge Road and Poppy Road, including the installation of a new wide centre lane. 38 projects already started and underway. So while the former coalition is getting their steps up, travelling around, plotting between their offices, we're getting on with the job of building the infrastructure that Queensland needs, including a significant investment in the Bruce Highway.
Call to the honourable member for Curtin.
My question is for the Prime Minister. Since you came to office in 2022, parliamentary committees have prepared 78 reports and hundreds of recommendations on policy areas ranging from domestic violence to plastic pollution to gambling harm. Your government has only responded to 4 of these within the required 6-month window. 57 reports haven't received any response at all. Why is the government consistently failing to respond to important committee recommendations? Why set up these inquiries if they're not going to go anywhere?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Curtin for her question and for her engagement in the parliamentary processes. The member for Curtin brings due diligence to her local representation, but also for participating in the broader questions that come before this parliament. My government is characterised by orderly decision-making, by taking the views not just of the parliament but outside the parliament into account, as well as we develop policies one by one, also ticking off on the commitments that we took to the 2022 election firstly, and then the 2025 election. We engage in a cohesive way as well with departments, making sure that after a committee hands down a report, we give it proper consideration through our cabinet processes. We make sure as well that we have proper funding involved and go through our ERC process before any expenditure process is agreed to.
Order. The member for Fadden is now warned.
That is the orderly process that we...
Order. The Leader of the Opposition has had a pretty good go this question time. Just the continual interjections and is just too much. So just please assist the House by not interjecting.
That is the orderly process that we do. If you go back and have a look at the previous government's records, they used to just not bother to respond at all to committee reports. My
Minister for Infrastructure.
My government takes these issues seriously, which is why we engage, including, it must be said, with the crossbench regularly at the regular meetings we have. It could be that there are a number of regular crossbench meetings we have to have, even more so into the future, and I look forward to all of them participating.
The House comes to order. We shall hear from the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Defence Industry. How is a united Albanese Labor government delivering defence capability to keep Australians safe? What approaches has the government rejected?
The call to the Minister for Defence Industry and the Minister for Pacific Island Affairs.
I thank the member for Boothby from the great defence state of South Australia for her question. Speaker, the Albanese government is united and working hard to deliver the capabilities our Defence Force needs to keep Australians safe. And importantly, we're accelerating delivery at the same time as creating Aussie jobs. We've increased Navy strike range tenfold, and we're more than doubling the size of the warship fleet. Our first new warship will be delivered 5 years ahead of the Liberals' planned first new frigate, and will deliver 4 new warships in a time the Liberal government wants to deliver 1. We're also delivering the autonomous Ghost Shark submarine to safeguard our maritime approach. And they're rolling off production lines right now from a factory in Sydney. We're acquiring counter-drone capabilities in record time, and our world-leading Ghost Bat is the first military aircraft designed and made in Australia in over 50 years. Now, Speaker, we're making missiles right now in South Australia, and we'll open another missile factory next year. By contrast, under the last Liberal government, not a single missile was built. All they produced was 2 media releases. And you can't defend a country with media releases. Now, Speaker, I'm also asked about what we've rejected. We've rejected the chaos and division that we've seen from the Liberals and Nationals. The Albanese government runs a proper, orderly cabinet process because our national security demands nothing less. And this means we can deliver. We're creating 10,000 shipbuilding jobs. By contrast, the Liberals closed 2 shipyards, slashing thousands of jobs. We're investing $10 billion in drones and counter-drones. The Liberals cancelled the nation's only armed drone project. We're undertaking the biggest reform to defence in 50 years, while pet goldfish lasted longer than Liberal defence ministers. And, Speaker, we're building factories while they're building leadership contenders. We're rolling out missiles and drones while they're rolling leaders. We're opening production lines while they're opening old wounds. Speaker, we're focused on boosting our missile numbers, our ship numbers and our drone numbers. The only numbers the Shadow Defence Minister is focused on is boosting his own numbers in their party room. The Albanese Labor government is delivering on our commitments to keep our nation safe, create jobs and build Australia's future. The Liberals and Nationals are a shambles. They're completely divided. We're focused on national security. All they care about is their own job security.
Order. When the House comes to order, the member for Herbert interjected 9 times during that one answer, and as a result of him being on a warning, he will now leave the chamber for the remainder of question time. There's consequences for actions. I don't know why people can't understand that concept. When the member for Wannon finishes, we'll continue with question time. Member for Kennedy now has the call.
Treasurer, young mothers today must have a paying job, be a wife, cook, family bookkeeper, kids chauffeur, house cleaner, laundry lady, church on Sunday. Not surprisingly, when 20 Australians die, only 15 will be born. Advance Australia Fair is Hughenden irrigation scheme. 15 Hughendens create 3,000 farms, 10,000 owner-operator businesses, 100,000 homes with backyards. Hughenden has had $170 million allocated now for 8 years. Queensland dithers. Will you create a water authority and call tenders? Treasurer, you won't get a portrait, you'll get a statue.
Order. Just remind all members regarding time limits and questions. Order. When the House comes to order, the Treasurer has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thanks to the member for Kennedy for his question. I wanted to say that one of the first things I did this year was travel with the Prime Minister and Minister McBain to make sure that we spent time. Yeah, he has been to Hughenden twice as Prime Minister. He's very committed to the northwest of Queensland. And you can see that in the fact that Minister McBain, the Prime Minister and I went and spent time with the good people and industries of Cloncurry. Our thoughts obviously are with the farmers and miners from that part of Australia in the aftermath of this horrific flooding. Now, the question was about a number of things, Mr Speaker, but primarily I think about water infrastructure. And since May 2022, the Albanese government has invested $1.2 billion in more than 130 projects through the National Water Grid Fund, improving access to water, driving growth and supporting long-term environmental health. And we know, Mr Speaker,
Kennedy's asked his question.
We know, Mr Speaker, as the member for Kennedy pointed out in his question, 400 clicks up the road from Cloncurry in a beautiful place called Hughenden, this government has made a $170 million commitment to support the Hughenden irrigation scheme in the member's electorate. And he is right to point out that project is waiting on a Queensland government review, which is currently underway, the Gulf Water Plan, I think it's called, which will provide the water necessary to support the scheme. It has been a process which has been underway for some time, and we're waiting for that process to conclude. Now,
Order. No, the member for Kennedy. Member for Kennedy. Just listen to my advice. You just can't get up and say what you'd like. You've done that during the question. If you wish to raise a point of order on relevance, You can. I'll take that. It was a point of order on relevance, but you need to say the point of order on relevance. So the Treasurer was asked a question about the funding, and he's talking about the $170 million. I'm listening carefully to make sure he's been directly relevant to what you asked him. The Treasurer has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and also mentioning the frustrations that the member for Kennedy has about the wait on the Queensland Government's Gulf Water Plan. I understand that that's the next thing that needs to be completed in order for the project to go ahead. Obviously, beyond that, in Queensland, we've got other big water commitments, $600 million near Bundy, really important food bowl as well. But we do know, Mr Speaker, as a government, we can always do more on this front. We take the member for Kennedy's suggestions very seriously. We have decided to review the Water Act, the Murray-Darling Basin Plan and the National Water Initiative to make sure it's delivering on what we need it to. I acknowledge Minister Watt and before him Minister Plibersek for the work that they do on that. Our objective here is to maximise the enormous economic potential of North-West Queensland. That is a passion that the member for Kennedy has, the Prime Minister has, the Treasurer. This government shares that passion with the member for Kennedy, and a big part of that, an important part of that, is building more water infrastructure, not necessarily more statues.
Order. Members on my left, when the House comes to order. We'll hear from the honourable member for Spence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is for the Minister for Housing, Homelessness and Cities. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to build more houses and help more Australians into home ownership? Why is a focus on delivery, not division, so important?
Good question.
Call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
Thank you so much, Speaker, and I'm absolutely thrilled to get this question from the member for Spence because, of course, on Saturday the Prime Minister and I were in the member for Spence's beautiful electorate in South Australia as we announced a landmark deal with the South Australian Government under our 100,000 homes policy. Speaker, 2026 is going to be an absolutely massive year for housing, and our big focus is delivery, delivery, delivery. Speaker, we have got a $45 billion agenda here which will make transformative change to housing opportunities in our country. Speaker, we're building more homes, we're getting renters a better deal and we're getting more Australians into home ownership. Now, Speaker, first homeowners are unashamedly right at the centre of the focus that we have. And during the election campaign, our Prime Minister announced that we're going to build 100,000 homes just for first home buyers. Speaker, we've been able to make this fantastic deal with the South Australian Government. That deal will see us build 17,000 homes in South Australia. 7,000 of these homes will be reserved just for first home buyers, Speaker. No competition from investors, from people who have had housing opportunities already, just for those people who are missing out. Now, Speaker, the work with the South Australian Government has been really straightforward and construction for one reason. We share a very simple belief with the Premier, Peter Malinauskas, and that is that we believe ordinary Australians should get the chance to own their own home, and under our government that is happening more often. Speaker, I'm asked about alternative approaches, and there's actually quite a few that we've seen, and we're getting a bit of backchat here from the Leader of the Opposition. We saw the work, so-called, that she did when she was sitting on the front benches behind me, where for 9 years in this country we had an opposition, a government that was so checked out of housing. For most of that time they didn't even have a housing minister, Speaker. Now our government is on the pathway to build 55,000 homes. Do you know how many homes they built while they were in office, Speaker? In 9 long years in this country, they built 373 homes for Australians, Speaker. No wonder things are so diabolical. So that was the do-nothing approach. Then we had the make-it-worse approach, where they brought to the last election a policy that would have seen the Australian Government build fewer homes and make existing housing cost more. Like, what a stupid idea. Now, Speaker, we see the approach that they have at the moment. And the truth is, Speaker, that we have opposite us a set of opposition parties who are so divided, so dysfunctional, they do not have a single sensible thing to say about housing, one of the most important issues facing our country. Speaker, they are much too focused on coffees and gossip and psychodrama to focus on the Australian people. We have a different approach. Housing is a priority of our government and we are delivering for the Australian people.
Put the call to the Honourable the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And my question goes to the Treasurer. The RBA Governor explained yesterday's decision to raise interest rates, saying, and I quote, "We work with aggregate demand. We are seeing aggregate demand, public and private, push up the limits of growth." Note her referencing of public. Yet the Treasurer told the House yesterday government spending was, quote, "not a factor in the decision they took," and he peddled the same story today. Is the Treasurer suggesting the Governor was wrong?
Order. The Minister for Housing is warned. The manager of opposition business. I've just warned the Housing Minister. You'll go down that pathway too. We'll wait for the House to settle. The manager for opposition is now warned. If I'm telling you you're going to be warned, that's a definite time to stop talking. I don't know what you're pointing to, but just sit there and just order. Order. Treasurer now has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The point that the Reserve Bank Governor was making, which I suspect the Shadow Treasurer knows and is being dishonest about, is she said that when you look across the economy at aggregate demand and total demand, the thing that stands out is that private demand recovered more quickly than they were anticipating, which goes to the half a dozen or so quotes that I've been reading out throughout the course of question time today and yesterday as well. Of course, when you look across the economy at total demand or aggregate demand, whatever you want to call it, the thing that stands out...
No. Look, no...
You're really struggling now, mate.
I want to deal with this. The Treasurer is just going to take a pause for a moment, resume his seat. We're simply not going to have a question time where everyone just thinks it's a free-for-all and you can say whatever you like whenever you like. That is not how this chamber will work. I talk about respect a lot, and that sort of behaviour is just, we're moving on beyond that. So the Deputy Leader will leave the chamber under 94A. I'm simply not going to have that behaviour. It's the same when people are asking and answering questions. Show restraint, show respect. Treasurer will return to the question and be directly relevant.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm addressing directly the quote that the Shadow Treasurer put to me. I could read through once again the half a dozen different ways that the Reserve Bank Governor made the point yesterday, but perhaps the best way to put this argument to rest for the Shadow Treasurer's benefit is the Governor was asked this question yesterday in the press conference. And I'm quoting, "Ted O'Brien put forward today that government spending was partly to blame for rising inflation. What do you think of that? And has the RBA raised any concerns directly with the Treasurer about the government's level of spending over the past inflation cycle?" Now, she answered with a point about they based their forecasts on total demand, which is not contested. And then she said this, and I'm quoting again. This is the Reserve Bank Governor. "What's happened over the last 6 months or so is that private demand has turned out to be much stronger than we had been forecasting." Now, that's in response to a question very specifically about the comments that the Shadow Treasurer has been making over the course of the last couple of days. It really couldn't be clearer that what we've seen in the economy, this is not a political opinion, it's not even an economic opinion. The facts tell the story in the national accounts and in the inflation figures that what we've seen is a private sector recovery faster than anticipated in the forecasts, and that shouldn't be a contested thing. Now, what is also not contested is that this government understands that we've got an inflation challenge in our economy. That's why, more than acknowledging that, we're acting on that. We're rolling out the cost of living help that the opposition leader said this morning she doesn't support, at the same time as we're getting the budget in much better nick, Mr Speaker. That's the government's economic strategy to deal with this inflation challenge that we have, Mr Speaker. Now, I can hear the opposition leader contesting that she said this morning that we think the answer is to help with the cost of living for people who are struggling, and that's not the answer. That's what the opposition leader said. That is what the opposition leader said this morning. We've got a different approach. We know what's causing this inflation challenge. We know that we've got a role in helping to address it, and that's our focus, even if it's not yours.
Yeah. Call to the honourable member for Solomon.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering more well-paid, secure jobs for aged care workers in Australia, including those in the Northern Territory? And how will these plans help deliver more care to older Australians exactly where they need it?
The call to the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for the question and his tireless advocacy for older Territorians, for First Nations people and for working people in Darwin and beyond. Mr Speaker, this Labor government was re-elected to build on our strong record of delivery. And when it comes to properly supporting aged care workers, that's exactly what we're doing. Now, just last week, we took another major step forward in our delivery of a new residential aged care home in Palmerston, with the announcement of the preferred provider to build and operate this facility. This 120 to 150 bed project will create hundreds of jobs, expand aged care capacity in the Territory, take pressure off local hospitals and deliver culturally safe care for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander elders. And we're not wasting a minute getting on with delivering it. It's just one project in almost $1 billion that this government has invested through the Aged Care Capital Assistance Program since 2022 to deliver more aged care beds and create more well-paid jobs all across our great country. After a decade of neglect, this united Labor government is putting working people at the centre of everything that we do. In aged care, that starts with real wage increases. Hundreds of thousands of aged care workers, most of them women, are earning more because this government stepped up to support them. To be exact, the average registered nurse in aged care is now earning $28,000 more a year. That's 28 grand more than what they were receiving in the 9 miserable years under those opposite. That's food on the table, it's rent or the mortgage paid, and it's birthday presents for kids. This is what delivery looks like under a Labor government, a government that values workers and the amazing work that they do to care for the ones that we love. And it doesn't stop at wages. It's about investing in people's skills, training and long-term careers. Free TAFE, scholarship programs and now paid prac are getting people into a genuinely fulfilling line of work so that older Australians can enjoy the fruits of a secure, well-resourced workforce in aged care that doesn't miss a beat as our population ages. This is what delivery looks like. While those opposite worry about their own jobs, we're lifting wages for working Australians. Yeah. While they bicker, we're building skills. And while they focus on themselves, we're delivering the pay rises, skills and new aged care homes that Australians actually care about. This government backs workers. We back higher wages and we're delivering for every single Australian. Yeah.
Give the call to the honourable member for Dawson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Given the Prime Minister's broken promise that households would be $275 better off on their power bills by 2025, and with families now being smashed by higher electricity prices under this government, on what exact date will retail electricity prices actually fall? Or was the $275 promise never going to be delivered?
Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question. The government's been very clear. Wholesale prices are one of the inputs to retail prices. One of the inputs. There are other impacts on retail prices as well, but they are also the element of final retail prices that government policies have the most influence over. And that's a good thing because we're seeing them fall by 44% just in the last quarter. And we saw wholesale prices in Queensland in May. We saw wholesale prices in Queensland in May 2022 of $347 a megawatt hour. You know what they are today?
Will cease
$58 a megawatt hour. And what we're going to see, Mr Speaker, is increasingly that sort of impact if we keep the policy settings in place that sees more of the cheapest, most reliable form of energy penetrate our energy system. We will see it continue to flow through to wholesale prices and then retail prices. And we'll also see continued reforms like solar sharer, which will see 3 hours of free power to those Australians who choose to take it up as a right. That's a good thing. We think that's a good thing. We've also made other reforms to the default market offer to ensure that sneaky price rises are not legal and that customers are on the best possible deal. That's what good reform looks like. Those opposite gave Australia 10 years of denial and delay and dysfunction, and they're certainly keeping up, particularly the dysfunction side of it.
When the House comes to order, we shall hear from the honourable member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Speaker. My question is to the Attorney-General. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to promote the safety of women and children? And how is the government working towards ending gender-based violence in Australia?
Call to the Honourable the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. The government is working together to support women and children experiencing family, domestic and sexual violence and to hold perpetrators to account. Together with my colleague, the most excellent Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Financial Services, we launched public consultation this week on draft legislation that will crack down on convicted child sex abusers who are shielding their assets in superannuation to avoid paying court-ordered compensation to their victims. The Albanese government is putting perpetrators on notice with a clear message. Child sex predators must not be able to game the system. Victim survivors deserve a real, enforceable justice system, and that's precisely what we want to deliver. This reform is about restoring fairness, dignity and accountability, and has been well received by stakeholders. Andrew Carpenter from Super for Survivors said, "It's a win for victim survivors across the country, as it shows the web is closing on all sex offenders." This work builds on our government's family law reforms, which make the system simpler and safer for families and children. Our reforms also recognise superannuation as a central component of the property pool to be considered in cases of separation, and that family violence and financial abuse can severely limit women's capacity to accumulate super. Superannuation funds now hold trillions of dollars in assets, making fair property outcomes critical to the long-term safety and economic security of victim survivors. I acknowledge the exceptional efforts of my colleagues, the Minister for Social Services and the Assistant Minister for the Prevention of Family Violence, who are leading cross-government delivery of the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children. This is backed by record funding of $4.7 billion to strengthen prevention, early intervention, crisis response and recovery. Mr Speaker, these reforms sit alongside the government's broader economic security agenda led by the Minister for Women, including reforms to the low-income superannuation tax offset, removing barriers like the activity tests for childcare and improving access to secure housing. We're investing in frontline family and domestic violence services, expanding specialist supports for children and strengthening legal protections so victim survivors can navigate the justice system more safely and affordably. The Albanese government understands that supporting women and children requires more than words. It demands united action across government and a commitment to sustained reform.
Call to the member for Fadden.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, Lee from Pacific Pines in my electorate wrote to me yesterday about Labor's latest interest rate hike. Lee told me, and I quote, "It will kill me. My stress levels are already out of control. I cannot remember the last time I had a holiday, and I just worked on my days off on the weekend to try and earn extra money." Prime Minister, can you guarantee struggling Australians like Lee that there won't be any more interest rate increases this year?
Give a call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for his question, and I am always sympathetic and good to hear from constituents in whatever electorate. And I say to Lee that we understand as a government that many people are under financial pressure, which is why, for Lee, I hope that you inform him that you would have had you been on this side of the House, although you might have been in bits if you were over here, you would have...
Order.
You would have had a higher deficit and more pressure on the budget than what have occurred, because you stood for election as part of a team that would have had higher deficits and also would have had
Infrastructure.
not only no tax cuts, you would have had tax increases. That was the platform in which you were elected. And I hope you were honest enough to say to Lee, you know, I'm sorry that you were going to get higher taxes if we were in government. But fortunately for Lee, particularly if he's a low or middle income earner, like it sounds like he was, I hope you also said that during the last term of Parliament, the coalition, as it was then before it broke into bits, was in a position where they wanted to oppose and roll back the tax cuts that we took from the top end to the low and middle income end to make sure that we supported. The fact is, when it comes to the economy, we have an economy that is continuing to grow. Inflation is down compared with what we inherited. Wages are up. We had the lowest average unemployment rate of any government in the last 50 years, 1.2 million jobs created, 3 out of 5 full-time, 4 out of 5 in the private sector, the smallest gender pay gap on record, fewer days lost to industrial disputes, record numbers of small businesses, solid business investment, record investment in public hospitals, and we've rolled out cost of living support, which the leader of the Liberal Party this morning had to say that they didn't support again. Cost of living support as part of dealing with the pressures that are there on the economy. Now, we will continue to make sure that we provide cost of living relief for people like Lee, and those opposite, I assume, will continue to oppose with every bit of energy that they do oppose each other as well.
Call to the honourable member for Bonner.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering a cleaner, cheaper and more reliable energy system for Australia? What are the impacts of Labor's delivery on Australian households, and how does this compare with previous approaches?
Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for the question, and what a difference the member for Bonner has made in just the short period she's been here, Mr Speaker, and I'm happy to inform the House 219,750. That's how many cheaper home batteries have been installed since the 1st of July, around 1,000 more than this time yesterday, and that's the sort of embracing of cheaper, cleaner energy we are seeing right across Australia, and particularly, Mr Speaker, in rural and regional Australia. 42% of the cheaper home batteries that have been installed have been in rural and regional areas. People in these areas know that what's good for the planet is good for their pocket. And new data out today from the Clean Energy Council shows how important this is for the grid in reducing prices, not just for those who have the battery, but for everyone. And interestingly, Mr Speaker, as many Australians have installed a cheaper home battery in the last 6 months of 2025 as all the entire 5 years previously. That shows good policy in action. And of course, this comes in terms of the broader context of the last quarter, renewable energy hitting record highs, and the AEMO connection scorecard showing a record 64 gigawatts of new supply in the pipeline.
Now, the Minister will pause. The Minister will pause. I just put the member for O'Connor on a warning, and then you interjected straight away. Yeah, so that means you'll leave the chamber under 94A for consequences for actions. So if you get warned, and you interject straight away, you're definitely going to leave the chamber. It's pretty straightforward. Minister for Climate Change, and we'll return to the question.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And as I was saying, we saw a record 64 gigawatts of new energy supply in the pipeline, and just in the last quarter, 1.8 gigawatts of new generation reach the position where it's connected to the grid. Now, the honourable member asked me how this compares to previous approaches, and we know that under the last government we saw 4 gigawatts of dispatchable energy leave the grid and only 1 gigawatt come on. Now compare that to all the new energy supply that's coming into place now, and that's a direct result of policy. And of course, one of the consistent features over the last term of office was that between 2018 and 2022, the Minister for Energy was the member for Hume. And we saw a tailor-made energy crisis in this country. We saw disaster after disaster when it comes to energy policy. The opposition has been saying a lot about government expenditure and how government expenditure is too high. The member for Hume announced a $1 billion investment in new energy. You know how many kilowatts it delivered to the Australian energy system? 0. Call me old-fashioned, but I reckon if you're spending $1 billion, you'd want to see at least a watt of energy. And when we came to office, my incoming government brief told me that Snowy Hydro was running about 2 years late, but the member for Hume had hidden that fact from the Australian people. And then we had the member for Hume's famous investment in coal-fired power, the Collinsville coal-fired power station, a feasibility study, $4 million that he announced, and then 2 days later invited the successful proponent to apply, and we did not only not see a coal-fired power station, we didn't even see a feasibility report. It's a tough week for the Leader of the Opposition, but if the member for Hume is as competent in leadership challenges as he was an Energy Minister, the Leader...
We'll hear from the honourable member for Clark.
The question is to the Minister for Defence. Minister, the rationalisation of the defence estate was long overdue, and I am supportive in principle. However, media reporting today appears to be silent on the future of Anglesey Barracks in Hobart. So can you assure my community that the barracks will indeed remain a key part of the defence estate and receive necessary funding for upgrades?
Call to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Defence.
Well, I thank the member for his very good and considered question. And the question is noteworthy in one respect, being asked at 3:30 in question time as the first non-government question which has been asked on the Defence Estate Review, in as much as it highlights the dog over here who hasn't barked. I mean, we have the biggest reform to the Defence Estate in our country's history, and we have not heard from the Shadow Minister.
Order. Everyone resume their seats. Everyone resume their seats. I'll deal with this. The Deputy Prime Minister, that was completely unacceptable to refer to someone in those terms. You withdraw that comment, apologise, and get back to the question.
I withdraw, Mr. Speaker.
And apologise.
And I apologise, Mr. Speaker. But let me say, Mr. Speaker, what has characterised the Shadow Minister in his time in the Shadow Defence portfolio has been his absolute determination to leave it. Because over the last 9 months, you wouldn't so much say the Shadow Minister has been in defence, rather he's been on the attack. And his target is sitting right there. What we've had is absolute...
Members on my left, the Deputy Prime Minister wasn't asked about any of the subjects that he's talking about. If he refused... I want him to return to the member for Clark, so I don't want him to refer to shadow ministers or anyone else. He wasn't asked about that, and if he continues with that, he'll be sat down. The minister will return to the question.
Well, I do thank the member for his question, and the short answer is yes, Anglesey Barracks remains a critical part of the defence estate. It is right that in your home state, in the member's home state of Tasmania, there has been significant reform as part of the Defence Estate Review.
What that will see is a rationalisation of a number of the properties, defence properties within Tasmania, and that will, for example, see the opening of a tri-service cadet facility in Launceston. It will also see consolidation in the northwest of the state for a facility which will deal with both reserves and cadets. But that includes in Hobart an Anglesea barracks where, again, there will be a consolidation of the defence footprint around the Hobart region in the Anglesea barracks. And as a result of that, the government is committing to a $20.8 million increase in investment into the Anglesea barracks to make sure that it is not only able to undertake the functions that it has up until now, which are very important, but that it is able to undertake those functions going forward as really the consolidated centre for Defence's footprint in Hobart.
Call to the Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. My question's to the Leader of the House, Speaker. Why was the sessional order changed yesterday, and will the House be required to adopt a new sessional order tomorrow?
The call to the Leader of the House. Order. Members on my left.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Yesterday, it's well understood why we needed to adopt a new sessional order, because for the first time in living memory, the crossbench became as big as the opposition. And as a result of that new sessional order, we've been having more crossbench questions as a result of that new sessional order. I note yesterday we had a question from the member for Clark where he predicted yesterday that the crossbench was likely to soon exceed the opposition with more defections. I don't know if he knew what was going to happen today, but it has turned out to be prophetic. What I would say, though, is careful what you wish for. You might not necessarily want the people who you're about to get. But today, of all things and of all the issues to decide your line in the sand is, we had another 5 members of the opposition decide to defy the shadow cabinet. Another 5. Now, the issue, I've had a look at the actual amendments they were voting for, and it was the member for Canning, the member for Barker, the member for Longman, the member for Grey and the member for Forrest.
Order.
All of them defying the shadow cabinet's position.
The member for Barker will cease rejecting.
If you want to know, the amendment that one of the amendments that they decided was a matter of principle was to have a statutory review of customs and excise laws. I really don't think that was the reason they decided. And if you want to know the reason, you might notice the member for Canning's been reading a book during the course of question time today. Some people with better eyesight than me have noticed a copy of The Art of War on his desk.
The Leader of the House will just pause. The member for Gellibrand is warned. I want to hear from the Manager of Opposition Business.
Well, unsurprisingly, the Manager was asked about the sessional order being changed on Monday, and would we need the sessional order to be changed tomorrow. So he's not speaking about any of those topics on relevance. And you're letting him, but he's not speaking about things that are not to do with the questions.
The Leader of the House will need to make his answer directly relevant and provide the House with information about why he's talking about amendments, and I don't think he was asked about amendments, but I wanted him to explain to the House how he's being directly relevant, because the Manager is correct.
The dwindling numbers of the opposition has been consistent. The member for New England defied the shadow cabinet, then moved to the crossbench, knocking the opposition, who started at 42 this term, down to 41. The National Party defied a decision of the shadow cabinet and then moved to the crossbench, knocking the opposition from 42 members down to 28 yesterday. And today we had the first step from the reader of The Art of War and his 4 followers, making sure that they defied the decision of the shadow cabinet.
Order.
The number of people.
We're going to. All right. No. The Manager, you'll get the call. You'll get the call. Order. Question. Order. Members on my right. The Manager is entitled to do that. He's done that. We're going to follow the standing orders. He's well within standing orders to the Manager. We're just going to deal with your point that you've raised. Or when the House comes to order, we'll deal with this in a sensible way. The manager's moved that the Speaker no longer be heard. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. No. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is the member no longer be heard. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Bowman and Fadden as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 32, noes 98. The matter is resolved in the negative. Just allow members to return to their seats quickly and quietly. In continuation, the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker. And so the number of people on the non-government benches following the shadow cabinet position now is 23 that will follow the shadow cabinet and 33 that will not. That means for the Leader of the Opposition, who at the end of this week has to fill... Speaker. For the Leader of the Opposition, who at the end of this week has to fill 11 front bench vacancies,
Order.
There are only 5 backbenchers left to fill these 11 vacancies who follow the shadow cabinet position. It's a group of 4 across there now on the crossbench, cross, very cross, apoplectic and just plain weird.
Prime Minister.
I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Order. Members will just return to their seats quickly and quietly. Today, as members are aware, we acknowledge and pay our respects to a long-serving and highly respected parliamentary attendant loved by all, Lucho Ionescu, who sadly passed away on the 31st of December 2025. We are so honoured to have his family on the floor with us today, his wife Mary, his son Joshua and daughters Jessica and Rebecca, alongside their partners Anthony and Robert, just meters where Luch looked after us all. As we know, so many people crossed paths with Luch over the decades: Prime Ministers, Leaders of the Opposition, Ministers, Members of Parliament and, of course, Speakers. Which is why I'd like to start by reading out a few personal messages from former Speakers who wish to have them shared in the chamber today. From the Honourable Neil Andrew AO, the 24th Speaker of the House. I'm one of the many former and current serving parliamentarians saddened to hear of Luch's passing. Luch was a unique personality. As the Speaker for 6 years, my office staff and I all benefited from his dedication to the role. He had an unmatched capacity to not only meet the needs of members, but in many instances to anticipate them. He was always gracious and unfailingly polite. Luch leaves such a legacy, which must be of great comfort to his family and friends. From the Honourable Bronwyn Bishop AO, 29th Speaker of the House. Luch served us all equally in the chamber. Myself and other speakers in particular was a gentleman. The term gentleman can sometimes conjure up a vision of conspicuous presence or sartorial splendour, but the essence of a gentleman is one who looks for ways to help others, is respectful of others, but has that respect returned. Luch was always a reassuring presence, attentive to what was needed to be done with quiet confidence. We are blessed for his service to the institution he loved. From the Honourable Tony Smith, the 30th Speaker of the House, who joins us in the gallery today with Julie Singer-Scanlon from AO. When I look back at my time as Speaker of the House, Luch's presence will always be in my memories. Every morning, every question time, every adjournment debate, he was there, with his ever-jovial greetings and professional bustle. He loved this building, this place, the People's House. He was a well-known and loved part of it. News of Luch's death, of course, came as a shock to me, as it did for so many who knew him. I think he would be humbled that the House has recognised him in this way on this day. My sincerest condolences to Jess, Mary and the family, all who worked and loved him. And finally, I want to share some of my own very brief reflections. Luch was one of the first people I would see in the morning and one of the last people I would see in the evening. Each morning, he'd come into my office and he'd unlock the mace cabinet in my office for the Sergeant-at-Arms to take the mace out. We'd get in line for the procession to the chamber, and every single day before we walked in, he'd say, "Mr. Speaker, let's do this." Every day. We had a running joke that I used to be his attendant because I'd always race to the door before him and I'd open it for him. This would always get under his skin. He was such a stickler for the procedures and ceremony, but he also had a great sense of humour. He was someone everyone loved to be around and a person everyone was honoured to know. May he rest in eternal peace. I'll give a call to the Honourable the Prime Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. When we gathered in this chamber for the first time this year, all of us felt the absence of Lupko Janchevsky, who we all just knew as Luch. It is a measure of just how much Luch meant to so many that his sudden passing over the summer came as such a shock, and he was honoured by generations of members of Parliament and staff. Knowing Luch, he would have been both deeply moved but also a little bit embarrassed by the fuss that was made. He was such a down-to-earth gentleman. But his service to our democracy and his just plain old-fashioned decency as a human being merited every single word that was said about him. I do want to very much welcome Luch's wife, Mary, his son Joshua, his daughters Jessica and Rebecca, and their partners Robert and Anthony to the chamber. You all loved a great man and a wonderful human being, and his service to our democracy we honour today, and it will be long remembered. Mr Speaker, it is the unforgiving nature of this place that all of us elected to serve in it come and go. Amidst all of that change, where governments have come and gone and many members of Parliament have come and gone, Luch was a constant. His was a remarkable story, from working down the hill in Old Parliament House to working as a labourer on the construction of this Parliament House. He served this place with the pride and the care of a man who had helped bring it to life. If you look back through Hansard, so many occupants of the Speaker's chair took the opportunity to record their gratitude to Luch. I thank you, Mr Speaker, for sharing some of the kind words, not just of yourself, but for former speakers, including or one of your predecessors, Tony Smith, who joins us here today. All of us know that in this fantastic building that we have the great privilege to work in and to do our best to serve the Australian people in, it can be a pretty harsh environment. So the fact that there was a constant in Luch who was just friendly, warm and generous and kind to every single person, regardless of where they sat in this chamber and on what side, really was an uplifting figure. He performed his duties with efficiency, with courtesy and a cheerful informality. There was no stuffiness about Luch. He had that Australian characteristic of being so down to earth, and I'm not surprised by your story, Mr Speaker. He would have been quite concerned that you were opening the door for him, because he understood the institution here and the way that it operates as well. He treated everyone with enormous respect, and he was greatly respected by all in turn. And so many of the valedictory speeches done by Prime Ministers and leaders of the opposition and leaders of the House and managers of opposition business and others mention Luch. I haven't done a word search in Hansard, but I suspect that he's got more mentions than some people who've been elected to this place, and to his great credit. Many people who have stood up nervously to give a speech in this place will well recall Luch just coming without being asked to do it, giving a glass of water, which was always on the house, was one of his characteristics that he had, and often he would joke that it wasn't necessarily water in the glass as well. So this is indeed a sad day for people who knew Luch, but the compounding factor of the shock for his family must be, and I had the opportunity to speak briefly with his family just before. Our hearts go out to you in the most genuine way because he was a gem, and he is a great loss to anyone who knew him. But I think that you can be consoled by the enormous privilege that it would have been to have Luch in your home as your husband, your father and your family member, because he was absolutely just delightful to spend time with, and remember each and every minute for the precious minute that it was that you had with him, and we are so sad for your loss.
Give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and it is with great sadness that I rise on behalf of the Opposition to mark the passing of Lupko Luch Joncheski. I wish to acknowledge Luch's family in the chamber today, his wife Mary, children Jessica, Joshua and Rebecca, and their partners Anthony and Robert. Your loss must still be very raw. Mr Speaker, I know the passing of Luch will be felt deeply by you and by those in the Department of the House of Representatives, with whom Luch worked for so many years. Reading some of the stories of your time together has been incredibly moving. Mr Speaker, this Parliament is more than the bells, the corridors and the very many rooms. It is a living institution of Australian democracy. And while those of us that sit in this chamber feature most prominently, I want Australians across the country today to remember that there are countless Australians also in this building who quietly tend the flame and keep the institution running. These quiet servants to democracy keep our Parliament alive. Luch was one of those incredible Australians. For over 40 years, Luch turned up and did his part to keep the Parliament running, not just in this building, but the earlier building. He was truly an institution in the House of Representatives chamber, and today we rightly recognise his contribution. From the day that I first walked into the Parliament 25 years ago, along with the former Speaker and former member for Casey, and indeed the member for Ballarat, the class of 2001, Luch was the same warm, friendly presence as he was the very last time we saw him. He was unfailingly cheerful to everyone, regardless of politics or position, and he knew the chamber. He knew its rules, he knew its members better than almost anyone. In a place that is often formal and tightly structured, Luch had a quiet way of reminding us of our better selves, offering a light-hearted remark as he went about his work with care and professionalism. We lifted our eyes, we shared a joke and a smile with Luch, and for a moment we also thought of the people in this place as just people. He brought humanity to the heart of our Parliament, and he did his part to keep democracy functioning. To Mary, Jessica, Joshua, Rebecca, Anthony and Robert, I offer my condolences and the condolences of the opposition. And we thank you for sharing Luch with us. Working as part of the Parliament is demanding, and it requires much of those that take up the vocation. Luch's service to Australia, seen in perspective and context, is truly incredible. I can honestly say the House will not be the same without him. May he rest in peace.
As a mark of respect to the memory of Lucho Joncheski, I ask all those to rise in their places. I thank the House. I call the Leader of the House.
Speaker, I move that further statements by indulgence on the death of Lupko Luch Joncheski be permitted in the Federation Chamber.
Put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I'll just deal with a couple of members who have indicated they are seeking the call regarding outstanding questions. I'll give the call first to the member for Groom.
Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 105B, I wish to draw your attention to multiple overdue questions in writing, including question 22 to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government, 79 to the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors, question 85 to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, questions 93, 94 and 96 to the Minister for Home Affairs, 83, 86 and 109 to the Treasurer, 127 to the Minister for Defence, 128 to the Minister for Housing, 129 to the Assistant Treasurer. Speaker, can you write to the ministers responsible and seek their explanation as to why they've chosen not to answer my questions in writing in 60 days?
I shall do as the Standing Order provides. Give the call to the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. With respect to Standing Order 105B, I request that you write to the Minister for Transport seeking reasons for the delay in answering my question in writing number 119, now 31 days overdue. And also with respect to Standing Order 105B, I request you write to the Minister for Communications seeking the reason for delay in answering my question in writing number 120, now 31 days overdue. Thank you.
I shall do so as the Standing Order provides. Give the call to the Leader of the House with papers.
Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I have received a letter from the Honourable the Leader of the Nationals proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the government's reckless agenda driving up the cost of living for Australian families. Call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places and give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Nationals. Got enough to do.
As we've seen a Treasurer that has refused to take any culpability for not just yesterday's rate rise, but the 12 that has preceded that over the long 4 years that he has been the Treasurer of this country. That has added an extra $23,000 to the mortgage bills of Australian families, to Australians right across this country. That is tearing their standard of living apart by a Treasurer that has forgotten the fundamentals. While writing a 6,000-word essay, has forgotten about what actually drives inflation, about his responsibility in spending and that influence on it. $50 billion in the last 6 months they have spent on this side out of government coffers that is fueling this inflation, that's putting pressure on Australian families and driving down their standard of living. In fact, our real wages in this country have reduced to 2011 levels. It will take 19 years for Australian families and Australians to get their real wages back to where it was previous to that. That shows the anaemic growth that this Treasurer has presided over, thinking that big government can do it all and that the government knows best with Australian taxpayers' money. But all they have done has forgotten the fundamentals, and it has driven inflation, whether it be in education by over 17%, electricity 40%, insurance 39%, food up by 16%, rent by 22%. 22% not just for rent but also the lift in housing costs that has also been exacerbated not by spending but by a migration policy that has increased demand while supply has been flat. Right. This government has brought in over 1 million new people into this country without even having an understanding of the priorities of who they are bringing into this country. We are giving the greatest gift we can give to any person on this planet, a ticket to Australia. And so why wouldn't we prioritise the people that have the skills that we need to build homes, to actually ensure that we address the supply in housing that says to young people there is a hope to own a home one day and you actually may be able to afford rent. That is what real governments would do. That's what a Treasurer would do, is understanding it's not just about spending money, it's pulling the levers. It's pulling the right levers that will ensure that we give hope to young Australians and to every Australian, that we all enjoy the opportunity of home ownership or even having a roof over our head. That is a government that has lost sight. Instead, over the last 3 years, they prioritised dog groomers and martial arts instructors over tilers, roofers, some plumbers that might be able to build the supply that we need. That's just common sense. That has been lost by this government in understanding what are the fundamentals that drive our nation's economy and what they can do without having to spend your money. That is what real leadership should be, and that's where the Treasurer has missed this opportunity. And for him, for after 4 years, to try and walk away from his record, his track record of 13 interest rate rises, costing Australians an extra $23,000, taking it out of their pockets and putting it into the bank's pockets, shows that this Treasurer is out of touch with what real Australians are feeling. There will be Australians tonight, that can't afford to put dinner on the table. And the reality is this, that energy is the economy. And if we are going to fix the fundamentals of what is driving inflation and what we can do as legislators to ensure that we are pulling the proper levers to bring down those energy costs and to ensure that right through the economy, whether you're buying food, whether you're building a home, that you can drive down those costs and put downward pressure on inflation, and therefore taking the pressure off the Reserve Bank, is what this Treasurer has missed and what this government has missed because of an ideology that you are all paying for. And the reality is that we were told of this green dream, of an all-renewables approach. Let me tell you that it was meant to be cheaper and it was meant to be greener. The reality is, since the Energy Minister and the government has taken over, all we have seen has continual increase in energy prices, flowing right through to your grocery bill, right through to the construction of homes. And so if you're not prepared to tackle the fundamentals, then unfortunately you're going to continue to drive up inflation and you are not going to fix the problems of this country. We could pull a lever on migration and reduce the mass migration that we are seeing and have a targeted migration approach, and we can also have a fundamentally policy on energy that actually will drive down prices. And let me tell you, there are 3 quick ways we can do that in the here and now. In fact, the Prime Minister today could sign to scrap the safeguards mechanism penalty that is imposed on energy generators. This government is taxing energy generators every year to reach unsustainable reduction in emissions targets. They have to reduce their emissions by nearly 5% every year. Now, the safeguards mechanism was about using technology to reduce emissions. Now, if the technology doesn't exist, lo and behold, what you have to do is buy offsets. That offset is a cost, and that cost goes on to your energy bill. The good generators and distributors, they're not going to wear that. They're going to pass that on to the Australian consumer. So I challenge the government today, if they are serious about reducing energy bills today, we've forgotten about the $275 that are never going to happen that was promised to come last year. Be honest and look the Australian people in the eye and get rid of the safeguards mechanism today. That will drive prices down immediately. What we also need to ensure is the capacity investment scheme that is skewed to just bringing new generation of renewable energy, not whatever energy that can become brought onto this grid, should be expanded to every source. We should have a technology-agnostic approach to ensure we get supply into the grid. That's just simple economics. I learnt that at grade 8 Chinchilla State High, that it's all about demand and supply. The reality is if you increase supply, then the prices will come down, and that is the opportunity of expanding the capacity investment scheme right across to any technology model in terms of energy. And it's also saying to the Australian energy market operator today that you will change your mandate from sourcing energy predicated on a renewable energy target, on a reductions emissions target, to one that sources the most affordable and cheap energy. That is just 3 quick ways that this government, with a stroke of a pen, could fix today. That's the reality of what this government has missed because of an ideology, of getting to effectively an energy grid that will be over 90% renewables. We're not against renewables. We're just saying you have to get the balance right. And if you want to look at a world example, look at Portugal and Spain. They had a red-hot crack. They got to 77% renewables and they lost their grid because they don't have this thing called baseload power. You need baseload power to ensure that when there's a wind drought or a sun drought, that effectively what you can ensure is that the grid can continue and will not have to be restarted. And that's why they lost their grid for a period of time. That is where we are opening ourselves up to sovereign risk because they are connected to continental Europe. We'll have nothing. Right. We will have zero redundancy built into our grid. We're not saying we should walk away from emissions, but we're saying we'll do it what the rest of the world's doing. We're currently around 1.1% of global emissions. That's actually including India and China. If we were to take them out, we'd be under 1%. But we've said, well, let's keep pace with what the rest of the world's doing. The rest of the world, the OECD, is only reducing their emissions by 1.7% every year. The Albanese government is asking the Australian people to reduce their emissions by 4.7% per year. They are streaking ahead, and that means it gets put into your energy bill through the safeguards mechanism, because that is a tax on energy generators that they have to pass on to you. These are the simple solutions that I challenge this government today. If you are in touch with the everyday Australian out there, you understand the hurt that families are paying, an extra $23,000 just on their mortgage, before you start talking about their education costs, about their insurance, about their food. When there are Australian families tonight that will not be able to put food on the table. In a country as rich as this, that is an embarrassment. It is an embarrassment on this place that we have not had the courage to look ourselves in the eye and look the problem square in the face and say there are solutions right here in the here and now and in the long term. We are energy rich if we open our minds up to the opportunities and solutions across every spectrum that will make sure that every Australian gets a chance, that young Australians can have hope one day to own a home. The young Australians might feel as though they can actually have a lifestyle that we've taken for granted for so many years. That's the common sense that I challenge this government on, to walk away from the ideology that might give them the kudos on an international stage, but they forget the average everyday Australian that feels this every day, that has the shame of not being able to take their kids on a holiday, or send them to the school they want, or to even put dinner on a table. Australia's better than that, and they deserve a better government than that.
Give the call to the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories and Emergency Management.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker, and it's a real pleasure to be able to stand here today and talk about the cost of living measures that we on this side of the House are voting for. And it's almost ironic to hear the Leader of the Nationals say, if we are in touch with the Australian people, we would do better. Perhaps if they were in touch with the Australian people, they'd stop talking about themselves and actually focus on what people sent you here to do. Because what they sent you here to do, they didn't ask you to hold up a pamphlet, they didn't ask you to talk about backroom deals on media outlets, they asked you to come here and talk about what matters to them. What matters to them is how governments respond when people are in crisis, and that's exactly what we've done. We voted to cap gas prices, we voted to cap electricity prices. Those opposite voted against that, against real cost of living measures. We voted on energy bill relief, they voted against that. We voted to reduce PBS medicine prices, they voted against that. So when we talk about people being driven by ideology, perhaps it's time those on the opposition benches actually had to think about that. Because what you are doing is continually voting on ideology rather than talking about what matters to the Australian people. What matters to the Australian people is that this place comes together at times and puts politics aside and says, what matters right now is how we get energy prices down. What matters right now is how we get PBS medicines cheaper. What matters right now is how we get more bulk billing doctors. What matters right now is good education for our kids. Those things matter, and those things on this side of the House matter so much that we vote on them, we put money towards them. We don't talk about doctor shortages in our regions because we do things about them. You know how we do that? We waive HECS fees for doctors and nurse practitioners when they come out to rural and remote Australia for 5 years. We've waived HECS fees to make sure that young people can actually get into the housing market. We've created 5% deposits for first home buyers, and that's working in our regions. More than 17,000 people across our regions have got into their first home because of the policies of this government. So we're not talking about backroom deals. We're not talking about media opportunities. We're getting on with the real world and real life for many Australians. Today, the member for Maranoa was in the media again talking about how his party might or might not get back together with the Liberal Party. I'm a bit over it, to be honest. I don't care. Because what we're doing is getting on with the issue of delivering for Australians across the country. I was in the media this morning talking with the Minister for Infrastructure, with the member for Leichhardt and the member for Braddon about how we can help regional and remote councils with support after the Rex administration. That's right. We're getting on with the job. We announced $5 million to help those regional and rural councils impacted by the Rex administration, because we focused on what's in front of us. And I'm proud to be a part of a government that not only is focusing on those important issues like regional aviation, we're also talking about investing billions in remote, rural and regional Australia, investing in talking about the things that matter to those people that live there, instead of talking about ourselves and little else. We know people are under pressure and we know there is more that needs to be done, and it'd be great if that was the focus of every member of this parliament at this point in time, but we know it's not. We're supporting real wages to grow. We're delivering tax cuts for every taxpayer, including another tax cut in July. We're delivering cheaper medicines, as I said, from 1 January this year, the largest ever cut to the cost of medicines in the history of the PBS. We're taking the price of medicines back to $25. It was last that price in 2004 when the Coalition was actually a party that came together and agreed on things. We're investing more in bulk billing doctors. We want to see more people go to a doctor and be bulk billed. We've invested in Medicare urgent care clinics, which is a massive game changer across our communities. They are free, timely and high-quality care that thousands of Australians are getting. Over 120 urgent care clinics that have opened, 39 of those in regional, rural and remote areas. And on the last weekend, the latest Medicare urgent care clinic that opened was in the heart of Bega in Eden Monaro. It's at 61 Carp Street, Bega. It's open now, extended hours, 7 days a week. No need for an appointment. You can walk in and get the service. And I've already had a number of people contact my office who used the service over the weekend for the first time, because strengthening Medicare and making healthcare more accessible and affordable should be all of our job. But we know it's only the government that ever invests in Medicare here. Whether it's home batteries, whether it's cheaper childcare, whether it's home care packages, we have to make sure we invest in them. And those opposite might call those things reckless spending, but they make a difference to every Australian's lives, whether you live in metropolitan Australia or you're part of the 1/3 of the Aussies that live outside metropolitan Australia. We know how important it is to make sure that we're getting more tradies into our system. I know firsthand. My husband's a tradie, my dad was a tradie. We're delivering $10,000 payments to housing apprentices to make sure that we are incentivising people to take up those roles. We know it's required. When we came to government in 2022, the largest skills gap ever inherited by any government on record was ours, because those opposite didn't invest in TAFE or universities, ran it into the ground. It is really a terrible outcome that we talk about a skill shortage that didn't need to be there, because we've seen successive coalition governments at state, territory and federal levels rip money out of TAFE in particular. Not only do we know that there's a skill shortage, we know we have to incentivise people to get back into those skill shortage areas, which is why we've got PRAC payments now rolling out to nurses, teachers, social workers and midwifery students, people who make a real difference in every community across the country. It is so important to focus on what's in front of us instead of focusing on what's behind you for those opposite. We are committed to making sure we make a difference to every person across the country, and I'm particularly committed to focusing on how we deliver for regional Australians, because right now, on this side of the House, there are 24 members of the Labor Party that represent rural and regional Australia. 24. That is larger than the National Party, that is larger than the crossbench, and that is larger than the Liberal Party. So when we talk about delivering for regional Australia, can we please not go through this old trope that somehow you are the party, those opposite are the party of regional Australia, because it is not true. Regional Australia is not a monoculture. Regional Australia is diverse, it is interesting, and they vote Labor too. It is incredibly important now that we come together and we look at how we deliver for communities. I've been listening to communities across the country, and over the last couple of months I've been in the Tiwi Islands, in Swansea, in Tassie, in Cloncurry, Bendigo, Ruffy, Colac, particularly over the high-risk weather season, listening to people and their first-hand experiences in the wake of bushfires, cyclones and floods. And it's incredibly important we deliver for those communities both now and into the future. We've delivered almost $330 million to Victorians impacted by devastating bushfires. We've committed more than $66 million for Queenslanders to help them recover from floods in North and Northwest. And we know that it is important to continue to deliver for communities that have been impacted. That spending isn't reckless. And I would really... That interjection is so inappropriate because Cat D funding has been delivered for your community. It has. And it is so disappointing to hear politicisation over something that doesn't need to be there.
Or you'll be leaving the chamber.
People who have been impacted by disaster are going through a really tough time. And every level of government needs to step up when that happens and deliver as quickly as possible. Category C and D funding has been delivered on the mid-north coast. Category C and D funding has been delivered in northwest Queensland. Category C and D funding has been delivered in Victoria, and will continue to deliver for every member of our communities. Because when we talk about policies, we don't have to put regional in front of it to know that it's going to help regional Australia. Whether it's bulk billing, whether it's infrastructure investment, whether it's disaster recovery, our government will continue to deliver for all of the country.
Time has expired. Now, let's not have any further interjections. Excuse me, I think I am the chair. I will not be taking direction from the member for Herbert at the dispatch box either. Now, I'd really like to hear from the member for Cowper.
Well, thank you,
the
Deputy
member for
Speaker.
Cowper has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And before the member for Eden Monaro leaves the chamber, I'd just refer to her last contribution. I do say that in the past, with disasters in my area and in previous times, we have worked very closely together. When credit is due, I will certainly give the member that credit. However, your last speech was rank with hypocrisy in terms of with hypocrisy in saying that we were looking at ourselves, looking backwards, not looking forward. What was the last question in question time about?
Yes.
What was the last question about? Was it about the interest rate rise that will cause the majority of households to pay another $1,300 a year? No, it wasn't about that. Was it about the housing crisis?
No.
No, it wasn't about that. Was it the fact that electricity prices have gone up 38%?
No.
No. Was it about gas going up 42%?
No, it wasn't that either.
No. What was the question about? Was it about the economy? Was it about how people are suffering?
No.
No. It was about why were standing orders suspended. All they wanted to do was talk about what's happening outside in this bubble. They didn't want to talk about what's happening to people on the ground. And the point of that is it was completely political. The last question in question time, the show that people watch and want to see the answers to the questions from those across this side was deliberate and political and had nothing to do with people.
That's right.
Because you don't care.
Yep. No
the
apologies.
government doesn't care. It's complete spin. And it was a very deliberate question to take the shine and take the spotlight away from a failing Treasurer.
That's right.
And a failing government.
That's exactly right.
And a failing economy.
Unfortunately true.
And what we see is that will continue, because what we see, the unlucky number 13. This is the 13th rate rise since this government came into power.
That hurts.
$1,300 a year.
That hurts.
And these are normal people who are being affected. In my electorate, we don't have the highest mortgages, but this interest rate rise, and I've already spoken to people in my electorate, they're now deciding about whether they pay for food or whether they pay for pharmaceuticals. These are business owners, these are farmers, pensioners, students, people going to university, deciding whether food or going back to school supplies. And then it's no wonder that we have the highest insolvency rate of businesses in 35 years. 35 years. But it's business as usual, and we'll ask a political question on the last question of question time. We are going to see over the next decade a sea of red of deficits because of the policies and ideology of this government. And they will continue along with net zero, damn the cost for ideology. And that is why you have seen the increases in the price of electricity. That is why you've seen the increases in the supermarket because of output costs or input costs. And that is why you have seen the biggest insolvencies in 35 years. And that is a shame. That is a shame for Australia, but it is shame on this government. And you talk about the policies, but you don't go out and consult. You make the decisions in your back rooms, and then you turn around and point at us when we say we can't agree with that because it's not our ideology and it doesn't work from what our people are telling us. You say you represent rural people. Well, I certainly don't see you representing them in here. The government needs to take stock, the Treasurer needs to take responsibility, and this Prime Minister needs to own up to it.
Hear, hear.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Here we go again. Another day, another MPI from the Nationals claiming the sky is falling in, families are failing, and somehow it's all Labor's fault. Same script, same scare lines, same people who had 9 long years to fix things and chose not to. The truth is, this MPI is not about helping regional Australia. It's about distracting from the Nationals' own record of neglect, of turning up to the regions at election time, taking photos in high-vis and then disappearing when the hard work is needed to be done. Because when the Nationals were in government, regional Australia did not get relief. They got ripped off. They left us with inflation at 6.1% and rising. They left bigger deficits, no savings, and debt heading completely in the wrong direction. They went to the last election with a plan for even more debt and higher taxes to pay for a nuclear fantasy that would drive up power prices and kill jobs in our regions. That is the reality they don't want to talk about. Now, Speaker, are people doing it tough? Yes, no doubt at all. There is no doubt at all about that, Speaker, and the Labor government has never pretended otherwise. The difference is this government is actually doing something about it, not pointing fingers, not talking Australia or Australians down, but getting on with the job of governing in difficult global conditions. We are delivering cost of living relief that is responsible, targeted and fair. Tax cuts for every Australian taxpayer, 3 rounds of them. The first already flowing, with even more to come. From July next year, lower income and middle income earners will pay less tax, and from the year after, even less again. That is real money back into people's pockets week after week, Speaker. Cheaper medicines, PBS scripts capped at $25, the lowest price in 2 decades, and frozen for pensioners and concession card holders at $7.70. That makes real difference in regions where chronic illness is higher and access to healthcare has become much harder. A stronger Medicare with more bulk billing, more urgent care clinics and more doctors and nurses where people actually live. Not promises, but actual delivery. Cheaper childcare, energy bill relief, a $40 increase to job seeker, higher rent assistance and 20% cut to student debt. Policies those opposite all voted against, by the way. And while we're doing all of that, we also have done what the Nationals never managed to do, which is actually fix the budget. 2 surpluses, a smaller deficit, debt going down, not up, over $233 billion better off than what we inherited, with more than $114 billion in savings found. That's not reckless. That's actually responsible. The IMF says our fiscal strategy is effective. The OECD says we have tightened policy. But apparently Nationals know better than the world's leading economy institutions. Speaker, what really sticks in the throat is the hypocrisy, because the Nationals like to pretend they are the guardians of the regions. But where were they when regional manufacturers were hollowed out? Where were they when power prices went through the roof? Where were they when wages flatlined, apprentices were cut and regional health services were stretched to breaking point? Speaker, they were silent. Or worse, they were just complacent. This government is backing regions with real investment, in roads like the Singleton and Muswellbrook bypass, energy and skills, healthcare and local jobs. We're backing fee-free TAFE so young people don't have to leave town to get the training they need. We're backing apprentices, local industry, the energy sector, mining and critical minerals. All these create jobs in places like the Hunter instead of shutting the gates and walking away. We're doing it in partnership with communities, unions, local councils and industries, because lasting change only works when the regions are actually part of the plan. The Nationals don't have a plan for regional Australia's future. They have nostalgia and fear. Fear of change, fear of progress, fear if the regions succeed under Labor, people might not remember who actually delivered for the regional Australia. So, Speaker, Australians can see what this MPI is all about, the same old boring attack from a party that talks big about the bush but failed when it mattered most. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I call the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This MPI is about the government's reckless agenda, which is driving up the cost of living for Australian families. It's not actually a question, it is a statement that the policies that this government has brought in since 2022 are hurting Australian families. When families are paying on a $500,000 mortgage $23,000 more since they've come into office, that hurts. That hurts families. We have more families who cannot even think about purchasing a home because the housing market can't give them a home at a price they can afford. The policies that this government have implemented are hurting Australian families. When they go to the supermarket, I'm not going to say the names, when they go to any supermarket, the prices that they're paying for eggs and for bread and for milk and all the ordinary daily needs of a family to raise a family, they are through the roof. 16% is the current figure. Then you add in the electricity costs, something that people need. In our society, people need electricity, up 40%. 40%. How is that reasonable? And for the government to go on with the hubris and the arrogance that we've been listening to today, from the Minister of Climate Change and Energy to the Treasurer to the Prime Minister, every one of them, they're all singing from the same hymn sheet. Not our fault. Not our fault. Don't look at us. It was actually those 10 years of waste and deficit. You know, the dog ate my homework. This government needs to take responsibility. 4 years of government. When are they going to take responsibility? Australian families are hurting, whether it's paying school fees, whether it's putting fuel into their cars. It doesn't matter which way they go, they can't afford to live. A cup of coffee in 2022, $4. $4. How much is it now? $6 for the average latte, and that's a small one. $7 in the Hunter. There you go. The member for Hunter probably knows that. $7. The fact is that people can't afford to go out to a cafe anymore. If they want to purchase a meal at a pub, it is through the roof. I know, because I take my family to the pub. Then we go into all the subsidies. What drives the inflation level? This 13th rate increase. It comes because inflation is out of control. And guess what? It's on this Labor government's watch. It was not happening under the coalition. It is happening under this Labor government. They need to take responsibility. Continually giving out subsidies. We've now got a new subsidy for EV cars, another $50 million. That's not going to hurt anybody? Yes, it will, because it comes out of taxpayer pockets. The way this government spends money to make up for or put a Band-Aid on what is a broken economy is appalling and only costs taxpayers more and will only continue to see inflation rise. I actually feel a little sorry for the RBA and for their chair and the stories they have to keep coming out and telling the Australian people, trying not to annoy the current Labor government, where it all needs to sit as their responsibility. Then we've got things like, policies, great policies like the gun buyback. $15 billion. $15 billion, member for Hunter. Where's that going to come from? Oh, the Australian taxpayer. One more time, a terrible policy that was just simply a repeat of 1996 when John Howard was doing the right thing. And here we have a government and a Prime Minister who have made a decision for gun buybacks because he wanted to cover over a massacre that should never have happened on his watch. The fact is, this government is responsible. They need to take responsibility, and we will continue to work to make them take that responsibility seriously.
And I call the member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. We are the regions. We provide your food. We have custody over the places that you go on holidays. We provide your critical minerals. We provide your power. We are practical people. We are the salt of the earth. We are the best parts of Australia. Not a single person in this House would disagree. Do not disrespect us. I grew up in Gippsland. I played in Wollongong. Thank you. I keep telling him. I grew up in Gippsland. I played in Wollongong, spent some time in Albury, the Atherton Tablelands. I played in Cairns, but I also spent a bit of time in New York City. And I picked up a phrase, studio gangster. I might be the first person to put the phrase studio gangster into Hansard. I would like that to be recognised. For those that don't know, a studio gangster is someone who yaps when there's nothing on the line. This is what we're seeing from those opposite. A lot of noise, no influence. Studio gangsters are fun. You like to hang out with them. Good times, great times. But when the rubber hits the road, nowhere to be seen. So let's speak about roads and the investments in the roads. The main artery for Queensland, the Bruce Highway. The last time the Bruce Highway had any investment in it at all, guess who did it? Then Infrastructure Minister, now Prime Minister, the Honourable Anthony Albanese.
Really?
Oh, and he's back as Prime Minister. And guess what's getting invested in? The Bruce Highway. $7.2 billion, allowing freight, families, right the way up of Queensland to see each other, to spend time with each other, making that road safer so that our truckies don't have to worry about it so much anymore. I go to the depots. I have a chat to the lads. They are afraid of the road, but they know the money is coming. They know the work is going to commence. They know they will get home at night to see their loved ones. What I'd like to hear more from those opposite is more science and less feelings. We tend to cherry-pick ideas, cherry-pick stats. Portugal and Spain, it's a nice example. It fits your narrative. Fantastic. California, the 4th largest economy on the planet. 67% renewable and clean energy. The 4th largest economy on the planet. Something we should be aspiring to. But instead, we cherry-pick numbers rather than trying to deliver for the people that we are paid to represent. So what is the Labor Party doing for the regions? As Minister McBain said, we don't have to put the word region in front of it to make it relevant. Tax cuts. People in the regions pay taxes. Free TAFE, taken up more in the regions than anywhere else to address that skill shortage, to build the homes that people can live in, to come to the wide open spaces that we represent, that we love so much, that we hold so dearly, so close to us. We want to share them. We want to show them. Bring your businesses to us. Bring your talents to the regions. Build these houses, build these businesses. All of that is going to be made possible because when you get there, there's urgent care clinics, there's cheaper medicine, there's going to be 2 in Cairns. It's going to be awesome. Well, see, Cairns is a big place. There's 2 electorates, Kennedy and Leichhardt. They've just got effective members. The fee-free TAFE is under threat from the Queensland Government. It is taking our workforce away. We have an opportunity here, an opportunity to show the regions as they are, the place that we all love, and we are taking it. We're delivering for the people that have delivered for Australia for well over 200 years. Our food, our mining, our places to holiday, all belong to us. And Labor knows that when we take care of the regions, we take care of the country.
Can I call the member for Nichols?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Let's just have a think about what has happened this week. As a result of inflationary pressure, so the uptick in the inflation numbers, interest rates have risen. Now, what does that mean for people? It means their mortgages have risen, and it means that the cost of living crisis just got a lot worse. And that's a serious problem for people out there who live in the real world, not the chamber, where sometimes people are more interested in talking about political games than what actually matters to people. Now, there's a lot of duck and spin in Parliament this week about why this has happened, but I want to put some points together and try and link them logically, so try and follow with me. Firstly, the government's failing energy policies is putting the retail cost of energy power up. Okay, it's going up because the policies are dud. It's based on ideology, not reality. And if you want to know that, talk to Reputex. Now, in an attempt to paper over this failure, with a sleight of hand, the government gives out energy rebates, one of a very great number of government spending measures by this Labor government that thinks that fiscal responsibility is an optional extra. And so the Treasurer thinks, well, that's okay, we'll give out the energy rebates and that will reduce the headline rate of inflation. No one will notice and everything will be rosy for the economy. I think the issue for the Treasurer is that the RBA are a bit smarter than that and they take into account the TRIB mean inflation number as well. And therefore, interest rates have gone up. And before people talk about criticising us about the rebates, well, we wouldn't have had such a ham-fisted energy policy that increased prices in the first place. Now, what does this mean? It means that it's getting more expensive to get a mortgage. If you're already paying one, you're paying a lot more, and the cost of living crisis is now affecting you even more than it was. Or if you aspire to buy a house, it just got a lot harder because you're going to need a lot more in your repayments. Not only is that an issue, But business is getting harder and harder to do in Australia. And I go around my electorate, the electorate of Nichols, the Goulburn Valley, one of the great entrepreneurial places in Australia. We really have a high proportion of private sector economic activity as opposed to public sector. And you go out to those farms and you go to those factories and you can really see what's driven Australia and why so many migrants over many years, as soon as they get off a boat in Sydney or Melbourne, come to Shepparton, because it's the land of opportunity. And it's inspiring to see what those people have done and will continue to do. But all of those people who run these businesses are telling me that it's getting harder to do business. Why? Because the inputs are getting more expensive. There are so many examples of that. If you run a farm, fertiliser is more expensive because of the energy prices. If you're running a business, wages are going up because there's people who don't understand that if you put too much energy and you put too much into the public sector, there's a rise in the costs for the private sector. It doesn't mean that we don't want higher wages across the board, but there's got to be that balance. Keating understood there had to be a balance. Costello understood there had to be a balance, but I'm not sure this Treasurer does. And I'll quote Judith Sloan from The Australian, who said yesterday in the paper that it is becoming increasingly clear that Chalmers does not understand how the economy works. Now, I don't know when that's been said about a Treasurer in the past. I think I also want to just touch on, in the minute that I've got left, addressing some of the dishonesty in the debate about what Labor inherited. Now, I wasn't in this place during the last term of coalition. I was out working in the private sector, and I can tell you that when COVID hit, it was very frightening for those people who had businesses. And they thanked Josh Frydenberg for looking after them by introducing JobKeeper. Now, that did put some pressure on the budget, and it did put some pressure on inflation. But I remind those opposite that they wanted to spend $81 billion more for JobKeeper and other measures during COVID. So how much worse would it have been coming out of that absolute crisis had Labor occupied the Treasury benches then? I think it's a really important thing to remember when people are saying, oh, what we inherited. You've got very short memories, and I remember how difficult that time was for the private sector and the fact that the previous coalition government actually looked after them during COVID. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
We'll call the member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, people in my electorate of Gilmore put their faith in me once again at last year's election because they know, as part of the Albanese Labor government, I will continue to deliver for my local community. I've delivered important community infrastructure like the Jervis Bay intersection flyover, which is well underway, new RFS sheds at Manyana and Lake Conjola, a new surf lifesaving club at Gerringong, and the reconstruction of the Mogo local Aboriginal Land Council building, which was destroyed in the Black Summer bushfires. The people of Gilmore voted for cheaper medicines, cheaper childcare, free TAFE, reduced student debt and tax cuts. They voted for more bulk billing GP clinics, wage increases for our wonderful aged care workers, and they voted for Medicare urgent care clinics, with the new Nowra Medicare urgent care clinic due to open very soon. I can't understand on what planet any of these significant local projects or important cost of living initiatives equate to reckless spending. Do those opposite want to pull the pin on the new Nowra Medicare urgent care clinic, leaving people in my community waiting hours for medical attention at the overcrowded Shoalhaven Hospital ED? Do they want to slash the $752 million for the Milton-Ulladulla bypass that has been in the too hard basket for more than 2 decades? Will they tell my community that the Princess Highway duplication between the Jervis Bay Road turnoff and Tomarong is a waste of money? Do they want to scrap plans for the revitalisation of the Nowra Riverfront precinct, which will support local jobs and provide more housing? Or maybe they want to sink the upgrade of the Shoalhaven Marine Rescue Base. Or maybe those opposite can tell the kids at Gerringong that plans to upgrade their clubhouse at Jerry Emery Oval have tanked. Or notify the Batemans Bay Seahawks Football Club that their new clubhouse has been axed. Deputy Speaker, I'm proud that the Albanese Labor government is backing our regions, our families and our communities. We've made a record investment in funding for regional roads through the Black Spots program, Roads to Recovery, and in my area, a special $40 million Shoalhaven Roads package to help the council fix local roads. Should we scrap that essential road funding and put drivers at risk? Do those opposite who claim to support regional and rural areas want to slash funding for the New South Wales South Coast? We're boosting our regions with better roads, more doctors, fully funding our public schools, more funding for our hospitals, and we're helping people buy their first home. What's got to go from those opposite? To say that these important investments are reckless spending just goes to show how out of touch they really are with everyday Australians. Like everyone on this side of the chamber, I know people in my electorate are doing it tough. That's why we're doing something about it. We're helping families, students, our older residents and small businesses with tax cuts for every taxpayer, more bulk billing and cheaper medicines. We're backing higher wages. We're helping train young people in Gilmore to become doctors, nurses, social workers, builders and electricians with free TAFE, supported uni places and by slashing student debt. All policies those opposite opposed. We're getting on with the job of rolling out responsible cost of living relief just like we said we would. People in the Gilmore electorate tell me every day how the expanded hours at the Batemans Bay Medicare Urgent Care Clinic have helped them or their loved ones. And people in Nowra are champing at the bit for their new Medicare Urgent Care Clinic to open, as am I. I'm so thrilled that the number of fully bulk billed medical centres in my electorate has almost tripled from 10 to 27 in just the past 3 months. And so many people in Gilmore have told me that our cheaper medicines are making a huge difference to their household budgets, with PBS scripts now costing no more than $25. We'll continue to deliver across every portfolio to help people with the cost of living.
I call the member for Lyne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. After nearly 4 years of Labor, the cold, stark reality is that Australians are paying more for everything. It doesn't matter what the Treasurer wants to believe, what he wants to spruik, he cannot hide the truth because Australians are living it. Australia is the only developed country where interest rates are rising. And why is that? Because of Labor's out-of-control spending. While the Treasurer is desperate to shift the blame, attributing his own fiscal failures to foreign wars and other global pressures, there is no doubt that this gymflation crisis is homegrown, with ABS data revealing that inflation is being driven by government policy. Under this government, spending is growing 13 times faster than the coalition budgeted for and has reached its highest level outside recession in 40 years. This is not sensible governing. This is reckless maladministration. And frankly, the Treasurer's attitude, his blame shifting, his aloofness to the situation is an absolute affront to Australians. It's a kick in the guts. Does he not realise that he's the sole individual in charge? He has the power to change this. After all of the essential bills are paid and a small grocery shop is done, and I mean small because just 2 bags are over $100, hard-working Australians have very little of their own money left. In my electorate, a constituent from Nabiac shared that on Christmas Eve they bought just 36 items at a cost of $199.61. Add to this the car insurance, which comes in at $277.51 a month for just 2 cars, and that doesn't include registration or green slip, by the way, plus home and contents insurance, which comes in at $278.83 per month, private health insurance for a family of 4 at $498 a month, council rates, water access and sewerage connection at $3,481.10 a year. Very little is left over. And this is as one of the poorest electorates in the country, where the paycheck's not large nor flexible to accommodate cost increases without sacrifice. the average mortgage holder was already paying around $21,000 more per year in interest than under the coalition, that burden rises again due to the latest rate hike. And for most young Australians, the great Australian dream of home ownership has become exactly that, just a dream. This too has been exasperated by Labor and its migration policy. They brought in 1 million migrants in their first 2 years, 70% higher than in any previous 2-year period. Someone is arriving to live in Australia every 52 seconds. Based on Labor's own population statement, a further 1.8 million people will arrive over the next 5 years, with no plan for where they will live. And another driver of Labor's economic crisis is their reckless pursuit of a renewables-only energy policy. Australians need affordable baseload power, not expensive, taxpayers-subsidised, intermittent and unreliable energy. Affordable power, coupled with responsible action on climate. But under Labor's renewables-only fiasco, factories are closing, business investment is stalling and emissions have not moved. The government promised a $275 cut to power. Instead, Australians are paying around $1,300 more. In my own electorate, manufacturer James Strong Precision Packaging has seen their energy bills increase by 65%, insurance by 76% and rates and taxes by 75%. The cost of Labor is now showing up everywhere. Higher taxes, more debt and a budget so stretched the government is spending $50,000 every minute on interest payments alone. Whilst the Prime Minister enjoys a day at the tennis, with the travel no doubt being billed to the taxpayer, Australians are working just to get by. They can't afford to go to the tennis. They can't afford to go out for dinner or take their kids to the movies. I've got people in my electorate who are still not back in their homes after the May floods of last year. This is not living. This is a grinding existence created by this government, a government that has completely and utterly insulated themselves from the economic hardship they are inflicting upon Australians. Australian taxpayers work hard for their money. It's absolutely galling for them to see it being spent so recklessly, so indiscriminately by politicians that have never had a real job, that have never had to go without just to get by. This is not your money. It's the Australian taxpayers. Start spending it accordingly, considerately, frugally, carefully. The lucky country is now experiencing the largest decline in living standards in the developed world. Under this government, with this Treasurer making the big financial calls, increasingly Australia does not feel like the lucky country.
And I call the member for Dunkley.
Deputy Speaker, what can I say? The assertion from those opposite that the Albanese Labor government is doing nothing to help Australians couldn't be further from the truth. It is ludicrous. If I was to ask those opposite for a list of their achievements in their 10 years in government for the people of Australia, that list would have nothing on it. Shame. They should know better because they have repeatedly voted against meaningful measures to ease pressure on households. We understand, however, that people are doing it tough, and we know that there is more for us to do. That is why in 2025 we delivered a responsible budget with a cost of living front and centre. The claim we are reckless is something that they should know a lot about because of the division and the disarray that we are seeing blow up across the aisle. Yesterday, the Reserve Bank Governor stated governments have a job to provide services and infrastructure and at the same time make sure that they contribute to bringing down inflation. The Reserve Bank Governor also stated the government at the moment seems very focused on what they need to do to continue the fight against inflation. We have delivered so much. We've had a $325 energy rebate to ease power bills. We've introduced a $300 per week paid prac placement for nursing staff, midwives, teachers and social workers, recognising that essential workers deserve support, not hardship. We have wiped $3 billion from HECS debt, benefiting more than 3 million Australians, including 18,000 people from Dunkley. Our number one focus is helping Australians with the cost of living today and tomorrow and building a stronger future. Last year, we delivered tax cuts for every taxpayer, with another one coming in July. We secured pay rises for minimum and award wage workers. We expanded paid parental leave to 24 weeks and ensured superannuation is now paid while parents take government leave. We've provided an additional $150 discount on power bills for every household and around 1 million small businesses, and introduced a 30% discount on home batteries to permanently cut energy costs. And I can't wait to have mine installed very soon. We expanded bulk billing and we froze draft beer excise indexation for 2 years. From January 1, we delivered the biggest cut to PBS medicines in history. Medicines are costing $25 or less for those with a healthcare card. This is going to save Australians more than $200 million a year, making medicines the cheapest they have been in more than 2 decades. Deputy Speaker, when it comes to health, the difference between the two sides of this chamber are stark. The opposite gutted bulk billing when they were in government. We have spent the last 3 years and now this term rebuilding it. We are investing $8.5 billion to deliver $18 million additional bulk billed GP visits a year. We are investing more than $790 million in women's health and $11.3 million in men's health. The member for Hunter is very happy about that. We are investing in mental health, recognising that 43% of Australians will unfortunately experience challenges during their lifetime, and that includes $1.2 million into Headspace Frankston. We know skills and training are essential for easing cost pressures and building our future workforce, and have delivered the paid prac placement and free fee TAFE, with more than 355,000 fee-free places. There is no better example of Labor's delivery than in Dunkley. More than $112 million has been committed to local infrastructure, from roads and parks, mental health services, support for local artists, and the $1.1 billion Peninsula University Hospital. And just last year, just before Christmas, I joined Minister Rishworth to open the Brotherhood of St Lawrence Thrive Hub, supporting young people into employment.
Member for Dartmouth, thank you. The discussion has concluded. And now I call the member for Macarthur.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Standing Committee on Health, Aged Care and Disability, I present the committee's report incorporating some dissenting comments entitled No Child Left Behind, Report into the Thriving Kids Initiative, together with the minutes of proceedings. And I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
It's leave granted.
Leave is granted.
On behalf of the Standing Committee on Health, Aged Care and Disability, the committee's report on the inquiry into Thriving Kids Initiative, I think, was a very important one. The NDIS had been introduced in 2013 by then Prime Minister Julia Gillard as the National Disability Insurance Scheme, which has transformed the lives of Australians living with disability and remains one of the most significant social reforms in our nation's history. As a paediatrician, I had discussed prior to the Julia Gillard's ascension to the Prime Ministership, the importance of support for families of children who have severe disabilities. And this was really the culmination of what has been a transformative social project. And as a paediatrician, it has really changed the lives of many of the families that I've looked after for a long period of time. It meant that they had certainty of support for their children when they were no longer able to care for them or had passed away. And that was the one thing that many of those families were worried about. It really was transformative. The NDIS now supports over 750,000 people with an average planned budget of around $82,000. The NDIS, as I've said, has been absolutely life-changing and something that I will support forever. As a paediatrician, I've seen firsthand how it's provided certainty for those families, and it must continue. However, the scheme faces significant challenges. In a way, it's become all things to all people. It's become the only boat in the ocean or the only port in a storm. While the principles of independence, choice, dignity and equity inclusion remain vital, there have been significant structural flaws. The necessity of a diagnosis, the up-diagnosis that was happening so that people with relatively mild disabilities could become eligible for the NDIS. And I've seen that myself with the pressures for kids with learning difficulties to be diagnosed with other things so that they could qualify for the scheme. Supports have not been evidence-based. We've had an explosion of support organisations, many of whom are unregistered, many of whom were providing services of poor quality. And I've been approached by a number of different organisations, including those in the legal profession, very concerned about NDIS supports being provided for people with, for example, intellectual disability ending up in the legal system inappropriately. Data collection has been very poor, and so we often don't know what supports are being provided to whom and where. Transparency and accountability have not occurred, and it is really way over time for the scheme to be overhauled. We also need to make sure that children who have developmental concerns can get access to early intervention, and that early intervention happens early. It's not diagnosis dependent, and the families can feel supported themselves. And we need to make sure that organisations that provide those social supports for families and for kids with disabilities are appropriately funded and are appropriately available in an equitable manner around the country. And in particular, rural and regional areas have really struggled to get the supports they need for kids and adults also with developmental disabilities. Hence the Thriving Kids initiative announced by Mark Butler, the Health Minister. It has been a really eye-opening inquiry that we did, and I would like to really thank so much all my committee members, in particular the member for Kooyong, the Deputy Chair, who gave us her time and her expertise as a paediatric neurologist and was incredibly supportive. But so was everyone else on the committee. And I've been really overwhelmed by the support I've had from all my committee members, and I thank them so much, and I hope that they will get the opportunity to talk about their experiences as well. It has really been an informative process. The chair of the Thriving Kids committee that Mark Butler put together, Frank Oberclade, has been a really doyen of paediatric developmental medicine for the last really half a century in Australia and overseas as well, I might say, and his advice and his support has also been vital. I'd like to thank the Secretariat for the work that they've done. It was a high time pressure inquiry. We did a lot of interviews and a lot of public meetings, and I really am very grateful for the expertise of the Secretariat. But most of all, I'd like to thank my committee members who I appreciated all their input on all sides of Parliament, including in opposition members who've all been highly engaged, very supportive, interested in making the lives of families and their members who have disabilities better, and I commend this report to the House.
Yeah. And I call the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I seek leave to speak to the report as well.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Member for Kooyong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The NDIS is simply not sustainable in its current form and at its current rate of growth. The uncomfortable truth for those of us who care deeply about the NDIS is that it has to undergo reform, or we risk losing it altogether. It wasn't designed to support all disabled Australians, but in recent years, loss of community-based block-funded supports has left a void for those with mild developmental delay and disability. Many participants can't find the help they need, particularly in rural and regional settings. In the absence of alternatives, everyone's had to fight for an NDIS package. We've got an unsustainable situation where 11% of Australia's 5 to 7-year-old boys now have individual packages. We have a demand-driven scheme with no means testing and no limits on spending, which is projected to cost as much as $100 billion a year by 2032. That's a scheme for 700,000 people, which will cost more than Medicare for $30 million. This is unsustainable, it's inefficient and it's inequitable, especially when we're still leaving many people with a disability without the support that they need. So it does make sense that rather than limiting services to individual packages, we should create a system with defined packages for those people who have a more significant disability and community-based programs for younger children with developmental delay and neurodivergence. Increasing community supports for children with emerging developmental delays should be more cost-effective, it should increase capacity and it should promote inclusion. The Thriving Kids initiative marks a commitment to a new system of evidence-based early intervention services, which should provide equity of access for all young Australian children with emerging developmental delay and disability. We have to acknowledge that there has been very justifiable anxiety within the disability community about these changes. For Thriving Kids to be accepted by the community, it will only win social licence by demonstrating effectiveness, and that includes a real commitment from the states. It cannot be seen as a cost-cutting exercise which will decrease the scope and the quality of the services that are provided. At this point, the state and territory governments are not ready to roll out foundational supports, and so I support last week's announced delay in the launch of the Thriving Kids. This was a short inquiry and it has not been able to address all of the issues and questions around Thriving Kids, but some things remain clear. We have to make it easier for parents to navigate a system which has often proven hostile and defensive. Many parents told us in this inquiry that their caring responsibilities have increased when the family member enters the NDIS. That's a fail. We have to collect better data about participants' experiences and outcomes and the quality, safety and effectiveness of their treatment. We heard repeatedly that the record keeping by the NDIS is inadequate. We have to ensure that the services are co-designed with peak bodies and with all stakeholder groups, and that they reflect the needs of the child, not the eloquence of their advocates. We have to determine that these services can physically be provided, and we have to improve access to online health services as well. We have to improve the registration, policy and compliance and funding system for the NDIS. We have to help providers to decrease red tape. We have to get them to improve their record keeping, and we have to cut down on the fraud, which is unfortunately but inevitably a significant issue at this point in time. So the Thriving Kids program has to be subjected to regular review when it's rolled out, and it should have an independent Inspector General. We need better workforce planning. We heard again and again about the deserts where people can't access the supports that they need, particularly in regional, rural and remote settings. It's inequitable and it's unfair. We have to have some better data about where the allied health and other healthcare professionals that we need are, and we have to support them. It's not acceptable that people are waiting years to see a paediatrician in our major cities and that they're paying a large amount of money to do that. We should help more young people join the healthcare workforce by immediately increasing financial support for practical placements for all healthcare students. The Thriving Kids program needs us to resolve from the premise that disabled people should have to self-manage their care and that all should receive support individually. Some things are better done together, for efficiency, for economy and even for enjoyment. Success of the Thriving Kids model demands that as a society we are able to and will accept our responsibility to include and support all children, to create a system responsive to their capacities and their needs, and that we commit to creating and supporting the workforce and the infrastructure which are required to maximise those children's independence and inclusion. I'll finish by thanking the Chair of the Health Committee. It's been a great privilege to work with Dr Mike Freelander on this inquiry. Mike brings decades of experience to this Parliament. He worked incredibly hard with all of the committee and the Secretariat. And the report that we have put together summarises very well the generous and considered contributions of almost 500 groups or individuals who made submissions who came to the public hearings. I echo Mike in thanking our other committee members who worked hard with dedication, with interest, with maturity and with bipartisanship, a rare bipartisanship in this place. So I thank the Secretariat as well and commend our report to the House.
And I call the member for Macarthur, sorry.
That's right. Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I move that the House take note of the report.
The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. Member for Macarthur.
I move that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
I put the question that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate. All those the opinion say aye. The ayes have it. Contrary no, the ayes have it. And I call the member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, I present the following reports: Human Rights Scrutiny Report 8 of 2025 and Human Rights Scrutiny Report number 1 of 2026. And I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with these reports.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Thank you. I am pleased to present Report 8 of 2025 and Report 1 of 2026 of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights. In these reports, the committees considered 22 new bills, 253 new legislative instruments and deferred consideration of 2 bills. It has commented on 6 bills and 14 legislative instruments and concluded its examination of 7 bills and 10 legislative instruments. The committee has sought additional information from the relevant minister in relation to the human rights compatibility of 2 bills and 9 instruments. In Report 8 of 2025, the committee commented on the Administrative Review Tribunal Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025. This bill seeks to expand the circumstances in which the Administrative Review Tribunal may make a decision without holding an oral hearing. This engages and may limit the right to a fair hearing. The committee also noted that questions remain as to how much time and resources will be saved by this measure. It is accordingly unclear to the committee whether this measure is rationally connected to the objective of efficient resolution of proceedings. Further, the committee noted that it should the measure be disproportionately impact certain applicants, it may also engage and limit other rights, including the rights to equality and non-discrimination and the rights of people with a disability to equality before the law. This bill also expands the circumstances in which the tribunal would not be required to give certain information to an applicant regarding a reviewable migration decision. As this may impede a person's ability to challenge a decision, and this measure would apply to the decisions that may result in expulsion or deportation of non-citizens or foreign nationals, it engages and limits the prohibition against expulsion of aliens without due process. The committee also considered that there is a risk that this measure may not place proportionate limitation on this right in absence of appropriate safeguards and given the extent of interference with the right that may be significant. In Report 1 of 2026, the committee has concluded its consideration of the Customs Place of Detention Directions 2025. This instrument identifies places of detention that a person can be held, including a room that meets the standards specified in the instrument or otherwise an Australian Border Force vehicle. The committee considers the right to humane treatment in detention and the right to privacy may be limited where a person is detained in a place that does not meet the standards of humane treatment or where they are subjected to the search of their person. The committee considers that many of the safeguards that accompany the measures are discretionary and do not provide sufficient protections for vulnerable groups such as children or people with disability. I would like to draw particular attention to these human rights concerns as detaining a person in a vehicle during hot weather can result in death. I recall the death of Mr Ward, an Aboriginal elder, in 2008 in Western Australia. Mr Ward was being transported across the goldfields in a prison van with faulty air conditioning. This resulted in a death in custody. While this was under a state jurisdiction, it is important to understand the risks of vehicle detention. In Report 1 of 2026, the committee also commented on the migration disclosure of information to prescribed bodies, Instrument 2025, and the migration disclosure of information to be prescribed international organisations, Instrument 2025. These legislative instruments prescribe the bodies of and international organisations to which officers may disclose identifying information about individuals. The prescribed bodies include 107 state and territory police forces and agencies, federal intelligence agencies, foreign police forces and foreign intelligence agencies. The committee notes that prescribing the bodies and international organisations to which identifying information may be disclosed for specified purposes engages and limits the right to privacy and may engage and limit further rights. The committee considers that further information is required to assess the compatibility of these measures with these rights and as such has sought advice from the Minister. I also encourage all members to consider the committee's reports closely. With these comments, I commend the Scrutiny's Report number 8, 2025 and number 1 of 2026 to the House.
And I call the member for Reid.
I present the committee's report entitled Report 513, Annual Report 2024 to 25, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? Granted. Member Reid.
In accordance with the Public Accounts and Audit Committee Act 1951, the Joint Committee of Public Accounts Audit is required to report annually to the Parliament on the work it has undertaken. The committee's work includes reviews of the Australian National Audit Office reports and conducting inquiries where it identifies issues requiring further examination. The committee also determines the audit priorities of the Parliament and makes recommendations to the government on the budget estimates of the ANAO and the Parliamentary Budget Office. This report speaks to the work of the previous committee and highlights its role in promoting transparency, accountability and good governance across the Australian public sector. During this period, the committee held 21 meetings, including 5 public hearings. The committee commenced 4 inquiries and presented 8 reports that contained a total of 42 recommendations for government. The committee also undertook a range of other non-inquiry activities in line with its legislative responsibilities, including considering and confirming the appointment of the Parliamentary Budget Office. The committee acknowledges and thanks the former chairs of the committee, the Honourable Julian Hill MP and the Honourable Linda Burney MP, for their leadership over the 2024 to 25 period, as well as the former Deputy Chair, Senator the Honourable Linda Reynolds, CSC. The committee also extends its appreciation to all previous members of this committee and the Secretariat for their continuing diligence and expertise in supporting our work.
Member for Reid.
I ask leave of the House to present executive minutes on reports of the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
I present executive minutes on reports 498, 502, 505, 506, 507, 509, 511 and 512 of the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit.
Thank you, Member Fareed. So I'll do the Veterans Affairs. Okay. I have to report that the Federation Chamber has been unable to complete its consideration of the Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment Miscellaneous Measures No. 2 Bill 2025 and has returned the bill to the House with an unresolved question, and I present a certified copy of the bill together with a schedule of the questions which the Federation Chamber was unable to resolve. Have you got that? I understand it is the wish of the House to consider the bill immediately. The unresolved question is that the amendment moved by the member for Hume be agreed to. All those the opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Aye. Noes have it. Division? Division. Ring the bell. 4.
Pretty good. How are you? I'm good. How your electrics go? You okay? Yeah. They're okay.
Lock the doors. The question before the House is the second reading amendment moved by the honourable member for Hume be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Fadden and Bowman as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is no ayes 46, noes 86. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill be read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye, against no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to Veterans' Affairs in military rehabilitation and compensation and for related purposes.
I have received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. Order. If members can leave the chamber or return to their seats quickly and quietly. The House will now consider the bill in detail, and I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. I give the call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and the Minister for Defence Personnel.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present a supplementary explanation to the bill.
The Minister has the call.
I move the government amendment as circulated.
The Minister may proceed.
Mr Speaker, the amendment circulated is to remove item 44 of Schedule 1, which is Part 8 of the schedule from the Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment Miscellaneous Measures No. 2 Bill 2025. This item would provide a specific power for the Repatriation Commission to give notice to the Chief of the Defence Force of claims, decisions and treatment as part of non-liability healthcare for serving members under Section 284A of the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act 2004. These notifications already occur along with notifications of other types of determinations, but non-liability healthcare provides fully funded treatment for cancer, mental health conditions and pulmonary tuberculosis without the need to establish that these conditions were caused by service. We have determined that it's appropriate at this time to remove this item, and we will consider the best approach for any notifications in relation to non-liability healthcare between the Repatriation Commission and the Chief of the Defence Force in the future. And I thank the Interim Shadow Veterans Affairs Minister for his engagement on this matter.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Or sorry, I'll just check something just with the clerk. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. I will now put the question. The question is that the bill be agreed to. No, sorry. I'll start that again. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I will now put the question, or if their opinion say aye. Aye. All those against, carried. The question now is that the bill as amended be agreed to. I will now, Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move the third reading. Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry.
Okay. Sorry? Okay. The question is that the bill as amended be agreed to. All the opinions say aye. All those against, carried. This bill as amended has been agreed to. Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I will now put the question. All the opinions say aye. Aye. All those against, carried. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to Veterans Affairs in military rehabilitation and compensation and for related purposes.
Okay. I have to report that the Corporations Amendment Digital Assets Framework Bill 2025 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber and has been agreed without amendment. I present a certified copy of the bill. The question is that the bill be agreed to. I will now put the question. All the opinions say aye. All those against? The ayes have it. This bill has now been agreed to. Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Thank you, Member for Moncrieff. Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I will now put the question. All the opinions say aye. All those against, carried. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to corporations and financial services and for related purposes.
Excellent. I now call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 4, health legislation amendment prescribing of pharmaceutical benefits bill 2025. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Continuing, this bill provides the reforms allowing highly skilled nurses to work to their full scope. This helps reduce pressure on hospitals, on general practitioners, as well as in areas where those providing these services are stretched, especially in rural and remote communities. Currently, our registered nurses who are highly skilled and highly educated remain underutilised in primary care, and allowing them to prescribe under the PBS system will boost efficiency, strengthen care coordination and allow GPs and nurse practitioners to focus on patients with more complex needs. The legislation implements recommendations from the Strengthening Medicare Task Force and the Scope of Practice Review.
And since 2017, the Nursing and Midwifery Board of Australia and the Chief Nursing and Midwifery Officers conducted extensive research and consultation on the nurse prescribing models and what might work. The NMBA, the board, they developed the standards for designated registered nurse prescribers through multiple rounds of consultation, and these consultations received strong support. Now, this was a key election commitment that implements key practice reforms for nurses and midwives. The Albanese government has already been working with state and territory health ministers to register and train the first cohort of registered nurses who from 1 July this year are expected to complete their training and start prescribing medicines. This is an important step to ensure all Australians have better access to affordable medicines that they need when they need them. Now, Deputy Speaker, this bill is just another way Labor is delivering on our commitments to strengthen Medicare. Medicare and PBS are proud Labor legacies, and they have helped millions of Australians receive the quality health care they need. And this bill is another part of that legacy. It expands on our commitment to make healthcare more affordable and accessible to residents across our communities. This bill is an important complement to our $5 billion investment in new uncapped funding into the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme, ensuring faster, more affordable access to innovative medicines. Deputy Speaker, as we've heard, from 1 January this year, our government delivered on our commitment to cap PBS prescriptions at $25. And reducing the cost of prescriptions was just one of the cost of living measures Labor took to the last election, measures that had an overwhelming support not only in the Brisbane electorate but across Australia. The PBS benefits so many Australians. As of 2024, 930 different medicines were listed on the PBS across more than 5,000 brands. And it's critical that all Australians can afford the medicines and medicine-related services that they need. Now, this is particularly important for people with multiple health conditions, maybe taking multiple medicines, people with low incomes, and individuals or their families experiencing high out-of-pocket care costs. And this is a policy that really does make a difference to people's lives. When I'm out and about in my community, the cost of living and healthcare are often raised with me. In my early morning commuter stops, I've had countless people come up to me and describe how much $25 and more bulk billing has benefited them and their daily cost of living. This is especially amongst young people, many who live in my community in Brisbane, many who had put off their medicines or put off seeing a doctor. I am so proud to stand here before this House, in this House, and to be part of the Albanese government that it really is delivering changes that are making a difference to people's lives. The last time PBS medicines cost no more than $25 was in 2004. Shrek 2 was probably the highest grossing film at the time, and I think I contributed a bit to that with some young children at the time. But this PBS medicines being $25 is more than just a 20% cut in the maximum cost of medicines. It will provide immediate cost of living relief to Australians doing it tough. This will save Australians over $200 million a year. Deputy Speaker, this bill will help make it easier for women to access their medicines, and it comes on top of our government's significant investment in women's health. For far too long, women's health had been overlooked, underfunded and, frankly, misunderstood. The Labor government promised more choice, lower costs and better healthcare for women, and we are delivering. Hundreds of thousands of women are now accessing cheaper medicines and better care thanks to the investment and recognition. Since launching the package in 2025, more than 365,000 women have accessed over 715,000 subsidised prescriptions for contraception, menopause treatments and endometriosis care. Contraceptives like Yasmin, Slinda, they're now less than half the previous cost. They were around $30.80 with a concession card. Now they're a lot cheaper. Menopause treatments such as estrogel and prometrium, now cost $25 a script, or $7.70 for concession patients, down from up to almost $670 in some cases. Over 20,000 women have had Medicare-covered menopause health assessments. From 1 November just last year, women have had access to affordable IUDs and birth control implants. And from 1 July, 2 new Medicare benefit schedule items were introduced for gynecological consultations of 45 minutes or longer. This is really helping those women facing complex conditions such as endometriosis, pelvic pain, and there'll be more endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics treating more conditions thanks to the Albanese Labor government. Now, just last week, I had the pleasure to announce our new Medicare urgent care clinic in Kelvin Grove. Kelvin Grove is in the heart of the Brisbane electorate. We were able to announce it's open. And our new Kelvin Grove Medicare urgent care clinic means more affordable, more accessible urgent care for people when they need it most. Now, this was a key election promise I brought to the last election, and I was so proud to stand there and deliver that to the community of Brisbane. No referrals, no bills, nothing to pay. All you need is your Medicare card. And I had the pleasure of walking through the new urgent care clinic with our hard-working local state MPs, Grace and Jonty Bush. And we chatted with Nurse Sammy and Dr John, who were just so passionate about what we and they are delivering for the people of Brisbane. A lot of work and a lot of care has been put into setting up this clinic, which will benefit so many people across the Brisbane electorate. I also dropped into the Kelvin Grove pharmacy with Assistant Minister Emma McBride, who herself is a pharmacist, where we heard firsthand about the benefits of the $25 scripts and how that is really helping people in the community. I'm also proud of our government's focus on the commitment to mental health. And again, last year I joined Minister McBride to open the new Medicare Health Centre in Lutwyche. The Inner North Brisbane Medicare Mental Health Centre in Lutwyche is commissioned by the Brisbane North Primary Health Network and operated by Communify Queensland. And there are so many people, young people in particular in my community who I've met on the campaign trail and since then who are really happy that they have access to proper mental health care. And these locals, they've benefited immensely. They can just walk in and they can see a mental health professional and they can do that free, closer to home. I've been in that clinic when a young man, a young woman, a family who've walked in looking for care, and that's exactly what they got. So constituents across my electorate have also been telling me how great this easy access is. Walk in, free, mental health care close to home. Now, no appointment or no referral, we can't underestimate what this means. It encourages especially young people to get the help they need when they need it. People continue to walk into that centre, some in distress, some feeling just for a chat, or others with complex health needs. Regardless, they continue to get incredible care from the practitioners and people with lived experience. And we all know that some people facing mental health distress, sometimes they don't need a doctor, sometimes they don't need a psychologist. Sometimes they just need somebody to talk to who understands and puts themselves in their shoes. And the Lutwyche Medical Mental Health Centre is truly a professional and responsive wraparound model of care that continues to develop, help many across my electorate and throughout Australia with the other centres that have been set up. Deputy Speaker, now when those opposite were in government, they took any opportunity to undermine our health system. And this has had big and long-lasting impacts across our communities and meant that people couldn't access healthcare when they needed it most. So while those opposite continue to focus on themselves, we're getting on with the job of delivering for all Australians. Labor is the only party that will invest to make healthcare more affordable, whether that's in record investment in Medicare, opening new Medicare urgent care clinics across the country, capping PBS scripts at $25, record investments in women's health, now allowing nurses to prescribe PBS medicines to help ease the pressure on our health system. I began my working career in the health sector and I'm really passionate about making sure people in our community and across Australia have access to quality healthcare. In other countries where I've lived and worked, I've seen what lack of access to affordable healthcare can do. It destroys lives. It can lead to bankruptcy. It leads to health neglect. We have one of the best healthcare systems in the world, and I am proud to be part of a government that continues to make it even better. And now, designated registered nurses to prescribe PBS medicines enable safe, timely and effective primary care as well as aged care services. I'm proud to be part of the Labor team that delivered real cost of living relief and continues to make some basic medicines more accessible for constituents in Brisbane and across Australia. And as successive Labor governments have demonstrated, this Labor government continues to deliver the needed reforms to expand and improve world-class healthcare and a medicine system that we can all be proud of. This bill, it delivers on the government's commitment to ensure our health workforce operates at its full scope, enhancing safe and timely access to medicines, as well as building a healthcare system that it provides accessible and affordable healthcare for all. This bill is a win for nurses, but it's also a win for the people of Brisbane. It's a win for all Australians. It's a bill with people and care at its heart. It's a bill that delivers on a commitment to provide accessible and affordable healthcare to Australians, no matter where they live.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the health legislation amendment prescribing of Pharmaceutical Benefits Bill 2025. This bill amends the National Health Act 1953 and the Health Insurance Act 1973 to enable registered nurses or RNs who meet specified criteria to prescribe certain medications under the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme. The bill implements reforms identified by the government's Strengthening Medicare Task Force and the Unleashing the Potential of Our Health Workforce Scope of Practice Review. These explored the system changes and improvements needed to support health professionals and multidisciplinary team members to work at their full scope of practice. The aim is to deliver best practice primary health care. The Australian Nursing and Midwifery Foundation has welcomed this bill as removing barriers that will finally allow highly qualified nurse practitioners and endorsed midwives to work autonomously to their full scope, providing people with better access to quality care without the need to visit their GP or a hospital emergency department. The Federation has pointed to the success of nurse-led clinics in Tasmania and the ACT that have empowered more nurse practitioners and endorsed midwives to work to their full skill set, thereby expanding the provision of healthcare in those communities. There is a clear need to enable future designated nurse prescribers to prescribe PBS medications within their scope of practice and as part of collaborative prescribing agreements. However, despite endorsing the intentions of this bill, serious concerns have been raised by the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners, the RACGP, and the Australian Medical Association, AMA. Both of these professional medical bodies believe this bill, in its current form, does not provide sufficient protection for patients. Specific concerns include, firstly, that designated nurse prescribers should not be able to prescribe Schedule 8 medicines, otherwise known as drugs of addiction, under the PBS. Secondly, that there is no requirement for an eligible nurse prescriber to undertake relevant real-time prescription monitoring or make contributions to the National Medicines Record. 3, that PBS prescribing reforms should not occur before nurse practitioner accreditation standards, scope boundaries and professional safeguards are finalised. And lastly, that these professional bodies are concerned that the definition of an authorised practitioner is not limited to a medical practitioner. This poses the risk of unintended consequences, including cross-jurisdictional inconsistency and safety gaps. Currently in Australia, to be able to prescribe medications, a health practitioner must meet certain criteria, including having completed accredited prescribing education and training that is consistent with their scope of practice, be registered with the National Board of their specialty, be approved under the National Health Act 1953 for prescriptions of PBS or repatriation PBS scheme medicines, and be approved under relevant state and territory legislation and regulation. In September last year, a new registration standard for nurse practitioner prescribing came into effect under AHPRA, the Australian Health Practitioner Registration Agency. This standard, called the Endorsement for Scheduled Medicines Designated RN Prescriber, sets out how suitably qualified RNs can qualify to prescribe scheduled medicines 2, 3, 4 and 8 in partnership with an authorised health practitioner. The Australian College of Nursing has stated that this standard aligns Australian nursing with international best practice following the successful implementation in countries such as New Zealand, the UK, Ireland and the Netherlands. The intent of this bill and the expansion of the integral role that nurse practitioners play in healthcare delivery has also been welcomed by professional doctors groups, including the RACGP and the AMA. However, as previously mentioned, these professional medical bodies also have several serious concerns with this bill in its current form. Both groups do not support the prescription of Schedule 8 medicines by designated nurse prescribers. Schedule 8 medicines are those that have a high potential for abuse, dependence, addiction and harm, including opioids like morphine, oxycodone and fentanyl. The RACGP and AMA recommend the bill explicitly prohibit designated nurse prescribers from prescribing Schedule 8 medications. With my 20 years of experience as a GP and emergency doctor, I wholly concur that there is serious risk in significantly expanding the number of prescribers of S8 drugs. There can be enormous pressure for prescribers to provide scripts for these drugs of addiction. Some will go to extreme lengths to ensure their stories are highly convincing and backed with manufactured evidence. Increasing the number of people who can prescribe these addictive medications, paired with a possible fragmentation of patient care, means that more opportunities for these medications to be erroneously prescribed can occur. Another serious risk identified by the RACGP is the absence of the requirement that nurse prescribers undertake real-time prescription monitoring, a national system designed to monitor the prescribing and dispensing of controlled medicines with the aim of reducing their misuse in Australia. This should be absolutely necessary. The RACGP has also raised the concern that the definition of authorised practitioner is not limited to medical practitioners. This poses a risk of unintended consequences, including cross-jurisdictional inconsistency and safety gaps. While nurse practitioners would be classified as authorised health practitioners within prescribed agreement frameworks, the RACGP points out that nurses do not undergo the same breadth or depth of medical training as medical practitioners, including in pharmacology, diagnosis, interpretation of tests, and medication monitoring. As such, they urge that the medicines prescribed by nurse practitioners need to be carefully selected to ensure patient safety is maintained. Because state and territory legislation defines who can prescribe what, the RACGP and AMA warn that a vague definition of authorised practitioner label will create cross-jurisdictional inconsistency and safety gaps. They assert that the definition is too broad and ambiguous and that supervising or partner prescribers must have extensive prescribing experience. In practice, this should be medical practitioners, not a wider group that could include other non-medical practitioners. Prescribing agreements for designated RN prescribers must clearly document the roles of the RN and the authorised practitioner. There needs to be clarity that this role is medically led and auditable by the organisation in which designated RN prescribers work, and/or by the Nursing and Midwifery Board of Australia. Where RN endorsement involves mentorship, there must be certainty that the mentors are clearly qualified for broad prescribing and are accountable within robust clinical governance. While the College of GPs supports strengthening the professional services review to ensure consistent oversight of designated RN prescribers, they warn that proceeding with PBS prescribing reforms before nurse prescribe practitioner accreditation standards, scope boundaries and professional safeguards are finalised, this would risk undermining patient safety and the integrity of collaborative care models. The College also warns that reforms to nurse practitioner accreditation standards have removed some of the existing safeguards, including the abolition of collaborative arrangements, which legally require nurse practitioners and midwives to work in structured partnership with medical practitioners. This mandatory requirement was abolished in November 2024. Admission criteria to nurse practitioner training programs have also been relaxed significantly to reduce the prerequisite total hours of clinical and advanced nursing experience as an RN. Of particular concern is the proposal for nurse practitioners to be subject to only 30 hours of continuing professional development annually. This does not align with the minimum 50 hours of continuing professional development annually that GPs must undertake. The AMA has also consistently advocated that any prescribing of Schedule 2, 3 or 4 medications must only occur within medically led, delegated team environments and always under an active prescribing agreement with a medical practitioner. While the AMA notes that not all their concerns have been addressed, they do acknowledge that the Nursing and Midwifery Board of Australia has incorporated several important safeguards into the National Prescribing Framework introduced under the new registration standard. These include that designated RN prescribers can firstly only prescribe a limited range of medicines, only for defined conditions and only within their scope of practice. That they must have at least 5,000 hours of recent clinical experience, that they must complete an Australian Qualifications Framework Level 8 qualification and have accredited training aligned with predetermined competencies. They must also have a 6-month mentorship and a documented collaboration protocol within the prescribing agreement. The AMA also joins the RSAGP in its concern that the bill does not clearly define the term authorised health practitioner. They are concerned that one of the approval criteria allows prescribing agreements to be established with one or more PBS prescribers. This potentially opens the door for non-medical practitioners, including pharmacists or podiatrists, to act in this supervisory role in the future. The AMA argues strongly that only medical practitioners or nurse practitioners acting within their scope are suitably qualified to supervise prescribing. The AMA warns that permitting agreements with other professions risks undermining the collaborative model. They stress that doctors and nurses need to work together within defined protocols and safeguards. When care moves away from collaboration towards independent prescribing, risks multiply due to the fragmentation of care, gaps in clinical oversight and reduced continuity of care for patients. What is clear from the evidence presented by both the RACGP and the AMA is that prescribing is not an administrative function, it is a clinical responsibility grounded in deep training, broad diagnostic expertise and ongoing professional oversight. Australians rightly expect that the medicines they are prescribed, particularly higher risk medications, are supported by robust safeguards and delivered within a model of care that protects continuity, safety and accountability. I agree wholeheartedly with the intent of this bill to expand access and support a more flexible, responsive primary health care workforce. But intent alone is not enough. It is one thing to extend access to medical care, but we must absolutely be resolute in ensuring that this greater access does not undermine patient safety and outcomes. For these reforms to succeed, the safety concerns of professional medical bodies with deep experience in the field of prescribing and patient care must be heeded and the safeguards they urge be implemented. Thank you.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We made a promise that we would expand the scope of practice for health professionals so that we could deliver real benefits to Australians. We all know that it's tough to get to a GP exactly when you need it, and this is one of many tools that we're doing to try and address issues that have been building up for a really long time in our health system, particularly at that primary health care, that first interaction. So this bill is a really important step to ensure that Australians do have better access to the health care they need, and specifically to the medicines that they need, now more affordable medicines, thanks to our capping of medicines under the PBS at $25 a script, and the ability to get 60-day scripts. So this is all part of a much bigger picture and shouldn't really be seen in isolation. So the sense of this bill is that where it will allow designated registered nurses to prescribe safe, timely and effective medication. It's extending what we call their scope of practice, the stuff they're allowed to do, particularly in primary care and aged care. And I know for my community, it's worth noting that we've got more than 1,300 registered nurses in Macquarie, and that's on top of about 1,700 midwives and nursing professionals. So there's a really large cohort of people who are highly qualified, very experienced, and may well choose to take the next steps involved so that they can expand the things that they're allowed to do. It may not sound like a big change. You know, the legislation allows registered nurses who are endorsed against the registration standard to be an authorised prescriber, to enable them to prescribe certain medicines that can be supplied under the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme and attract Commonwealth subsidy, and it changes the Health Insurance Act of 1973 to include registered nurses with certain provisions. But it's being described by nurses and people working in the sector as a huge change to the health system. And when you think about the implications of it, that who you can go to get a script and have a healthcare professional talk to you, we've already made it possible for more things to be done at pharmacies, because we want pharmacists working at the top of their scope, but this is now expanding it even beyond that realm. So we're talking about tens of thousands of nurses around the country who are now eligible to take that pathway towards prescribing medicines to patients. You know, it's worth remembering what's the situation we're changing. Well, really, until now, the only health practitioners allowed to prescribe were medical doctors, dentists, optometrists, some pharmacists, and with some restrictions, nurse practitioners and endorsed midwives, all of whom have done the appropriate training to be able to make these really critical decisions for patients when they see them. For nurse practitioners and endorsed midwives, they have additional postgraduate training that expands their scope of practice. Registered nurses may only have a bachelor's degree, as well as registration with a regulatory agency, and that has not allowed them to be prescribers. So, how is it going to work? Well, health ministers got together, and that is one of the strengths of our government. We have the capacity to work with the states and health ministers around the country, because you do need things to be worked at, usually at the Commonwealth and state level. And health ministers last year approved the plan to expand the role of registered nurses. I want to be really clear. This is a lot about ensuring GPs' time is freed up. But it is not necessarily about nurses working in isolation. The idea is that they work as part of a multidisciplinary team, so that we have each member of that team being as effective and efficient for patients as they can be. An example of what might fall under this came from Frances Rice, who's the Chief Nursing Officer at the Australian College of Nursing. And she gave an example that said a good example would be a person is stable on medication that they've been on for some period of time, and they may need a repeat script. And depending on the medication, the registered nurse could be the one to do the prescribing instead of needing to make an appointment to see the GP. So there's one example of where this might work. There are extra requirements that registered nurses will need to do. It's a major expansion of their scope of practice, and they have to meet stringent requirements to apply for an endorsement to prescribe. They have to do postgraduate qualifications, they have to be able to demonstrate adequate clinical experience, and then they need to participate in a 6-month clinical mentorship with an authorised health practitioner. They then need to establish a formal partnership with an authorised health practitioner like a GP, and that will involve a prescribing agreement detailing the circumstances in which the nurse can prescribe drugs. So it's a huge change. It has a lot of safeguards around it, and it probably is worth noting that the last time new prescribers were endorsed sort of in a similar way, it was when midwives and nurse practitioners were endorsed. And that was about 20 years ago. So these things are done with a lot of care, a lot of planning, and a lot of safeguards around it. The registration standard for endorsement has been published by the Nursing and Midwifery Board of Australia, and it paves the way for prescribing of Schedule 2, 3, 4 and 8 medicines. Each of those is a different type of medication, but only in partnership with an authorised health practitioner who's an independent prescriber, such as a nurse practitioner or a doctor. The way this changes things is one part of many things that we're doing. And I should point out that this legislation that we are discussing today will result in the first cohort of designated registered nurse prescribers likely to complete their education, receive endorsement and begin prescribing medicines from sometime around the middle of the year. So this is something that will take a little bit of time, but we're going to see it in 2026. We are really committed to supporting our health workforce, our valuable, highly skilled and hardworking health workforce to deliver quality care to Australians. We've done it in a number of ways. We've been talking a lot today about bulk billing practices, and in Macquarie, to make it easier to access your GP, we've ensured already, we've now got 18 fully bulk billing practices, and they are practices not just in one area, remembering that my electorate is 4,000 square kilometres, so it's not just in one part, but it's from the top of the Blue Mountains all the way down to the plains where the where the Nepean River defines it, and then up north across through the Hawkesbury. And so these practices, fully bulk billing practices, every patient, every time bulk billed, are available, 18 of them to date. I'm also very proud that our Hawkesbury Medicare Urgent Care Clinic opened this week. It's fantastic, and I got a sneak peek through it last week, and I look forward to the official opening, but it is up and operational. operating from 8 in the morning till 10 at night. Again, you just need your Medicare card, and that's at 2 Cable Street in Windsor, co-located with the Cable Street GP My Health practice. And I'm very grateful to the doctors and nurses and staff at that facility who have stepped up in quite a short space of time to create a place where I know on Monday morning at 8 o'clock there was a queue, because it's a much needed service and will take a lot of pressure off our Hawkesbury Hospital Emergency Department. And the practice will work closely with other GPs and feed back the circumstances in which they've seen patients. There's still more to come. We still need to see radiology on site. We will continue to work on all the things as we get feedback from people as they use it. But that's another example of the Albanese government doing something really practical to make access to healthcare not just affordable, but free when you need it, when and where you need it. I'm told by my local sporting groups that they are really, they don't want to have to send any of their players there, but when the seasons start, they have every expectation that there will be a steady trail of limbs being examined from basketball, soccer, football, you name it. Of course, this piece of legislation also plays in, and I've mentioned this, to our cheaper medicines. It is hard for people to remember back to the early 2000s, hard for any of us to remember, and there's a whole lot of people who weren't even born then who will have no idea why we hark back to it. But the last time that medicines were $25 when you go to get a script was in the early 2000s, really significant to see the price reduction. Not many things go down in price in this world, and it's great that we have been able to use that lever to help ease cost of living pressures for people. We've also made a really big effort to ensure that these new nurses who are coming on and are able to prescribe things have even more things that they may be equipped to provide. And the one that we announced just this weekend was the medication for Australians with an aggressive form of prostate cancer, who now have access to a really key medicine that has not previously been available on the PBS and cost about $930 a script. And now it's $25 a script, and even less for people with a concession card, just $7.70 with a concession card. A price that will remain for the next few years because we've frozen that concession card price. And the medication has a really long name and goes by the brand name Andriga 10, and those who are relying on it will absolutely appreciate the benefit that it has. It's for the treatment of castration-resistant metastatic carcinoma of the prostate. Not something that's good to have, but this can absolutely slow the disease, ease the symptoms, and help patients feel better for longer. So these are just some of the ways in which the Albanese Labor government is looking at availability and affordability of healthcare. We don't pretend that it's done and dusted. There is always more to do, and I have many parts of my electorate where I want to see more fully bulk billing GPs, where I want to see greater access to support. I think the thing I'm probably most proud of and have fought hard for well on 15 years is the access to free and available mental health support. And not only do we now have our online service that began on the 1st of January, but locally we have Headspace for our young people at the top of the mountains in the Hawkesbury and in Penrith. We also have Medicare mental health centres where you can just walk in and say things are not great, and you can talk to somebody and find a pathway. All of these things, it's about your Medicare card, not your credit card. That is life-changing for mums, for elderly people, for, all of us have competing pressures, and it's really hard to tackle all the other challenges of life if your health is letting you down. What we're focused on is making sure that health is the thing that you can get on top of. So I'd really encourage people to support this legislation so that we can have more of our amazing Macquarie nurses, our registered nurses, ready, able and legally allowed to prescribe medications to help take pressure off our GPs and to help support a community that most of them not only work in but they live in as well. I commend this bill to the House.
Question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of the Health Legislation Amendment Prescribing of Pharmaceutical Benefits Bill 2025, a reform that goes to the heart of access, efficiency and fairness in our healthcare system. Nurses and midwives play a vital role in Australia's healthcare system. Across the country, there are more than 54,000 enrolled nurses, 345,000 registered nurses and more than 2,500 nurse practitioners employed. There are also more than 300,000 midwives providing vital care for more than 300,000 women each and every year. Nurses alleviate suffering and support recovery. They foster life from the start and uphold dignity at the end of life. They are highly skilled and educated, however they are currently underutilised in primary care. This bill changes that. It delivers upon Labor's commitment to support more Australians and their health by enabling designated registered nurses to prescribe. I know many in my electorate of Bonner will benefit from this change with better access for affordable medicines when they need it most. GPs are managing rising demand, as we know, and emergency departments are overcrowded. We know that too many Australians are waiting longer than they should for the care and medicines that they need. In many cases, those delays are not caused by any lack of clinical skill, but by outdated restrictions on who can be authorised to prescribe. This bill amends the National Health Act 1953 to allow a registered nurse endorsed against the registration standard to be an authorised prescriber and to enable them to prescribe certain medications that can be supplied under the PBS and attract the Commonwealth subsidy. The bill also amends the Health Insurance Act 1973 to include registered nurses to enable review of the provision of their prescribing services by the Professional Services Review Scheme. Amendments to the National Health Act 1953 will enable prescriptions written by designated registered nurse prescribers to be subsidised under the PBS. Prescribing registered nurses will be subject to the Professional Services Review Scheme, a peer review mechanism that safeguards the PBS and other programs. The change will reduce the need for GP visits or long waits at hospital emergency departments, due to nurses being empowered to provide safe, high-quality care directly to Australians. This builds upon national progress as well. In December 2024, Australia's health ministers approved the new registration standard that allows suitably qualified registered nurses to become designated nurse prescribers. The legislation will enable nurse prescribers to prescribe PBS subsidised medication in primary, aged, disability and mental health care settings, including the acute hospital setting to support the discharge process and outpatient management. The Albanese Labor government has listened to the experts and is acting on their advice. The Nursing and Midwifery Board of Australia and Chief Nursing and Midwifery Officers conducted extensive research and consultation on nurse prescribing models. Through many rounds of consultation, the board developed the standards for designated registered nurse prescribers. Subsequently, all health ministers endorsed the scheduled medicine standards in 2024. This bill reflects expert advice. It reflects workplace planning and it reflects a modern health system adapting to modern needs. Nurses are essential across all health settings, from hospitals, aged care, primary care and remote areas. They are the largest clinical workforce in the country. They are crucial to ensuring every Australian can get the healthcare they need when they need it. That is why Labor is building the health workforce. This includes delivering $10.5 million for 400 scholarships for nurses and midwives to extend their skills. The scholarships will increase the number of qualified nurse practitioners to support nurse-led clinics and increase the number of endorsed midwives. Labor is also fast-tracking registration for record numbers of nurses from comparable countries to join Australia's workforce. To back the health workforce, we need to recognise the expertise of our nurses. That is why the Albanese Labor government delivered a $2.6 billion pay rise for nurses in aged care. Registered and enrolled nurses have seen their award wage increase by an average of around 12%. These increases have provided across 3 instalments, with the final instalment coming into play this year in August. Under a decade of neglect from those opposite, aged care workers were underpaid and undervalued. I'm proud to be part of a government that is righting that wrong. Registered nurses working in aged care on an award wage of around $430 a week better off, and enrolled nurses are $370 a week better off under the Albanese Labor government. This will also boost recruitment and retention of nurses, easing the pressure on the existing nurse workforce. The Albanese Labor government has made health a priority. These reforms, alongside policies to make healthcare more accessible and affordable for a growing population. We all know the cost of seeing a doctor or filling a script are placing many families under financial pressure. Bonner families shouldn't have to make a choice between their health, groceries or paying a bill. That is why Labor has made medicines cheaper. From 1 January this year, we have seen the cost of PBS medications drop to just $25 per script. In Bonner alone, families have saved more than $14.2 million across more than 2 million scripts. Since coming into government, the Albanese Labor government has also added over 300 new and amended listings to the PBS scheme. For example, 300,000 women will save up to $400 a year in Medicare rebates for IUDs. 365,000 women have already accessed 715,000 cheaper scripts for contraceptives and menopausal hormone therapies through changes to the PBS. Now, authorised nurses can prescribe medications. New PBS listings are saving families potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars in treatment costs for rare and complex diseases, as well as other very rare and complex health conditions. Australian families are relying on medications being listed on the PBS so that they can make ends meet. That is exactly what we are doing. We know that seeing a doctor has become a challenge when it shouldn't be. That is why the Albanese Labor government tripled the bulk billing incentive. This is the single biggest investment in Medicare's history. It means more Australians are seeing a doctor for free and fewer families are putting off the care that they need. Over the next 4 years, 4,800 clinics across the nation are expected to convert to fully bulk billed practices, and it's already started in Bonner. In our electorate, we now have around a third of our practices bulk billing, including Doctors on Manly Road, Ulubiri Bar in Wynnum, Archer Medical Centre in Upper Mount Gravatt, Garden City Family Doctors, Good Health Medical Centres in Garden City, Mount Gravatt and Carindale, Mansfield Family Practice, Mount Gravatt Family Practice, Real Care Medical Centre, Upper Mount Gravatt, Tingalpa Family Health Care Centre, and there will be more on the way. These clinics help more families see the doctor, and it won't cost them a cent. All they need is their Medicare card, not their credit card. Nurses are playing a crucial role also in our urgent care clinics. Our community called for an urgent care clinic, and I'm thrilled that in the last couple of months we've opened not 1 but 2 urgent care clinics. Carina Carindale and the Capalaba urgent care clinics are now open. They are providing urgent care for many in Bonner with no out-of-pocket costs every day of the year. Already, 1,121 locals have been treated at the Carina Carindale Clinic. The Capalaba Clinic alone has reported an average of 40 people walking in each and every day. Over 2.1 million patients have walked through the door of a Medicare urgent care clinic in Australia, and that includes 360,000 Queenslanders who have received free, urgent, non-life-threatening care through these clinics 7 days a week, close to home. With cheaper medicines, bulk-billed GP clinics and urgent care clinics, families in my community of Bonner can get the healthcare they need when they need it. Now, nurses will play a greater role in supporting families accessing the treatment they need. In Bonner, I know many people are in the health care and aged care sector as well. 8.7% of the working population in Bonner are in the healthcare and social assistance sector. There are 3,500 people in Bonner completing a health-related vet course, and there is a nurse-led clinic in Mount Gravatt within my electorate. I know these reforms will support more opportunities for our nurses. Importantly, it will enable my community to seek treatment they need faster. Deputy Speaker, allowing nurses to prescribe under the PBS will ensure the health system is responsive and better coordinated, and ensure GPs and nurse practitioners can focus on patients with more complex needs. The bill is about making better use of the skills we already have in our health workforce. It is about improving access to medicines, and is about ensuring that Australians can receive the care they need when they need it, without any unnecessary delay. The Albanese Labor government is committed to supporting our nurses and values the work that they do. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Across the 47th Parliament and now this 48th Parliament, this government has been bringing back to life our health system after a decade of neglect, investing in Medicare urgent care clinics like the one in Dunkley, bulk billing, capping the cost of PBS medicines, and a range of other initiatives like placement support for midwives and nurses. And today I support another initiative, and I support the health legislation amendment prescribing of pharmaceutical benefits Bill 2025, another additional step to ensuring we improve and provide a holistic and efficient access to healthcare in this country. This bill is a practical, sensible and forward-looking reform, one that puts patients first, strengthens Medicare and recognises the vital role nurses play in delivering high-quality care across the country. At its heart, the legislation is about access to care, access to medicines, and access to a health system that works for people when and where they need it. This bill amends two key pieces of Commonwealth legislation: the National Health Act of 1953 and the Health Insurance Act of 1973. And it allows suitably qualified and endorsed registered nurses to become authorised prescribers under the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme, and to ensure their prescribing services are appropriately overseen under the Professional Services Review Scheme.
Thank you.
These are measured and necessary changes, and they are long overdue. Australians know that our healthcare system is under pressure. Demand is increasing, the population is ageing, and too many people, particularly in primary care, aged care, and fast-growing outer metropolitan and regional communities like Dunkley, are struggling to access timely treatment and affordable medicines. The Albanese Labor government was re-elected with a clear mandate to act, and at the 2025 election we committed to prioritising scope of practice reforms for nurses and midwives, so health professionals can work to their full potential and patients can get the care they need without unnecessary delay. This bill is a direct delivery on that commitment. It recognises what nurses have long demonstrated in practice, that with the right education, endorsement and safeguards, registered nurses can safely, effectively and appropriately prescribe certain medicines as part of a collaborative healthcare team. Importantly, this legislation does not lower standards, it does not cut corners, and it does not compromise patient safety and care. Instead, it builds on rigorous national regulation and professional oversight. In December 2024, Commonwealth, state and territory health ministers approved a new registration standard under the Health Practitioner Regulation National Law Act 2009. The endorsement of scheduled medicines, designated registered nurse prescriber. This nationally consistent standard ensures that only suitably qualified registered nurses who have completed approved education and met strict professional requirements can become designated registered nurse prescribers. The first cohort of these nurses is expected to complete their education, receive endorsement and begin prescribing medicines from July this year. This bill ensures that the Commonwealth legislative framework is ready to support that transition. Without these amendments, prescriptions written by designated registered nurse prescribers could not be subsidised under the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme. That would create unnecessary barriers for patients and undermine the very purpose of the reform. By amending the National Health Act 1953, this bill allows registered nurses who are endorsed against the new registration standard to be recognised as authorised prescribers for certain PBS medicines, ensuring patients can access affordable, subsidised treatments in a timely manner. And by amending the Health Insurance Act of 1973, this bill appropriately includes registered nurses within the Professional Services Review Scheme, providing the same accountability and oversight that already applies to other healthcare professionals who prescribe under Medicare. This is good governance, it is responsible reform, and it ensures public confidence in the system. Designated registered nurse prescribers align squarely with the intent of the Unleashing the Potential of Our Health Workforce review. That landmark review made it clear Australia must better utilise the skills and expertise of its health workforce if we are to meet the current and future demand. It called for reforms that enable health professionals to work to their full scope of practice, reduce duplication and improve access for patients. This bill does exactly that. It enables safe, timely and effective prescribing by registered nurses, particularly in settings where access to medical practitioners can be limited, like in regional settings, such as primary care clinics, aged care services and community health settings. For patients, this can mean fewer delays, fewer appointments and more streamlined care. It can mean getting a prescription at the point of care rather than waiting days or weeks for another consultation, helping people to get better sooner. And it can mean better continuity of care, especially for people with chronic conditions who are already receiving ongoing support from nursing professionals they know and trust. This reform is not about replacing doctors. It is about complementing and strengthening a multidisciplinary approach and care at a time when there are workforce shortages. It's about making the best use of all health professionals, working together, each within their competence and scope, to deliver better outcomes for patients. It is also important to note that this reform is being progressed in partnership with states and territories. Health ministers across jurisdictions have already approved the national registration standard, and states and territories are now amending their own legislation to enable designated registered nurse prescribing within their health systems. This cooperative approach reflects the seriousness of the reform and the shared commitment across governments to modernise our health workforce. The Albanese Labor government understands that a strong Medicare system depends on a strong workforce. That is why we are backing nurses, not just with words, but with real reforms that recognise the skills, expand their opportunities and support them to deliver quality care. This bill is another way we are delivering on our commitment to strengthen Medicare and improve access to affordable healthcare for all Australians. For the community of Dunkley, the benefits of this reform are very real and very local. Dunkley is a growing and diverse community with increasing demand for health services across primary aged care and community health. Too many people in the community know what it's like to wait for too long for an appointment, to travel further than they should, or to delay treatment because local services are stretched. By enabling designated nurse prescribers to work to their full scope of practice, this bill will help ease pressure on local health services and doctors and improve access, timely care right here in Dunkley. It means nurses already providing care in general practice, community clinics and aged care facilities can help patients access their medicines they need more quickly and more efficiently. This reform builds on the Albanese Labor government's broader health package. Our comprehensive plan to strengthen Medicare, invest in our health workforce and deliver better access to care for communities like mine. It sits alongside our record investments in Medicare, primary care and hospitals, and our commitment to modernise the way healthcare is delivered to meet the growing needs of the population. The broader healthcare package includes the opening of the new Peninsula University Hospital, a transformational investment in healthcare for the Dunkley community and the broader Melbourne South East. This world-class facility will expand capacity, improve emergency and specialist care and support a growing workforce of skilled healthcare professionals. Ensuring nurses at Peninsula University Hospital and across the Dunkley community are supported by contemporary scope of practice reforms is essential to making their investment deliver to its full potential. Modern infrastructure must be matched with modern workforce settings. This bill helps ensure our local health infrastructure, workforce and policy settings work together so the people of Dunkley get the accessible, high-quality health care they deserve. More broadly, this legislation ensures that when designated nurse prescribers begin practising from July 2026, the Commonwealth framework will be ready to support them and, more importantly, to support their patients. Australians should be able to get the medicines they need when they need them without unnecessary hurdles or extra costs. They should be able to rely on a health system that is modern, flexible and responsive to their needs. And they should know that their government is willing to reform outdated systems to deliver better outcomes for the population. This bill does exactly that. It is sensible, it is evidence-based, and it is focused squarely on patients. I commend the Health Legislation Amendment Prescribing of Pharmaceutical Benefits Bill 2025 to the House and urge all members to support this important step in strengthening our health system for all Australians. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be read a second time, and I call the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of the Health Legislation Amendment Prescribing a Pharmaceutical Benefits Bill 2025. I do so as the member for Hunter, but also in my role as a Special Envoy for Men's Health. And I want to be very clear from the outset. This bill is not just about workforce reform. It's not just about scope of practice. And it's not just about legislation. This bill is about access. It's about prevention. And it's about saving lives, particularly the lives of men who too often fall through the cracks of our health system. When we talk about men's health in this place, we have to start with the uncomfortable truth, Speaker. Men are less likely to seek help. Men are more likely to delay care. Men are more likely to put things off until something becomes serious, or sometimes until it's unfortunately too late. We see it in all the statistics. Men die younger than women. Men have higher rates of suicide. Men are more likely to present late with chronic diseases. And men in regional and outer metropolitan areas like the Hunter face even greater barriers to timely care. That is the context in which this bill matters. The legislation enables appropriately trained and endorsed registered nurses to prescribe certain medications under the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme, or the PBS. It allows those prescriptions to attract a Commonwealth subsidy, and it ensures appropriate,
oversight through the Professional Services Review Scheme. That might sound technical, Speaker, but in the real world, the impacts are very simple. It means people can get the medicines they need when they need them without unnecessary delays. From a men's health perspective, this is critical. I cannot tell you how many blokes I've spoken to that say the same thing to me. They know something is wrong. They know they need help, but they can't get in to see a GP for a couple of weeks. Or they live in a town where there is no access to GP and they're not taking new patients. Or they're juggling shift work, caring responsibilities and cost pressures, and they unfortunately are putting themselves last. So they wait, and the condition gets worse. This bill helps break that cycle, Speaker, by allowing designated registered nurse prescribers to work their full scope of practice. We expand the front door to the health system. We reduce the bottlenecks. We get people treated earlier and we keep them out of hospital. This is good health policy, and it's good for men's health policy as well. Men are more likely to present to a health service in crisis rather than earlier. That is true for mental health, cardiovascular disease, diabetes and many other conditions. Early access to treatment and medication can be the difference between management and emergency. In communities like mine, nurses are often the first point of contact. In primary care clinics, in aged care, in mental health settings, in Aboriginal community-controlled health services, and in hospitals supporting discharge and following up with care. Giving those nurses the ability to prescribe within a structured, regulated and collaborative framework means patients are not left waiting. It means continual care of these patients, and it means better outcomes. This bill gives and delivers on election commitment by the Albanese Labor government to implement scope of practice reforms for nurses and midwives. It aligns with the unleashing the potential of our health workforce review, and it reflects years of consultation and careful planning. This certainly is not rushed reform. This is considered reform, Speaker. Health ministers approved a new national registration standard in December 2024. The Nursing and Midwifery Board of Australia has set clear education and endorsement requirements. The first cohort of designated registered nurse prescribers is expected to begin prescribing from July 2026, only a few months away, Speaker. This is a staged, safe and sensible approach, and I want to be very clear about something else. This reform does not replace doctors. It does not undermine GPs, and it does not compromise anybody's safety. Designated registered nurse prescribers will practice in partnership with authorised health practitioners under active prescribing arrangements. There is oversight, there is accountability, and there are clear boundaries around what medicines can be prescribed. This is about team-based care, and it's exactly where modern health systems need to go. From a men's health perspective, multidisciplinary care is essential. Men often present with complex needs: physical health, mental health, work-related injuries, substance and chronic disease all intersect. Having nurses being able to prescribe within their scope means fewer handovers, fewer appointments, fewer opportunities for men to disengage from the care altogether. That matters because every extra barrier is a chance for someone to walk away. I want to speak specifically about regional and outer metropolitan Australia now, Speaker. In the Hunter, access to care can vary dramatically depending on where you live. Some towns have very good coverage, others struggle, GP shortages are real, wait times are real, and pressures on emergency departments are constant. This bill helps relieve that pressure, Speaker, by enabling nurses to prescribe PBS subsidised medicines in primary care, aged care, disability services, mental health settings and hospitals. We make better use of the workforce we already have. This is just common sense, Speaker. And it also supports continual care for men living in hospitals. Leaving hospitals. Too often men are discharged with instructions to see their GP and follow up with prescriptions and follow-up care. Unfortunately, that follow-up care doesn't always happen, Speaker. Or it happens too late. Allowing nurse prescribers to support discharge planning and outpatient management reduces readmissions and improves adherence to treatment. From a men's health perspective, this is crucial and definitely needed. Men are less likely to follow up, less likely to attend multiple appointments, and more likely to fall out of the system, unfortunately. This bill helps close that gap. I also want to speak about prevention, because prevention sits at the very heart of men's health. Too often our health system is built to respond when something has already gone wrong. When a bloke turns up at emergency with chest pain, when diabetes has progressed too far, when mental health distress has reached its crisis point. That is not a failure of the individuals, it's a failure of access. We want to improve men's health outcomes, we have to intervene earlier. We have to make it easier to have that first conversation, easier to get that first prescription, easier to start treatment before the problem becomes an absolute catastrophe. This bill is exactly going to do that. This bill helps that the whole way along. When a man walks into a clinic, an aged care service, a mental health service or community health setting and speaks to a nurse, that interaction should not end with you needing to come back later or needing to book somewhere else or have the conversation with 3 or 4 other people. Every extra step increases the risk that nothing is going to happen at all. Designated registered nurse prescribers mean that when a man finally reaches out, the system can respond in real time. That matters more than often we would like to admit. In men's health, timing is absolutely everything. We know men are more likely to delay care. We know men are more likely to minimise their symptoms and actually not tell the GP or the nurse practitioner exactly what's wrong with them. And we know that men are more likely to disengage if the system feels too complicated or too slow. This bill reduces friction in the system, Speaker. It also supports better management of chronic disease, which disproportionately affects men. Conditions like heart disease, diabetes, respiratory illness, and musculoskeletal injuries, tough word to say that one, are more common in men, particularly men who have worked in physical and demanding industries. These are often not one-off issues, Speaker. They require ongoing care, medication management and regular follow-ups. Nurses already play a crucial role in that care. Allowing them to prescribe within their scope strengthens community and also strengthens the consistency of males seeing and reaching out for this help. From a men's health perspective, having continual care matters because men are less likely to attend multiple providers. They want clear advice, clear plans and clear next steps. This reform supports that. I also want to speak directly about men working shift work and non-standard hours. In industries like mining, manufacturing, transport, construction, shift work is the norm, Speaker. Accessing a GP during business hours is quite often difficult, and men are left choosing between their health and their pay. Nurses are often available outside traditional GP hours, particularly in community clinics, hospitals and residential care settings. Giving them prescribing authority ensures that working men are not disadvantaged by the hours they keep. This is an equity issue. This bill also supports older men, particularly those transitioning into aged care or receiving community-based support. Older men often have complex medical needs. They may struggle with mobility, transport, or have cognitive decline. Delays in prescribing or renewing medications can have serious consequences to all of these people. Designated registered nurse prescribers working in aged care and community settings will help ensure continuity, reduce medication errors and improve quality of life. From a men's health lens, dignity and ageing matters. Access to timely care matters, and this reform supports both. We also want to acknowledge Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander men who experience significantly poorer health outcomes and lower life expectancies. Nurses play a crucial role in Aboriginal community-controlled health services, enabling nurses prescribing within culturally safe, community-led models of care support better access and much better trust. Men are more likely to engage in health services they trust. This reform strengthens those services. And Speaker, mental health must also remain front of mind. As a Special Envoy for Men's Health, I cannot speak about access or care without speaking about suicide prevention. Men make up the overwhelming majority of suicide deaths in this country. We know that many of those men had contact with the health system in the months before they died. The problem was not that they did not seek help. The problem was that the help did not always move quickly enough for them. Designated registered nurse prescribers in mental health settings can support timely intervention, medication, continuity and follow-up. They can help keep men engaged during critical periods of their lives. This saves lives, and I want to be very clear, Speaker. This reform is not about lowering standards. It is about modernising them. The nurses who prescribe under this framework will be highly trained, endorsed against national standards and subject to oversight and review. This is safe, evidence-based reform that aligns international best practice. Other health systems have successfully implemented similar models. The evidence shows improved access, high patient satisfaction and no compromise to safety. Australia should not lag behind. This bill is also about valuing our healthcare workforce. Nurses are highly skilled professionals. Allowing them to work their full scope is not only efficient, but is also respectful. From a men's health perspective, a confident, empowered workforce means better care. It means clinicians who can act decisively when a man finally asks for help. I often say that we cannot fix men's health outcomes by telling men to do better alone. We must fix the system. This bill is system reform. It recognises how men actually use health services and reduces barriers. It improves access and it supports early intervention. It strengthens Medicare, it strengthens primary care and it strengthens outcome for men all across this country, especially in regional and outer metropolitan communities like the Hunter. This is why reform matters, and that's why I'm proud to support this bill. I commend this bill to the House, Speaker.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. At the last election, we made a clear commitment to the Australian people, not only to strengthen Medicare, but to ensure that after a decade of chaos and chaos from the opposite, Australia would have a healthcare system that's accessible, responsive and truly works for the people who rely on it. At the heart of that system is our health workforce, the frontline workers who dedicate their lives to caring for us, our families, our communities, and when people need them the most. They are the backbone of our healthcare system, and the strength of Medicare depends on our ability to support and enable them to deliver the best possible care. Whilst this bill directly affects the work of registered nurses, it is fundamentally about everyday Australians, people who find themselves unwell, caring for a loved one, or trying to navigate a system that often feels complex, slow and difficult, precisely at the moment when they need support the most. This legislation is about making our health system work fairer and better, and it is where we need it to work. It is about ensuring people can access the safe, affordable medicines without unnecessary delay, and about empowering our health workforce to work to its full potential so patients receive timely, high-quality care. The Albanese Labor government also made a clear commitment to prioritise scope of practice reforms for health professionals. We did so because we know our health system is under pressure, and with growing demand, workforce shortages and communities rightly calling for care to be more flexible, more efficient and more centred on their needs. This bill delivers on that commitment. It is practical, sensible reform that strengthens Medicare by modernising how care is delivered and ensuring highly trained health professionals are able to contribute fully within their scope of practice. It recognises the challenges facing our health system cannot be solved by standing still. They require thoughtful, evidence-based reform focused on people, not process. And that is why this reform is so important. Deputy Speaker, this bill enables designated registered nurse prescribers to prescribe certain medicines under the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme once they are appropriately trained and endorsed. It does this in two ways. First, it amends the National Health Act 1953 to recognise registered nurses who are endorsed under the National Registration Standard as authorised prescribers, allowing their prescriptions to attract Commonwealth subsidy through the PBS. Second, it amends the Health Insurance Act of 1973 to include registered nurses within the Professional Service Review Scheme, ensuring appropriate oversight, accountability and patient safety. These are careful and considered changes. They ensure that as nurses' roles evolve, the legislative framework evolves with them, supporting quality care while maintaining the integrity of our health system. Taken together, these amendments ensure that our laws keep pace with modern clinical practice and the realities of how care is delivered on the ground. They make it clear that when a registered nurse is appropriately trained, endorsed and practising within a collaborative framework, that we recognise their clinical judgment and support these incredible healthcare professionals in our national health system. By enabling access to PBS subsidies while maintaining strong safeguards and oversight, this bill strikes the right balance between expanding access to care and upholding the high standards Australians rightly expect from their Medicare. Deputy Speaker, those of us on this side of the chamber have always recognised the incredible role nurses play in keeping our country healthy. Yeah, indeed. And our member for Bullwinkle. Nurses are often the first clinicians people see and ones who stay with patients throughout their care. They work in our GP clinics, in hospitals and aged care homes, community health services and mental health settings, building relationships, providing continuity and delivering care with skill and compassion. And Deputy Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to recognise some amazing nurses who looked after my daughter Guinevere when in the final week of school holidays, so just a couple of weeks ago, she had to have her appendix taken out. The nurses at the Royal Children's Hospital in Melbourne were incredible, keeping Gwenny calm and in good spirits whilst recognising how scary this procedure was for her and helping her take the medicine that she needed, sometimes with much protest. My heartfelt thanks to every single nurse, doctor and healthcare professional that helped support Guinevere and looked after us and our entire family when we were there a couple of weeks ago. This bill recognises that many registered nurses already have advanced training and expertise, and with that, the right education and safeguards can effectively and safely take on expanded prescribing role. The National Registration Standard endorsement of scheduled medicines designated registered nurse prescriber was approved by the Health Ministers in December 2024 and came into effect in September 25. It sets out clear, rigorous requirements that registered nurses must meet and attain to maintain endorsement. The first cohort of designated registered nurse prescribers is expected to complete their education and receive endorsement and to begin prescribing by July 26. This reform, done properly, grounded in evidence and education and professional standards. Deputy Speaker, designated registered nurse prescribing is based on partnership with nurse prescribers practising in collaboration with authorised health practitioners under active prescribing agreements. That collaborative approach has been central to the design of this reform, and it is why it has received support from across the health sector, including through extensive consultation and organisations such as the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners and the Australian Medical Association. This shared approach reflects a modern understanding of healthcare, one that values collaboration, respects professional expertise and keeps patients at the centre. Deputy Speaker, the real impact of this bill will be felt by patients and communities, including those communities I am proud to represent across Maribyrnong. Maribyrnong is a diverse and growing electorate with families juggling work and care responsibilities, older Australians ageing in place, and many people managing chronic and complex health conditions. Like many communities across Australia, we rely heavily on strong primary and community-based care to keep people well and out of hospital. In primary healthcare settings across Maribyrnong, designated registered nurse prescribers will be able to support patients with more timely access to PBS subsidised medicines, particularly for ongoing and chronic conditions. That means fewer delays, fewer unnecessary appointments, and a smoother experience for patients, whilst also allowing general practitioners to focus their time and expertise. In aged care, in places like Wintringham and Avondale Heights, where many residents live with multiple health conditions and frequently require changes to medication, this reform supports faster clinical decision-making and better continuity of care. For older residents and their families, that means greater confidence that care is timely, coordinated and responsive. In disability and mental health settings, designated registered nurse prescribers will be able to contribute to medication management as part of a broader person-centred approach to care, supporting stability, dignity and recovery, and helping to ensure people receive the right care at the right time close to home. And in hospital settings, particularly at the point of discharge, this reform will help ensure patients can leave hospital safely and promptly with the medicines they need, easing pressure on hospital beds, improving patient flow and reducing the risk of people falling through the cracks as they transition back into the community. These are practical, real-world improvements that will make a meaningful difference in places like Maribyrnong. They reflect Labor's commitment to building a healthcare system that works for communities, not just on paper, but in practice. Deputy Speaker, this reform is also being delivered in a coordinated and genuinely national way. All states and territories are currently amending their drugs and poisons legislation to enable designated registered nurse prescribers by July 26. That level of alignment reflects a shared understanding that this reform is necessary, overdue and will deliver real benefits to patients no matter where they live. This national consistency is important. It means whether people are accessing care in a local GP clinic, in an aged care facility, a community health service or a hospital, the system is better equipped to respond quickly, safely and effectively to people's needs. It also provides greater certainty for our health workforce. Nurses who live and work in our local communities can practice within a clear, nationally consistent framework supported by strong professional standards and shared expectations across the country. Deputy Speaker, this bill is also about valuing and supporting our health workforce. By enabling designated registered nurse prescribing, we are creating clearer career pathways for nurses, improving job satisfaction and helping retain skilled clinicians within our health system. At a time when workforce pressures are one of the greatest challenges facing our healthcare system, supporting nurses to work their full scope of practice is not just sensible, it's essential. The Unleashing the Potential of Our Health Workforce Scope of Practice review, led by Professor Mark Cormack, was unequivocal on this point. It found that barriers to working to full scope of practice prevent the most effective use of the existing workforce and undermine the sustainability of our health system over time. This reform responds directly to that finding. It empowers health professionals to contribute fully within their areas of expertise, removes unnecessary constraints on safe and effective care, and ensures our workforce is supported to deliver more for patients. And it is another way that this government is strengthening Medicare, not just by investing in it, but by modernising how it works for patients, providers and the workforce who sustain it. Deputy Speaker, this bill is thoughtful, practical, forward-looking, but it is also something more than that. It is a clear statement of this government's values and our belief in a strong, universal Medicare system, one that evolves with the needs of our community and the community it serves and is built on trust in the people who deliver it every day. This legislation modernises our laws to reflect contemporary healthcare practice. It embraces evidence-based reform that supports collaboration, flexibility and patient-centred care. It supports our healthcare workforce, particularly our nurses, by recognising their skills, their training and their vital role across every part of our healthcare system. And most importantly, it improves access to affordable medicines for Australians. Now, in particular, now that we've made that even cheaper because of our government's cheaper medicines policy, just $25 a script, like it was back in 2004. It means fewer delays in care, better continuity for patients, and a health system that works more smoothly, more fairly, and more humanely, especially when people are unwell, vulnerable, or caring for someone that they love. That is the kind of reform Australians expect from our Labor government, and that is exactly why I recommend this bill to the House. Thank you.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Gorton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the Health Legislation Amendment Prescribing of Pharmaceutical Benefits Bill 2025, brought forward by the Minister for Health and Ageing, and I commend him for doing so. This bill is about making it easier for Australians to access the prescription medicine they need. It's about lightening the load for hospital emergency departments and GPs. It's about empowering our highly skilled, highly educated workforce of registered nurses to do what they were trained to do. It's about equitable access to healthcare for all Australians, including those managing chronic diseases and health conditions, and those living in regional, rural and remote areas who feel issues with access to healthcare even more keenly. This bill is just one piece of the puzzle when it comes to the Albanese Labor government's delivering on our commitment to make sure that healthcare is affordable and accessible for every Australian, and that for Australians with a chronic health condition, looking after their health is easier and more manageable. It's a practical bill which mobilises our existing workforce of registered nurses to deliver timely, affordable and accessible prescriptions, and delivers for all Australians. With this bill, we amend the National Health Act 1953 to allow a registered nurse endorsed against the registration standard to prescribe certain medicines that can be supplied under the PBS and attract Commonwealth subsidy. We also amend the Health Insurance Act 1973 to include registered nurses, enabling review of the provision of their prescribing services by the Professional Services Review Scheme. This bill will allow registered nurses to prescribe medicines under the PBS, and the medicines able to be prescribed under the PBS will be considered by the Independent Pharmaceutical Benefits Advisory Committee, or PBAC. With this legislation, registered nurses will be empowered to deliver high-quality care directly to people in the community. For those who receive care from RNs, it'll mean less GP visits or long waits in hospital emergency departments. And for others, it'll mean better access to doctors and emergency care when they need it. In Australia, we have a workforce of more than 450,000 registered nurses and midwives. It's the largest clinical workforce in Australia. Registered nurses go through intensive training, often including more than 800 hours of clinical placements. And I know my friend, the member Bullwinkle, is a wonderful nurse, many of which we have on our side of the house in this chamber. There's no doubt they are highly skilled and they're highly educated. They work in many contexts, including hospitals, clinics, general practices, residential aged care services, urgent care clinics, and also in the House of Representatives. Yet their expertise has not been fully utilised in primary care. Allowing them to prescribe under the PBS will boost efficiency, strengthen care coordination, and free up GPs and nurse practitioners to focus on patients with more complex needs, as well as support the discharge and outpatient processes in hospitals so that more people can be seen quicker. And it'll strengthen the health system by easing workforce pressures and building long-term capacity and sustainability. This change has been landed on after extensive research and consultation. In 2022, we announced that, if elected, we would establish a Strengthening Medicare Task Force to provide advice on boosting affordability, access and support for patients with ongoing and chronic illness in primary care. This bill is the product of our continued commitment to better health outcomes for Australians with ongoing and chronic illness. It seeks to implement reforms identified by the Strengthening Medicare Task Force and the subsequent scope of practice review. It's also underpinned by comprehensive research and consultation by the Nursing and Midwifery Board, who investigated the potential for registered nurses working to their full scope of practice to better health outcomes for Australians. A designated RN prescriber registration standard has been developed and came to effect in September 2025. The standard describes the necessary qualifications that a registered nurse must demonstrate when applying to the NMBA to attain and retain the endorsement of scheduled medicines. This registration standard was developed in consultation with numerous stakeholders in the industry, including the Australian College of General Practitioners, the Australian Medical Association, Palliative Care Services, Congress of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Nurses and Midwives, and Australian Primary Healthcare Nurses Association. I'm really proud to be up here supporting this bill, because this bill brings in practical, grounded change that will have real-world impacts when it comes to affordable, accessible healthcare for all Australians. And so importantly, support for Australians managing chronic health conditions. It's us looking at the system, recognising that there's potential for better use of resources and effectiveness, and making a change that will have an immediate impact. For everyday Australians, it'll mean more available appointments with your GP, with RNs helping out with long-term prescriptions, easing the pressure on GPs, and relieve pressure on our emergency departments so you can see a doctor faster. For older Australians, it could mean having your medicine prescribed in the comfort of your own home, instead of making the trek out to the doctors. And for nurses, it'll mean the opportunity to use the full scope of their practice. In my electorate of Gorton, access to health services is an area that's struggling to keep up with demand. At the last census, more than 28,000 people in Gorton have a long-term health condition. In the city of Brimbank, a staggering 28% of residents 18 and older have been diagnosed with 2 or more chronic diseases, conditions that they'll need to manage for the rest of their lives. Some of these conditions might have been prevented with greater access to health services earlier on. And that's why record investments we're making into bulk billed GP clinics, cheaper PBS scripts and hospitals are so incredibly important. But these Australians need support to manage these conditions right now. For my constituents with chronic conditions, this will make a huge difference. They'll have another option to have their long-term medications prescribed to them, and it'll take pressure off the health system they rely on, meaning better access to doctors and hospitals when they need them. For older people in my electorate, such as the amazing folks at the Burnside Retirement Village, this will be a huge help too. Many retirement villages, like Burnside, have a registered nurse who make the rounds to residents. Under this new legislation, that nurse may be able to redo the residents' prescriptions, meaning no need to hike over to the GP just to get a new prescription. For those residents on pensions, it'll mean more of that money in their pocket. And for GPs in the surrounding areas, it'll mean newly available appointments to service other people in the area. This will be a big change for women too. According to the NMBA annual report, women make up 87.9% of nurses in 2025. In nursing, as well as in other segments of the care sector, including aged care and disability supports, women are hugely overrepresented. The underpayment of workers in these female-dominated sector accounts for a significant part of the persisting gender pay gap in Australia. Alongside other factors, including persistent differences in pay for the same work, higher rates of part-time work due to caring responsibilities, lack of flexibility to accommodate caring and other responsibilities in higher paying roles and more. The compensation and opportunities we afford workers in the care sector speaks to how we value them. It speaks to how we value women. Empowering registered nurses to prescribe on the PBS will bring financial benefit to women, and it'll also mean the chance to put the full breadth of their expertise to use. It's a common sense change that recognises the potential of women in the care sector to bring even greater benefit to our society, and it's a recognition of their value. It'll also benefit those women needing prescriptions. Women are 10% more likely than men to be dispensed medication prescriptions. That means more time at the doctors and less money in their pockets. For many women, this change will enhance their safe and timely access to medicines. It's another piece of the puzzle of addressing gender inequality and ensuring that women's time, money, health and expertise are properly valued. We're a government that recognises the value of these things, a government that's invested landmark commitments in women's health after decades of neglect, including $573.3 million to deliver more choice, lower costs and better healthcare for women. The first new contraceptive pills added to the PBS in 30 years, Yaz, Yasmin and Slinda. The first new menopause treatments on the PBS in 20 years, Estrogel, Estrogel Pro and Prometrium. Better access to IUDs and birth control implants, and 22 endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics, with another 11 opening soon. We also brought in paid prac for nurses, teachers and social workers, because we understand that doing hundreds of hours of placements without being paid and without time to work is another way that women experience disadvantage. I couldn't be happier to return to work in 2026, knowing that I'm serving alongside so many other brilliant women in our government. We know our own value, the value of the work we do, and the value of our health. And because we're here representing these things on a national stage, our policy reflects the value of women too. This bill is part of our broader commitment to ensure that when it comes to affordable and accessible healthcare, no Australian is left behind. Last week, National Cabinet reached a landmark agreement to deliver record funding to state and territory hospitals, $25 billion in additional funding for public hospitals, 3 times more additional funding for public hospitals than under the last 5-year agreement. For my constituents in Gorton, that's money flowing to Sunshine Hospital and Werribee Hospital, and the brand new Footscray Hospital, just a hop, skip and a jump away in the inner west, which will open for patients in the next few weeks. Making sure that as we look to the next 5 years, access to high-quality public hospitals and healthcare, there's a certainty there. We'll also keep working to take the pressure off these hospitals by opening more urgent care clinics and Medicare mental health clinics across the country. As of this week, we've now opened 120 of the 137 Medicare urgent care clinics. We've opened 50 of the 91 Medicare mental health clinics in our national network. And we're making strides towards our commitment of 90% of bulk bill clinics before the end of the decade. Last week, I was lucky enough to visit our medical centre in the heart of Caroline Springs, a bulk bill clinic. They have 22 bulk billed GPs, as well as bulk billed radiology and pathology, and a bulk billed respiratory specialist. No need to make an appointment. You can just walk in and see a GP until 10 o'clock at night, every night. They have a pharmacy open extended hours, a full dental clinic, physios and a dietitian. Quality local care is so important to the health and well-being of a community. For Caroline Springs residents, having a bulk bill clinic in the heart of the community, right across the road from Lake Caroline where locals walk, cycle and use the outdoor gym equipment, makes it easy to prioritise health. That's why it's so important to continue our investment in bulk billing. In my electorate of Gorton, GP bulk billing rate was 88.8% in June 2025, and an additional 17 GP practices in Gorton indicated their intent to become a Medicare bulk billing practice. And I'll keep visiting these medical centres in my electorate and talking about the benefits of bulk billing, so that as many of my constituents as possible know they can access free primary health care. Nationally, over 3,300 general practices now bulk bill every single one of their patients, 1,300 of which are new as a direct result to our tripling of the bulk billing incentive. This is huge for Australians. It's accessible primary health care. It's not worrying about money when you get sick. It's more people going to the doctors when they feel unwell. And it's about proactively looking after your health and making that easier to do. Taking pressure off the system down the track and making the future of our healthcare system more sustainable. It's good policy underpinned by the principle that no matter who you are or where you live, we all deserve access to quality healthcare. I'm so passionate about improving my constituents and all Australians' access to quality healthcare. Those opposite are fighting amongst themselves. Healthcare is the last thing on their minds. That's actually a good thing for Australians, given they voted against cheaper medicine 6 times. But we're not worried about that. We're getting on with the job of delivering for Australians with the bill before us. Yeah. I'm so excited to go back to Gorton and talk to my constituents about this bill. to the older Australians like the residents of the Burnside Retirement Village who might be able to have their prescriptions written at home instead of waiting at the doctor's office, to the nurses in my electorate who'll have the opportunity to see more patients and use the full scope of practice, to the almost 30,000 people living with chronic conditions who'll have more options to receive their long-term prescriptions, and for all of my constituents who benefit from relief pressure on our healthcare system. I'm really proud to support this bill and I commend it to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is such a pleasure to follow on from the wonderful new member for Gorton. Since the federal election last year, I've had the honour of speaking in support of legislation in this House relating to a number of measures and bills in the health portfolio. And today I rise to support the Prescribing of Pharmaceutical Benefits Bill because it is yet another pillar of the health policy that this government promised at the 2025 election, and another one that is being delivered. The Labor government promised to prioritise reforms to the scope of practice for health professionals that are aimed at delivering real benefits to Australian patients by substantially improving their access to healthcare. As Australia's population continues to age, there is a greater strain being placed on our health and aged care systems, alongside a greater prevalence of chronic diseases. The challenge that we face as a government is how we improve timely and affordable access to medications whilst also minimising the pressure we put on the healthcare workforce. The reforms contained in this legislation before the House are part of this Labor government's answer. The bill both allows and creates the regulatory framework for nurse prescribing. As a result of these changes, those hard-working professionals that make up approximately half of the nation's healthcare workforce will be able to prescribe a selection of PBS medications. Through nurse prescribing, this Labor government is moving dramatically to enhance access to medications. Importantly, this is not only a win for urban areas. Not only do registered nurses make up a majority of our healthcare professionals in this country, but they also are the most geographically spread, ensuring that the benefits of this legislation will also be felt in regional, rural and remote communities, where the nursing profession also enjoys a high level of trust. This includes my mum, who is now a retired registered nurse, as well as the wonderful member for Bullwinkle who sits in the chamber with me here this evening. While nurse prescribing as a practice in Australia is a novel concept, it is important to remember that these changes have come as a result of extensive research and consultation led by the Nursing and Midwifery Board of Australia and the Australian Chief Nursing and Midwifery Officers to ensure that appropriate standards are in place, and as a result, that Australian patients continue to enjoy the highest standards of care possible. In December 2024, health ministers from Commonwealth, state and territory governments came together to approve a new registration standard under the Health Practitioner Regulation National Law Act, which came into effect in September of last year. Under this new standard, registered nurses must meet specified qualifications and requirements to obtain and maintain their endorsement. Importantly, designated registered nurse prescribers must prescribe in partnership with an authorised health practitioner under a prescribing agreement, typically a general practitioner or other doctor. Looking at the technical aspects of the bill, it amends the National Health Act to establish a process by which registered nurses who meet the requirements can be approved as authorised nurse prescribers, as well as the mechanisms by which the department can suspend or revoke their approvals should the situation arise. The bill also lists authorised nurse prescribers as a category or PBS prescriber and enables the minister to specify the pharmaceutical benefits that they can prescribe to patients. Importantly, Deputy Speaker, the bill will amend the Health Insurance Act to enable the Professional Services Review to examine the PBS prescribing of authorised nurse prescribers to ensure they are subject to the same level of oversight as every other healthcare professional. Deputy Speaker, the reforms before the House are not flashy. You probably won't see them on any of the front pages of the newspapers across the country, but they will have a real and tangible impact for Australian communities. The unleashing the potential of our healthcare workforce scope of practice review, led by Professor Mark Cormack, explored what was enabling or preventing health professionals from exercising their full scope of practice in primary care settings. The final report to the government in 2024 provided recommendations to support greater productivity in our healthcare system while delivering improved, safe and affordable care for all patients. That report called on government to implement reforms just like these. The bill aligns with those recommendations as well as the objectives of the National Medicines Policy, which include promoting equitable access to medicines for all Australians, regardless of where they choose to live. As we make this advancement for Australia's healthcare system, I want to take the opportunity to make mention of our nursing professionals and thank them for their hard work, as well as their representatives in my state, the New South Wales Nursing and Midwives Association, who have been advocating for nurses to be allowed to use all of their relevant skills and experiences to the benefit of their patients for a very long time. Deputy Speaker, over 2 terms of Parliament, this government continues to deliver on its promises to the Australian people to look after their health and the healthcare system after a decade of cuts and neglect from those opposite. We continue to expand bulk billing, continue to make PBS medicines more accessible, continue to open more fully bulk billed urgent care clinics, as well as continuing to make it easier for Australians to get mental health care when they need it. Deputy Speaker, enabling registered nurses to prescribe some medications is not only PBS-related reform that this government has completed. It is unacceptable to think in a country as fortunate as ours that a situation could persist where medications that people need are out of their reach because of cost. But when Labor came into government in 2022...
It being 7:30 p.m, I propose a question that the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Hinkler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's the one symbol for mateship, freedom and a fair go for all, the Australian flag. On the recent Australia Day long weekend, I was proud to attend awards and citizenship ceremonies in my electorate of Hinkler and fly our Australian flag with pride. Australia Day 2026 was a wonderful celebration of my community, recognising the ones who go above and beyond, and a chance to welcome those new Aussies who now get to call the best country in the world their home. Our flag was everywhere, and so it should be. It represents a story of service, sacrifice and the freedoms we share. It's an expression of our identity and pride. This year I joined my parliamentary colleagues to launch a Proud of Our Flag campaign. And many of the wonderful people in my electorate of Hinkler continue to show support for our flag as they drop into our offices in Hervey Bay and Bundaberg to collect a Proud of Our Flag sticker and make requests for flags to fly at their homes. While I enter 2026 filled with hope and enthusiasm for my electorate of Hinkler and our great nation, there is an overwhelming sense of unrest. This is a time we must unite as a nation. Today I join with the calls for urgent action to criminalise the burning and desecration of the Australian flag. It's something numerous people have contacted my office about, especially since the awful violation of our flag that we all witnessed on Australia Day in Brisbane. And despite repeated attempts, including an amendment during the recent sittings, the Labor government voted against making flag burning a criminal offence. This leaves the national flag, the enduring symbol of our history, freedoms and shared values, vulnerable to public desecration. The Australian flag is not just a piece of fabric. It represents our shared history, our sacrifices and the freedoms earned through generations of courage and service. Burning our Australian flag, or any flag, isn't brave or activism, it's disrespectful and wrong. Protest is a democratic right, but desecrating our national flag is not. Our flag represents our shared history. the sacrifices of Australians before us, and the freedoms that allow peaceful protesters to occur in the first place. It's a flag our servicemen and women fought under, and a flag that is draped over the coffins of our heroes who died defending our treasured Aussie values and our way of life. Burning our flag doesn't advance justice or unity, it deepens division and erodes respect. I am forever immensely proud of our flag. Speaker, just before the end of 2025, I had the pleasure of welcoming the Deputy Leader of the Nationals to my electorate of Hinkler. At the time, in his role as Shadow Minister for Trade, Investment and Tourism, Kevin Hogan joined me in hosting 2 full days of roundtable meetings with leaders of local tourism and agricultural sectors. We heard directly about the great achievements, opportunities and challenges facing local businesses. I'm committed to showcasing first-class businesses who are exporting across the globe and celebrate the tourism sector, which is also famous across Australia and the world. We met with seafood exporters, including Australian Ocean King Prawn Company, whale-watching boat operators, including Whale Song, farming and hospitality representatives, and tourism providers, including Lady Elliot Island Eco Resort. We, as the Nationals, will always support regional Australia and promise to deliver a cheaper, better, fairer future. And that starts with supporting local business and cutting red tape. Hinkler is an economic powerhouse with an abundance of great products that bring immense opportunity. Those meetings will help guide our policy settings because we want more jobs for locals and we want to give young people a real chance to live and stay in their home region. The Nationals' energy plan was at the heart of many discussions. We heard from exporters who are battling huge diesel bills and rising energy costs. Labor's obsession with trying to lead the world in cutting emissions is unaffordable and indeed unattainable. Yes, we want to lower emissions, but only to the levels of other OECD countries. I thank both the Bundaberg Region Tourism CEO, Catherine Reid, and the Fraser Coast Tourism and Events CEO, Martin Simmons, for assisting with Mr Hogan's visit and for providing the opportunity for our operators to share a slice of Hinkler's beautiful backyard, all while importantly outlining the opportunities regarding regulatory reform and the challenges and pain points where industry needs more assistance. The biggest challenges right now are workforce shortages, the cost of living crisis and housing limitations for potential employees. I'm committed to working with our tourism sector leaders and all levels of government to support our tourism and export industries. As we begin a new year, I look forward to getting on with the job, serving you, serving Hinkler.
The question is the House do now adjourn and give the call to the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Speaker. On the 9th of January, a Friday, a grass fire started on Fogarty's Gap Road in Ravenswood South in the electorate of Bendigo. It burnt out of control for approximately a week, a fast-moving grass fire. Could have gone north, could have gone west, could have devastated Bendigo, could have devastated Maldon or Castlemaine. Instead, it chose Harcourt. It devastated the town of Harcourt, dear to my heart and many who live in the area. The town has about 1,000 people. It is home to our apples and cider making for Victoria. It's a place of lot of heart, community resilience, and is being put to the test as we speak in this difficult time. The fire burned over 4,000 hectares and it ended up burning out of control for a week in the state forest of Mount Alexander. On its path, it burnt 50 buildings, over 50 homes and other buildings, including the cold stores, which not only housed the apples and the pears that are harvested locally, but also many local produce. Our wine in the area, our cider, our craft beers. The cool stores had become home to so many products on its way and destination to market. The communications tower at Mount Alexander was destroyed, so the signal for free-to-air TV services in the region were lost. Most of those have been restored, but work is still ongoing to restore the others. We lost the ABC emergency radio for a period, and I want to acknowledge Phoenix FM, who gave over their frequency to the ABC so that emergency broadcast could continue. Many followed the advice to evacuate. It was a catastrophic fire day. We knew it was going to be tough if a fire broke out. Roads were closed and many were not opened for at least 10 days. But what I will remember the most are the stories in the town hall meetings the days after, and in the evacuation centres and in the recovery hubs. The amazing bravery of the CFA who deployed to go fight the fire and saved so many assets in the town. The stories of Buzz, a local, who with a pair of thongs went up to the school and just started batting out the embers. He saved the school, he helped to save the school and helped to save the kinder. The fire came so close. And he can remember the Reedsdale truck rocking up and saying, "Okay, Buzz, it's our turn now." Everybody can remember the trucks that came to support them, whether it be Tony, the local councillor, remembering the Golden Square truck roll in, or the people who are trying desperately to dampen down their roofs, remembering the Kyneton truck arriving, and so many other trucks from the region. The CFA got there as quick as they could and helped so many save their homes. And those scars are obvious when you drive through the town today. The fact that they saved so many homes needs to be remembered and acknowledged in this place. This fire could have been so much worse, but so many people got out, and the CFA, with the efforts of the local forest teams and the support that they had from the air, were able to save so many. Recovery has begun, and I need to acknowledge the extraordinary efforts of the local Harcourt Progress Association and the way in which they have rallied to really help coordinate the recovery efforts on the ground. People who've lost their own homes and businesses, helping others. I must acknowledge the efforts of Michael Henry. He is the son of Drew Henry of Harcourt, who all of us know so well. One of the original cideries in the area. They lost their business, their house and their orchards, and it will take decades to replace the variety of trees. Yet there was Michael in the days after, helping others, an inspiration for all of us. The government response has been strong, state and federal working together to fund the recovery that's needed. From the $1,000 payments that people have accessed through Services Australia to $500,000 to kickstart the redevelopment of the cool stores, the disaster allowance and so much more. Harcourt will rise again. They're planning their fundraisers, they're planning their recovery, and we will stand with them every step of the way.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and tonight I rise to give a big shout out to the grain growers of Western Australia and also to update the House on the plight of sheep producers across Western Australia. So let's start with the good news. This year, and I had an update from Cooperative Bulk Handling today, the West Australian farmers and grain growers produced a record crop of 27 million tonnes, roughly. That is the estimate of GWA. And CBH, the dominant grain handler in Western Australia, received 24.2 million tonnes. That is 1.3 million tonnes higher than the previous record receivable. So that is an amazing achievement by our West Australian grain growers. Wasn't a fantastic season. It was rains came just in time in most instances, but the crop production was outstanding. And that is testament to the production gains that have been made by the industry, whether that be through improved machinery, sowing, seeding, harvesting techniques, whether it be through improved varieties such as Roundup Ready or GM canola, which has allowed growers to sow early, sow dry, take advantage of every drop of rain, or in the case of cereals, some of the new varieties are just phenomenal yielders. So to the grain growers of WA, well done. To CBH, also well done. Two of my girls worked on the receivable points, and big job, 5,000 volunteers, and they do a wonderful job of receiving the crop in record time as machines get bigger, trucks and transport get bigger. But Mr Speaker, it's not all good news across the West Australian wheat belt and the Great Southern. and the sheep industry, we are seeing dramatic declines in numbers. Now, ironically, that has been good for prices. Prices at the moment in the sheep industry are actually quite good. However, what we're seeing is a dramatic drop in the number of breeding stock, which is now leading to abattoirs and processing plants being short of numbers. And just before we came back to Canberra, I was told by my local processor that they're dropping a day a week off their work schedule because they can't get enough numbers. Now, this is very early days in the impact of the government's phase out of the live export policy, and the results that many of us have predicted are starting to be manifested. So confidence in the sheep industry in Western Australia collapsed in 2022 after the May 2022 election when the current government won with a policy to phase out the live export trade in West Australia. The West Australian sheep flock has traditionally been based on a self-replacing merino flock, and the merino wether, the male progeny, has traditionally been sold to the live export trade. Now, that self-replacing merino, as opposed to a British breed, crossbred, as we call them, or a shedding sheep, that sheep needs to be shorn, it needs to be crutched. There's quite a lot of animal husbandry that goes into that. That supports the shearing teams in our country towns, which also in turn put a fair bit of money through the local pub. Kids go to school in the local small schools. Now, we predicted that this would decimate those towns, and it's exactly what it is doing. Sheep numbers have dropped in Western Australia from 2022 from 12.2 million tonnes. The only accurate figures we've got from DPIRD that they dropped to 9.8 million tonnes, 9.8 million sheep by 2023. Now, I can tell you anecdotally, I go to the sale yards, I talk to stock agents, I talk to truckies, that sheep numbers are collapsing. People are selling breeding stock as quickly as they can get rid of them. Ironically enough, the good prices that we're seeing today are leading to growers getting out of the industry. They can get good money for the breeding stock, which are going to the local abattoirs and being slaughtered. Those sheep will not be breeding in lamb next year, so the processors will find it even harder to find stock next year. Now, if you can't keep a many multi-million-dollar plant operating 5 days a week, then the viability of that plant becomes questionable. The 350 staff in the two biggest abattoirs in my part of the world will find the abattoirs will find it hard to keep them on, and so we are seeing the manifestation of the government's live export policy play out in front of our very eyes. Thank you.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Moreton.
Speaker. And Mr Speaker, this weekend past, you and I had the very great privilege of being able to attend the opening of Somali House, a brand new headquarters in Acacia Ridge, having moved from its previous location in Inala, where I know you have been a great supporter for a very many years. And Deputy Speaker, what I said on that day and what I repeat again, Mr Speaker, what I said on that day and what I say again today is that I do apologise, but the loss of Somali House from Inala is absolutely a gain for Acacia Ridge. Notwithstanding that, Somali House houses such an important community organisation for both our Southside communities. And I want to pay tribute to the President of the Somali Community Association, Awais Hassan, and the President of the Queensland African Communities Council, Faisal, for all of their work in ensuring that this continues to be a community hub for learning, that it continues to be a community hub for connection and for empowerment, that it continues to be a space for sharing culture, for community programs, for youth activities and support services. And we know that the SCAQ courses and workshops include accounting for local businesses, Australian businesses, structures, tax and compliance. We know that they work on English language classes, and we know that they hold important cultural events, sporting events such as junior soccer and the much anticipated every year Ramadan Cup, and they promote cultural identity and belonging. Mr Speaker, when I was at attendance at the event, I got to try a few really special things. Firstly, I got to try bun, a type of traditional coffee, which I am reliably informed is the best served with popcorn. I got to learn about traditional Somali houses, how they're built, and to go inside a traditional house myself. And most importantly, I got to see and look at a very large community space that's on that site in Acacia Ridge. And Mr. Speaker, can I say when I spoke to the volunteers and when I spoke to the leaders at Somali House, they said that what they were most excited about, what they were really pumped about, was in that space inviting members from across our Southside community to enjoy, to share, to celebrate, to dance. And the member for Hinkler talked earlier and spoke earlier in his adjournment speech about patriotism. Can I tell you, on that day and every day, those leaders, our community, and the volunteers involved at Somali House and so many other community organisations showed great patriotism because they're proud to be Australian, they were proud of their heritage, they were proud of our community, and they wanted to share that with everyone. And Mr. Speaker, recently I've been incredibly fortunate to attend citizenship ceremonies across the South Side, held by some of Moreton's wonderful community organisations who also show that same commitment to our communities and to our nation. Universal Education and Multicultural Exchange Association in Sunnybank, the Rotary Archer Field, McGregor Lions, the Indian Council of Australia, and many more in places like Yeronga with the local Lions, honoured our newest Australians, welcoming them to our country and celebrating the community that brings them together. We've heard about many, many different journeys to Australian citizenship, and our communities are stronger, they are more vibrant, and they are more connected because of those new Australians. We see this every single day in Moreton, with cultural and faith celebrations. Recently, there was a celebration of India Republic Day. We have Lunar New Year coming up very shortly. And all of them play an incredibly vital role in bringing people together and fostering cohesion. Mr. Speaker, Somali House is unique, but it's not alone, because so many different community organisations come together from across the South Side to build something bigger than the sum of its parts, to build our community. I congratulate the community leaders who made Somali House happen, and I welcome them to Acacia Ridge.
The question is the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Fadden.
Thank you, Speaker, and it's a great privilege always to rise in this place. And one of the things about this place is, of course, tradition and the honour that we give to the democracy of Australia. But there's so many trends out there that sort of defy those niceties of the old days. Some of them are sort of these online trends, like the one that happened recently, the 2016 flashback. Now, I couldn't help but notice that the Treasurer didn't participate in that social media trend, which got me to wondering why that would be. He seems like a hip kind of guy. And I reckon the reason he doesn't want to think about 2016, and it wasn't because that was Trump's first election, wasn't because that was the year of Brexit, it was because in that year of 2016, the cash rate set by the RBA in its February meeting 10 years ago was, you guessed it, 2%. I don't think that's something that the Treasurer enjoys giving a flashback to. And in 2016, interest rates continued to drop. By the end of that year, the Reserve Bank rate was just 1.5%. And here's the broader point. Interest rates are always lower under a coalition government because we believe in fiscal discipline, and this new generation of Labor governments simply do not. Our view on this side of the House is simple. Live within our means, restore some budget rules, and get inflation down so that rates can come down and families can breathe again. Now, just yesterday I received an email from my constituent, Lee, from Pacific Pines, and I want the House to hear what Labor's cost of living crisis looks like in plain English and lived experience. Lee wrote to me, "If there is an interest rate hike today, it will kill me. My stress levels are already out of control. I cannot remember last time I had a holiday, and I just worked on my days off on the weekend to try and earn extra money." And Lee's message to government was direct but very fair. And I quote, "It is not my fault the government is spending out of control." Now that's a hard email to receive because you can hear the stress in between the lines of writing. A person who's doing everything right, I know he's got a good paying job, working extra shifts, sacrificing time with family, trying to stay afloat, and yet still worried about the next movement of interest rates and how much further that will push him over the edge. Because the more confronting thing about his email was the screenshot attached from his bank with the default message. And of course, just an hour later after I spoke to him on the phone, Lee and every Australian with a mortgage were delivered with a crushing blow when the Reserve Bank raised interest rates for the 13th time under this Labor government. The rate rise was no accident. It's a direct consequence of Labor's addiction to spending, which has kept inflation higher for longer and left the RBA with no choice but to keep tightening. And so while the Treasurer preens at the dispatch box using his 2- and 3-word groupings, families on the Gold Coast and across Australia are doing some really difficult sums at the kitchen table. The average mortgage is up by around $1,800 a month since Labor took office in 2022. That's about $22,000 a year. Electricity prices have surged, and we've all seen what happens when the rebates run out, the false economy ends, and the prices hit the households. This isn't a cost of living crisis anymore for many families, it's simply a cost of survival crisis. In the current financial year alone, Labor has added an additional $50 billion of new and discretionary spending decisions, almost the value of the entire national defence budget. But being loose with the national budget means that it's getting tighter for Australian households. Last week we saw the CPI data up to 3.8%. That means milk, bread, back-to-school basics, insurance, all of those costs of living are all higher under this Labor government. And that is why Australians feel poorer every payday under Labor.
The question is the House do now adjourn. I give the call to the Honourable Bullwinkle.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, it's an honour to stand here today and speak about the incredible community that I represent in the electorate of Bullwinkle. As many of you know, my journey to this place began as a nurse and a midwife. Those decades on the front lines of our healthcare system shaped my view of the world, one rooted in pragmatism, compassion, and the simple belief that everyone deserves access to quality care when they need it most. This past month, I've been out and about in my electorate, talking to other nurses and healthcare workers on the front line. I had the pleasure of touring with WA State Health Minister Meredith Hammett in our region. We visited Northam Hospital, which is in the Western Wheatbelt, and Kalamunda Hospital, which is a specialist palliative care hospital in the Perth Hills. For me, these visits are more than just formalities. They're an opportunity to listen to my former colleagues, the nurses, the doctors and the support staff, who are the backbone of our healthcare community. We spent some time discussing the unique pressures facing our hospitals, our workforces, and the needs of our ageing population in the hills and beyond. Hearing their first-hand account is vital for the work that we do here in Canberra, knowing their challenges and ensuring that our federal health policy translates into real-world relief for those on the ground. Speaker, I'm also incredibly proud to update the House on a project very close to my heart. I've recently visited the site of the future Mundaring Medicare Urgent Care Clinic, and I can confirm it'll be fully operational by the end of this month. For the people of Bullwinkle, this is a massive win. We know that too often families end up in the emergency department at Northern or Midland hospitals for things like minor fractures, infections and stitches when they could attend an urgent care clinic. Families will now have a dedicated place to go for urgent care, free of hip pocket pressures under Medicare. This doesn't just help the patients, it takes the pressure off busy emergency departments and also busy general practitioners. But Speaker, our community is defined more than just by the services, it's defined by our people. And on the 26th of January, we celebrated Australia Day honours and Bullwinkle was exceptionally well represented. I want to make special mention of a recipient who is not only a constituent and recipient of an award, but someone I'm lucky enough to call a neighbour as she lives just up the road, Professor Shirley Jansen AM. Shirley was awarded a Member of the Order of Australia for her monumental service to vascular surgery. As a clinician and researcher, she is doing truly groundbreaking work. She currently leads research into the world's first pharmaceutical therapeutic trials aimed at treating atherosclerosis by infusions, effectively looking for a way to clear the plaque from the artery walls, potentially a cure for peripheral artery disease. Her work at Harry Perkins Institute and Sir Charles Gardner Hospital is a testament to the world-class innovation that is happening right here in our own Australian backyard. Shirley, congratulations on this well-deserved honour. Your dedication to saving lives and preventing disability through your medical research and practice is an inspiration to us all. I would also like to formally congratulate Major Don Cruden, OAM, for his services to our veterans, the Honourable Raymond Halligan, OAM, for his service to the Parliament and people, Mrs Kathleen Lovelock, OAM, for her leadership in the beef cattle industry, and Mr Barry Nichols, OAM, for his tireless work in community sport. I also want to acknowledge our meritorious award winners, Daryl Clohessy, AFSM, Senior Constable Emma Wright, APM, and Mark Gary, ESM, who represent the very best of our emergency and police services. Speaker, from the consultation rooms in our hospitals to the high-tech labs of our researchers, Bullwinkle is a community that cares and is leading the way in community. And I'm proud to be its voice in this place, and I look forward to seeing our new Medicare Urgent Care Clinic open its doors to help our residents very soon. Thank you.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.